when he was still a child, the moment that started everything. Dane triggered all 4 relics at once, their power answering him. It happened during the sacred selection ceremony before the clan. The scene froze the hall, stunning every witness present. Everyone knew that even the most gifted heirs of the family had only ever awakened a single power in their lifetime. Yet Dane awakened all 4 at the same time without hesitation. That level of talent had never existed in the family history. Every member was already frighteningly talented by any standard. Dane's father stood as the strongest spearman in the empire, a warrior whose name carried weight across the entire realm. His mother was known as the empire's deadliest assassin. His sisters ranked among the academy's finest mages, and summoners whose contracts set records within the school. Each of them hoped Dane would walk the same road they chose. Now even his father shared the shock seen on every face. One truth was clear: Dane would need training in all 4 paths. That choice would define the future of the boy named Dane. He was destined to master spear, shadow, magic, and summons. What none of them knew was Dane carried a past from another empire. In his former life, he was Argric, a quad-core knight of Drennic. He lost his parents at birth when war tore his homeland apart. His mother died in the chaos, leaving him alone in the world. He grew up with nothing guiding him except survival itself. Steel became his teacher, blood his constant companion. At 14, he was sent straight into the brutal front lines. There, his mana core awakened, and his growth exploded rapidly. He climbed fast, mastering 4 cores and stunning seasoned soldiers. He stood on the brink of becoming one of the Empire's elites. That rise ended abruptly when fate turned against him. On the battlefield, he confronted Duke Thermion of Altheon, a fearsome Hexa-class knight counted among the Empire's 6. His blade shattered under overwhelming force. A fatal strike pierced his chest and dropped him to the ground. With that blow, his dreams and ambitions were erased. Fate twisted again, granting rebirth within his former enemy's land. He returned carrying the will of a warrior who had already died once. Years slip by as the world moves toward a new chapter. The story resumes inside a vast training hall. There, the sharp rhythm of weapons colliding fills the air. The figures are Dane and his father, and the boy already looks taller and steadier than moments ago. Arkan smiles wide at his son, pleased to see the technique he taught executed clean and sharp. Dane thanks him, and we learn the child has now reached the age of 7. As they share a light laugh, a new presence steps into the training space. The man pauses, studying Dane with clear interest. In his hands, a spear is revealed, its form catching the light. It is clear Arkan has been waiting for this moment to happen. Without hesitation, he takes the weapon into his grasp. He passes it to Dane as a birthday gift, explaining he could not wait for the banquet or his wife's turn. Arkan adds that the spear took 2 years to prepare and was forged by a master in the capital. He finishes by wishing his son an early 7th birthday with pride. Dane drops his worn practice stick without a second thought. He grabs the spear eagerly, saying he wants to use it because it feels amazing. The black grip and silver head draw his eye, and the weight feels unexpectedly light. His father asks if he likes it, and Dane answers without hesitation that he loves it. Excitement takes over, and his hands begin moving before training even starts. Arkan asks if Dane understands the real difference between a sword and a spear. Dane explains that the spear's reach keeps enemies away more effectively. He adds that its focused point allows strong force with minimal contact. Arkan agrees, but warns that as strength grows, spears become harder to master than swords. He explains spears require proper distance to strike, and every weapon carries limits, even swords. Dane listens closely, nodding as he says he will remember that lesson. Arkan spins the spear smoothly and invites Dane to spar so he can demonstrate. Dane freezes in awe as overwhelming power flows from his father for the first time. After gathering strength, Arkan drives the spear forward in one sharp motion. The air near the spear tip bends slightly under the force. He explains the distortion comes from releasing magic through the thrust, focusing it at one point. Dane mentions hearing this from his sister, explaining how more cores push human limits. He reflects silently, knowing his former life and quad core hold this same knowledge. Arkan smiles proudly, noting his son studies well, and reminds him he now has 6 cores. Dane acts surprised, while thinking that, without death, He could have reached that stage too. His father urges him to finally test the spear himself. Dane hesitates, feeling the weight of expectation. Arkan tells him to calm his mind, release doubt, and thrust naturally. Dane agrees, steadying his breathing. He tightens his grip on the spear shaft. Memories surface of a past life where spears never interested him. Swords once defined him, spears only tools, but now this path begins anew. He sets his stance carefully, feet firm against the ground. Dane closes his eyes, ready to move. His father studies the stance closely, noting the balance and control in Dane's posture. A wide smile spreads across his face. This technique took him 7 years, and his son is still so young. The moment Dane drives the spear forward, everything changes. The air cracks as if reality itself fractures. Every expectation his father held collapses. This outcome was never imagined. Shock hits him hard, and he blurts out questions, desperate to know how his son understands so much. When Dane finishes, his father steps closer, laughing in disbelief and praising the execution. Dane explains calmly how he condensed magic into one point, infused the spearhead, then cut the flow. Hearing this, his father loses composure and blurts out a question about forming a mana core. Dane answers yes, claiming books inspired him, hiding the truth of mana breathing practice. His father kneels to meet his eyes, pride swelling as he envisions a remarkable future. Dane smiles quietly, already planning surprises, while his father wonders if all paths await him. Night descends, marking the true beginning of Dane's 7th birthday. Guests begin filling the castle halls from every corner. Music rises as laughter echoes through the decorated chambers. The celebration surges with energy as everyone enjoys the moment. Duke Bout arrives, the same man who ended Dane's past life, and greets Arkan warmly. He waves off titles, reminding Arkan of their bond, a Duke of the Thermian house. Arkan whispers about watching eyes, but Bout dismisses it and asks about his son. Arkan calls Dane over, instructing him to greet Duke Thermian properly. Hearing that name, Dane's memories surge, replaying his final battle in silence. When Dane steps before the Duke, his expression stays composed. He introduces himself clearly as Dane Sagris. He bows respectfully, stating it is an honor to meet him. The Duke laughs, praises his manners, and asks if he trains with spears. Arkan confirms. At that moment, a young girl approaches Duke Bout from behind. Dane pauses briefly as his gaze meets hers. The girl greets Count Sagris with practiced confidence. She bows politely, introducing herself as Layla Thermian, youngest of the duchy. With introductions done, the celebration flows onward without pause. Music continues as guests mingle freely. The evening remains elegant and calm. Yet Arkan and Bout remain troubled, as Baroness Thermian's illness shows no cure. Arkan hopes this hardship will pass and his friend's wife will recover. Bout warns that sudden departure means her condition worsened, forcing a return to the capital. Still, the night belongs to Dane, who has slipped away unnoticed. Bout finds the boy clever and seeks him. Arkan realizes Layla vanished too. They are easy to find, walking together away from the noise. Their quiet conversation stays hidden from watching parents. Alone, Layla speaks freely, admitting noble parties bore her, but this one felt worthwhile. Layla had heard countless rumors about Dane's looks, yet under the moonlight he seemed even more striking, and she truly liked this quiet place. Dane smiled hearing that. Explaining this land was calm and peaceful, unlike the capital's constant noise and pressure. That peace was exactly why Layla felt envy. Her home never rested, with nobles visiting daily and even imperial figures appearing. What she hated most was being forced into formal clothes each visit, when she wanted simple gear and sword practice instead. Dane felt surprised that such a small and gentle-looking girl trained with a sword instead of magic. He admitted he loved his quiet territory as well, far calmer than the capital's restless pace. The silence gave him time to train with his spear, something he deeply enjoyed. And Layla recalled his father's famed title. Seeing his dedication, Layla assumed he planned to enter the academy just like everyone else. Dane's answer caught her off guard, since that was not his true reason. For Layla, intense training to reach the academy was obvious, especially with how hard entry was said to be. Dane said he never doubted entry. He trained only to surpass himself once inside. His confidence shocked Layla, so she asked what he would do if he failed. Dane replied calmly that failure would not break him. He would simply try again. If the second try failed, he would accept it was not his path, a mindset Layla could hardly believe. She asked if disappointing his family worried him, but compared to his past life, this meant nothing to him. Even after years among nobles, Dane found their fear of failure petty, and he believed Layla would succeed. Hearing his encouragement, Layla brightened instantly and eagerly offered to show her sword skills. Once the idea of practice appeared, nothing could stop her enthusiasm. She rushed to ask for the training ground, and Dane followed, hoping things stayed calm. At the training ground, Layla held nothing back and focused fully. Her sword moved again and again with confidence built through long practice. To beginners, her form seemed flawless, but Dane's eye was far more experienced. He noticed her smooth transitions and excellent timing between offense and defense. Still, after some time, her rhythm slipped and the flow weakened. Breathing hard, yet pleased, Layla asked his opinion, and Dane first praised her performance. Layla accepted the praise happily, clearly proud of herself. Dane then chose honesty, deciding not to hide his true thoughts. He explained she had room to improve, especially after the third form. Extra half-steps repeated later caused her later forms to lose alignment. The critique left Layla silent, struck by the realization. Dane worried he went too far and began apologizing, doubting his own judgment. His concern faded when Layla steadied herself and tightened her grip. Understanding her flaw, she repeated the forms again, now perfectly aligned, his advice completing the missing piece. Overjoyed and grateful, Layla suddenly hugged Dane without restraint. Dane tried to resist, but her grip left him little choice. She was amazed by his insight, promising to remember help her teachers never gave. She finally released him, nearly crushing him, then swung her sword far too close. That energetic girl clearly needed discipline in neatness. Dane was stunned by the sudden affection, though he did not dislike it. Their privacy ended as servants shouted nearby, so they returned to the banquet together. That choice ensured they were not discovered while lingering near the training ground. When they returned, Dane stood at the center as his parents announced his birthday and first manticore awakening. As expected, a gift followed the formal congratulations. It was a brooch bearing the Sogris crest, matching those worn by his sisters. His mother told him to cherish it, as the brooch marked his honor and standing. One by one, the guests offered praise, accepting Dane as a true Sogris destined to follow his father. Dane's parents watched the scene with deep satisfaction. Dane felt the same warmth, something he had never known in either lifetime. Without warning, the hall began to tremble. Panic spread as guests shouted, fearing disaster or an attack. Dane tensed, but his father quickly calmed him, assuring there was no danger. Archon Sogris understood immediately, though he had hoped for a peaceful day. Dane remained completely unaware of the reason. Lightning flared near the ceiling, crackling with raw magic. A portal tore open above the startled crowd in an instant. Confusion deepened as no one could process what followed. A small figure burst from the portal mid-air. She ignored gravity entirely and landed without difficulty. It was Arabella, Dane's older sister, convinced she arrived right on time. Guests stared in disbelief at teleportation cast by someone so young. Opening even a minor gate normally required 5 chains of mastery. Dane felt more annoyed by her noise than impressed by her power. Before calm returned, a massive shadow crossed the sky. A wyvern descended with a rider, as Lady Claire startled the hall next. Her mood was sour, having arrived just moments after her sister, as she landed firmly inside the grounds. Whispers spread about her talent, none expecting wyvern control at 16. At last, both sisters had returned home. Together they faced their parents and brother to offer birthday wishes, all directed toward their cherished younger brother Dane. After the entrances, the sisters rushed forward, pushing their gifts into his hands. Dane thanked Arabella and Claire for returning despite their demanding studies. Duke Archon nearly teared up, remembering his daughters once sent only letters. Dane opened Arabella's box to reveal a ring that functioned as a dimensional pouch. She personally designed the artifact for him. Its subspace magic reached the highest chain, applied by her revered professor with great difficulty. Arabella gently took his hand, sliding on the ring she crafted to endure a full subspace. She also bound Dane's genetic code to the artifact. That binding ensured only Dane could ever use it, making it truly unique. Lady Lily examined the ring and sensed refined mana flow, proof of top-grade magic stones. Arabella explained that Dane only needed to send a trace of mana inside the ring to form the subspace. It surpassed common dimensional pouches in convenience, making it an artifact of rare value. Dane remembered such tools appearing only among wealthy commanders and elite mages on battlefields. The ring would grow with him, adapting naturally, and when Dane infused mana, a green portal opened. Duke Arkan froze in disbelief at how easily his son succeeded. Claire, Duke Bout-Thermian, and Layla stood stunned by the clean surge of magic. Dane opened the subspace faster than Arabella had years ago, proving undeniable genius. Achieving both a mana core and mage circle together would shake magical doctrine. After the display, Claire stepped forward and handed her gift to Dane. Dane accepted it carefully, thanking his sister with sincere respect. Inside the box rested a strange egg cushioned by soft cloth. Confused, Dane lifted it, and Claire panicked, warning it was no ordinary egg. Curiosity spread instantly through the watching family. Claire leaned close, revealing its nature only to Dane in a whisper. It was a familiar egg, obtained by chance during a summoning attempt, its outcome unknown yet priceless. Dane imagined what kind of bond this mysterious egg might bring. He knew familiars differed from summons. Once called, they remain permanently. Claire insisted he keep it secret until hatching, and Dane gave his word. Their hushed exchange irritated Arabella, who felt excluded. Claire instructed Dane to feed the egg mana morning and evening to mark him as master. Lily felt only joy, seeing how deeply her children cared for one another, with gifts complete. Duke Arkan cleared his throat and addressed his daughters, realizing their oversight. The girls awkwardly greeted their parents at last. Arkan, soft-hearted with family, let the matter pass easily. He was simply relieved to see his daughters healthy after long absences. Layla watched the Sogris family's loud warmth from a distance. She quietly compared it to the colder atmosphere of her own home. Dane noticed her gaze and turned toward her. He saw her expression dim as she slipped away silently. He wondered why loneliness clung to her amid celebration. The banquet ended, and a new morning arrived. Duke Bout-Thermian stayed overnight and walked the Sogris lands at dawn. His thoughts returned to Arabella Sogris and her striking talent. As the Academy's top mage, her mastery stood unmatched. She seemed a fitting match for Thermian's son, the Academy's finest swordsman. A union between their houses could rival even imperial power. With that in mind, Thermion resolved to discuss engagement with Arkan. While heading to meet him, he caught the sound of steel from the training grounds at dawn. There, Dane trained alone, refining his spear with deadly focus. Years of harsh training under his father and relentless discipline had already forged Dane into a combat-ready fighter. Dane's focus was absolute, his movements sharp and fluid, cutting through imagined foes like a seasoned warrior. He drove his body harder, pushing speed and pressure beyond his usual rhythm. His arms became a blur as rapid spear thrusts poured out in a relentless sequence. Duke Thermian's curiosity pulled him closer, watching the boy train from a hidden distance. What he saw surprised him deeply, the youngest of House Sogris training with frightening intensity. With veteran eyes, he saw Polish far beyond age, the movements lacking any childish hesitation. Even basic thrusts were honed to extremes, refined enough to teach battlefield spearmen. When the final sequence ended, Dane finally paused, breathing hard but steady. Duke Thermian stood stunned. What he witnessed felt unreal, yet undeniable. He recalled old rumors of Dane's talent since infancy, once dismissed, now fully confirmed. After a brief rest, Dane resumed training without hesitation. This time he focused on steps, balance, and precise movement. As a master swordsman, Thermion noticed footwork resembling advanced sword techniques. He began suspecting the boy had absorbed swordsmanship far beyond casual exposure. Dane sensed a presence, raised his spear, and warned the watcher to step forward. Duke Thermion revealed himself, caught off guard by a child's awareness. The more he recalled Dane's movement, the more familiar it felt, like a memory resurfacing. He stepped out fully and apologized for observing the private training session. He explained there was no ill intent, and knowing it was Thermion, Dane softened. Though 7 years had passed in this body, this man was still the one who ended his previous life. Remembering his lessons, Dane Sagras greeted the Duke with formal respect. Thermion admitted being captivated by the early training and apologized again. Dane accepted calmly. The Duke found the boy's composure amusing, speaking without fear or excess humility. Observing closely, he saw no trembling or strain, a body far beyond expectations for his age. He praised Dane's stabbing form, noting Arkan's influence and the spear's fine craftsmanship. Dane thanked him formally for acknowledging his technique. Thermion smirked, impressed by both the boy's lethality and social precision. Compared to his own son at 7, Dane stood far ahead, stirring new thoughts of alliance. Casually, he mentioned Layla's sword training, suggesting they support each other at the academy. Dane replied politely. Pleased by Dane's conduct, Thermion prepared to leave without further interruption. Yet before stepping away, he asked one lingering question about whether Dane had trained with swords. Dane slipped, old habits surfacing, and Thermion noticed instantly. Dane answered that he only read basic sword manuals without formal instruction. The Duke still sensed something deeper, a trace of battlefield awareness. Reason told him such instinct could not exist in an untested child. Finally satisfied, Thermion departed, and Dane respectfully saw him off. The Duke invited Dane to visit the capital someday, his interest firmly awakened. Dane wondered briefly if that man still remembered the one he had slain before. The thought of surpassing the man who ended his former life stirred his blood. Steady preparation would make it possible. Defeating Duke Buthermayan in this life had already become one of his clear goals. Lost in training, Dane forgot time entirely until the attendant Hernan came to retrieve him. Hernan always lingered unseen, watching quietly and ready to serve at any moment. Sensing Hernan's presence, Dane judged the man talented enough for stealth and assassination. The estate buzzed with preparation for the second banquet as nobles began arriving from afar. His sisters had already opened a teleport gate back to the academy due to upcoming exams. It was now Dane's turn to wash up and prepare himself. He planned to inspect his sister's gifts later. For now, servants cleaned and dressed him. Dane entered the family hall with his parents and greeted arriving nobles. Etiquette lessons came into full use as he endured polite conversation all night. He was constantly presented as the birthday host. Every gaze in the hall eventually found its way to him. At last he slipped outside to breathe. Noble life felt exhausting under such attention. Thankfully, the garden always offered him quiet comfort. Mr. Gardner had shaped the garden into a peaceful sanctuary through years of care. Flowers bloomed vividly as butterflies drifted between colors. Dane recalled his sister explaining that flowers held dense natural mana, sparking his curiosity. He closed his eyes and focused on the ambient flow of magic. Slowly, he grasped the concept, sensing mana within the flowers for the first time. Training across many paths left him uncertain where to focus his time. Too much talent became its own burden in moments like this. After several minutes immersed in the garden's mana, he finally saw it clearly, a powerful flow hidden within fragile petals. If one could claim this natural flow, it could shape a magic circle within the body. That process had already begun, aided by his natural affinity. Dane perceived what others could only barely sense. One quiet moment sharpened his mana perception dramatically. He stood on the edge of understanding true magic. Then something suddenly shattered his focus. Nearby, 2 noble children wandered into the garden, bored by the banquet chatter. The older red-haired boy stomped across the flower beds in frustration. Flowers were crushed beneath careless steps, lost in the maze-like garden. The siblings noticed Dane standing still. Judging his clothes, they mistook him for a servant and shouted orders. Dane did not tolerate the brat's disrespect. The boy even demanded Dane guide them to the exit. Seeing the ruined flowers, Dane shouted for them to stop trampling the plants. Dane questioned why they ignored the paths, but the red-haired boy only grew ruder. As expected, the nobles began boasting their lineage, waving their family name like a shield. Dane ignored it completely, seeing only two brutes trampling his garden's flowers, angered by the insult. The red-haired boy grabbed Dane's collar, boasting he was Count Tyron's son. The name Count Tyron stirred an old memory from Dane's previous life. Tyron was a captured noble after a humiliating battlefield defeat. Loud, arrogant, and unpleasant. Watching the son now, the phrase like father, like son felt painfully accurate. The boy bragged about his house's influence, threatening Dane with disappearance if he spoke again. Dane had met many like him before, empty heads that words could never reach. The brat swung his fist toward Dane, still believing he was bullying nothing more than a servant. Dane answered instantly, slamming his head forward into the boy's face. The strike landed cleanly, crushing the nose with brutal precision. The younger brother cried out in panic. He rushed to his brother, who collapsed onto the ground from the blow, seeing blood on his hand. The boy panicked as if wounded for the first time. Rage flooded him, and he screamed threats of killing Dane. Amused by the threat, Dane stood firm and invited him to try. The older brother charged blindly while the younger tried uselessly to stop him. Another punch came, and Dane stepped back with ease. The fight was completely one-sided, Dane far beyond an amateur brawler, as the boy exhausted himself. Dane noted sloppy footwork. No combat discipline at all. That suggested magical training rather than physical combat. Punch after punch missed, never touching Dane once. Blood kept flowing as the boy's patience collapsed. Dane toyed with him, controlling distance through refined movement. An idea formed, drawing on the mana flow he sensed earlier. If shaped correctly, that force could be condensed into a physical strike. This fight was the perfect test. The younger brother watched in stunned silence. Dane rooted himself and gathered mana into his hands, shaping raw force. He released it straight into the boy's abdomen. The impact hurled him across the grass, cracking stone as he fell. He screamed, pride and body both shattered. The younger brother rushed to the fallen figure among ruined flowers. Dane cared more for the damaged flower bed than the boy's condition. Still, the red-haired noble refused to stay down. He stood again, wounded pride burning, demanding Dane's identity despite warnings. Drawing mana inward, he began forming a dark summoning portal. Dane recognized the pattern immediately. Summoner magic. Mana twisted and gathered, taking shape as something began to emerge. A translucent wolf slowly descended, its form phasing into view above the ground. The beast radiated menace, sharp fangs bared, eyes fixed with predatory intent. Red Bastard burst into manic laughter, naming his summon Genpu, revealing himself as Digron Tyron, eager to teach Dane a lesson. Dane heard the order to be torn apart but felt unimpressed, the wolf lacking presence after seeing Claire's far deadlier summons. Digron stayed back as Genpu leapt forward toward the unmoving Dane. Dane met the wolf's gaze calmly and did not step aside. Genpu sensed something dreadful awaiting if it continued the assault. The wolf abruptly spun away, its aura shifting as hostility toward Dane vanished. The Tyron brothers froze in disbelief as Digron's prized summon rejected him. The once fierce beast now acted obedient, almost deferential, before Dane. Digron shouted orders to kill Dane, yet Genpu ignored him, tail wagging happily instead. Feeling no threat, Dane gently patted the summon's head. Even he did not fully understand how events twisted this way. Thinking back, Claire's summons were always friendly to him. Even her wyvern treated him playfully. This time there was no blood tie, yet the summons still showed affection. Either Dane held extreme favor with summons, or Genpu's loyalty to Digron had collapsed. Digron could not process it. Having never heard of a summon defying its master, Dane pressed the advantage, taunting Digron to step forward. The younger brother begged Digron to stop and accept defeat, but he refused. The fight needed to end for the younger one's sake. Overcome with fear, the poor kid lost control, frozen in panic. The child cried as Digron lashed out, while Dane coldly pointed out the castle bathhouse. Digron seized the excuse to retreat and flee the scene. As he left, he barked orders for Dane to remain in the garden. Dane watched with disgust as Daigron abandoned even his own summon. Dane stayed behind, calmly testing his growing understanding of mana. He attempted a technique Claire once taught, sensing the fading link between Daigron and Genpu. He severed the remaining connection cleanly. Then he carefully rewrote the bond using his own mana, without formal summoning. Dane formed a contract, relying solely on his affinity with summoned beasts. In that moment, Dane truly became a summoner, as he absorbed the success. A familiar, irritating voice called out nearby. Daigron Tyrant had summoned his father, accusing Dane of bullying him in the garden. Plugging his bleeding nose, Daigron complained about being struck and losing control of his summon. Mogard Tyrant stepped forward, naming himself head of the Tyrant Counts, demanding answers about his son. Dane did not retreat, standing firm and admitting his actions openly. He noted Mogard looked far heavier than before, peace having softened a once disgraced warrior. Mogard postured aggressively, declaring he could not ignore harm done to his children. He continued pressing Dane with questions, demanding his identity. Dane lifted his head, unflinching. He steps forward and states his name with weight. Dane Sogris. The room goes quiet. The youngest son of Archon Sogris, ruler of the South, heir of the Sogris Count House. The reveal hits like a royal decree. The shameless father and son freeze in shock. They crossed the birthday host without knowing it. The rising star of the South stood before them. The Duke reels, stunned by a sudden clash with the youngest son of House Sogris. His mind flashes back to war shame, captured by Argric, mocked by every noble present. He smells leverage now, plans to crush Count Sogris with scandal and claim mining rights. The bloated schemer faces Dane, asking if he is the birthday boy. Dane nods calmly. Rage simmers under his skin. He never came to honor some noble child. He points at Daigron, demanding how Dane will repay the disgrace dealt to his son. He accuses Dane of harming a guest and stealing a summon. Daigron echoes every word. Threats follow fast, claiming this is Dane's last day. Count Sogris will hear of it all. Dane listens, then says one thing first. Daigron must apologize before anything else. Fury erupts. The fat noble rants while Daigron clenches his jaw in silence. Dane stays firm, says the injury was self-defense. His life was threatened. Genpu chose him. Daigron snaps back instantly, swearing Genpu would never leave, calling Dane a liar. The father pauses, recalling rumors of a summoning prodigy in House Sogris. Suspicion grows. The argument drags on. Words circle. Tension thickens with every exchange. Dane feels the weight of boredom. This whole scene grinds his nerves. At last, Mogard slows down, his jaw aching after endless shouting. He declares the scolding over. They will hear Count Sogris judge this matter, as if summoned by fate. Footsteps approach. Count Sogris arrives, Duke Thermion at his side. Mogard and Daigron stiffen, shock written across their faces. Their disbelief deepens when they recognize Duke Thermion standing there. Night settles as the red-haired boy speaks, claiming he was lost with his brother. He spins his tale freely. Dane stands behind him. Unfazed, his father listens. Count Sogris values truth and family honor. He weighs right and wrong without bias. When the story finally ends, the boy claims Dane struck first, mocked him, stole his summon, then attacked again. Mogard steps forward next, saying he only meant to issue a warning. He insists summon theft is unforgivable. That point cannot be ignored. Count Sogris responds calmly, refusing judgment without hearing both sides. He adds that Duke Thermion will weigh in to prevent any unfair ruling. The Duke smirks lightly, saying he can oversee it if needed. Mogard sweats, dread creeping in. Thermion's presence spells trouble. Count Sogris signals his son to speak freely. Dane steadies himself, ready. He says Daigron's story twists the truth, though parts are real. Dane explains the garden flowers were trampled. He warned Daigron. Anger sparked the fight. The heavy truth lands hard. Mogard freezes. His son panics and shouts that Dane is lying. The Count raises a hand and calmly orders Dane to keep speaking. Dane explains Genpu was commanded to kill him. He adds Genpu chose him willingly. The Duke watches closely, stunned by the calm logic and refined speech of a 7-year-old. Dane repeats firmly that he never stole any summon. Mogard snaps, stomping in place and calling the entire explanation Nonsense. He argues a summon cannot obey a non-summoner, accusing Dane of dirty tricks. Dane answers evenly, saying his natural affinity lets distant summons answer him. Mogard rejects it outright, while Dane states simply that it is true. Mogard scowls deeply, dismissing Dane as a child inventing stories. The Duke intervenes, saying the truth can be proven with a summon. Count Sogris asks Dane if he can prove it. Dane agrees without hesitation. Mogard glares at Daigron, furious he caused this disaster. Daigron trembles, knowing failure will bring his father's wrath. Daigron attempts to summon Genpu under everyone's gaze. Nothing happens. His father explodes in anger exactly as expected. Dane smirks inwardly, knowing the bond was already severed. Dane offers his own proof, saying he needs Daigron's summon sign. Daigron erupts in protest, ranting about Dane's nerve and authority. Count Sogris cuts him off, stating the test poses no risk by their own claims. Mogard sweats heavily, then orders Daigron to hand over the sign. The red-haired boy nearly breaks down, hands shaking. His father snaps at him to move faster. Dane takes the sign and begins the summoning calmly. He explains summon signs bear unique code names and reject other users. Genpu was filled with Daigron's mana. The sign only served as a medium. Dane calls Genpu forth. The summon manifests instantly. The creature presses close, licking Dane's cheeks without hostility. Both the Count and the Duke stare in open amazement. Mogard and Daigron shake as their lie collapses. The Duke remarks how impressive it is, wondering about Dane's other training. Count Sogris confirms spear training, admitting even he lacks full knowledge. Mogard realizes his scheme has completely backfired. The Count turns coldly, asking if Mogard accepts Dane's truth. Mogard laughs nervously, admits a misunderstanding. Daigron nods weakly along. Dane burns with anger watching them dodge responsibility. Before any final ruling can be given, a woman steps into the courtyard. Her arrival sends a ripple of shock through everyone present. Dane freezes, eyes wide as he recognizes Layla. The moment she steps in, she states firmly that Daigron's story is false and misleading. Her father asks why she is here. She explains she heard his voice while walking, then greets Mogard and Count Sogris politely. Mogard freezes and stammers as he returns the greeting, shaken by the sudden appearance of the Duke's daughter. Count Sogris wastes no time and asks her directly why she claims Daigron lied. She answers with confidence, confirming she overheard everything during her walk earlier. Daigron stiffens as panic sets in, realizing she heard the entire exchange. She calmly lays out the full sequence of events she witnessed. Dane can barely hide his grin, the turn of events clearly favoring him now. After a pause, Mogard orders his son to apologize at once. The Count redirects him to apologize to Dane instead. The chubby noble pushes his son forward without hesitation. He urges him to apologize immediately. Daigron hesitates, then mutters a weak apology, but Dane remains unimpressed. The apology rings hollow, clearly forced after his lie collapsed under witness testimony. Dane considers refusing, but recalling his past life, he chooses restraint and grace instead. With a measured nod, Dane accepts the apology. Daigron brightens instantly and thanks him repeatedly. While Mogard exhales in relief, Duke Thermion observes quietly, thinking Dane truly is exceptional for choosing patience over pride. Count Sogris declares the matter settled, since Dane accepted the apology. Still, he makes clear the act itself will not be ignored, as Daigron attacked with lethal intent. Mogard breaks into a sweat, but the Count silences him and orders his family expelled immediately. The command shatters Mogard's composure. Exile now would destroy his standing completely. He grabs the Count's hand and begs desperately, promising anything for forgiveness. The Count pulls away without hesitation. He states firmly that he has no use for Mogard, and soldiers will escort him out. Dane leaves with his father as Mogard begs behind them, voice cracking. Count Sogris tells Duke Thermion it is time to depart as well. The Duke calls for his daughter and follows. Dane glances back briefly as they walk away. Satisfaction settles in. Consequences have finally caught up with them. Dane notes how terrifying his father can be when angered, then confirms defeating Daigron with mana. The Duke praises Dane's talent in combat, summoning, and magic, while his father smiles with pride. Dane absorbs the praise quietly as Layla struggles to process it all, the Duke admiring his composure. Count Sogris pats Dane's head and credits Layla for preventing escalation. Duke Thermion is surprised by the Count's high regard for his daughter. He seizes the moment to hint at marriage, startling Sogris with his enthusiasm. Sogris swiftly changes the topic, noting the banquet is approaching. He excuses himself and hurries off toward the hall. Thermion tells Layla to walk back slowly with Dane. He rushes after the Count, eager for a private discussion. As they walk, Layla asks why the summon obeyed Dane. He admits he does not know. It simply happened. Layla pouts in frustration, sensing Dane is hiding something, yet he stays calm and reminds her he helped her too. He brings up the moment he assisted her sword practice when she struggled. Layla recalls it and reluctantly admits he has a point. Dane decides mutual favors can continue, telling her she may ask him anything. Her mood flips instantly, excitement flashing as she says she wants to learn now. Dane pauses, surprised by her urgency, and asks what she wants to learn. She answers without hesitation, asking him to teach her the mana bullet. Dane asks why she wants it so badly. Layla says she wants strength fast, aiming for 2 mana cores before the academy. Dane questions her rush until she admits she wants to grow strong for her mother's sake. Hearing this, Dane recalls rumors of Countess Thermion being confined to bed. Realizing her resolve, he knows he cannot refuse her. Layla spins happily, declaring she is ready to train tomorrow or even tonight if possible. Dane sighs and says she can start any time, assuring her the technique is not difficult once mana flow is understood. Layla eagerly asks what he wants in return for teaching her. Dane falls quiet, making it clear his request will not be simple. The scene shifts to the banquet hall filled with hushed whispers. Guests murmur about Count Tyron being expelled from the castle. Some say his eldest son caused trouble by fighting young Master Dane. Laughter spreads as nobles enjoy Tyron's humiliation. Word circulates that Dane is an exceptional summoner, raising questions about House Sogris. Others add that Dane can use magic as well, leaving many doubtful. A mustached noble introduces himself as Baron Opent, asking Dane about his eastern lands. Dane answers politely about grilled trout and sapphires, earning a hearty laugh. The Baron proudly pushes his daughter forward. He admits he almost forgot to introduce her. She introduces herself as Sylvia Opent. Dane stiffens and nervously returns the greeting. Sylvia suddenly steps closer to him. She leans in with a grin and whispers about him inheriting House Sogris. Dane stumbles over his reply as Sylvia bluntly declares she will rely on him from now on. At that moment, Layla arrives while Sylvia still holds Dane's hand. Sylvia stiffens, sensing competition immediately. Layla glares sharply at Dane, demanding to know who Sylvia is. Sylvia greets Layla warmly, introducing herself as Baron Opent's eldest daughter. Layla responds stiffly, her smile strained despite polite words. Their smiles clash, thick with unspoken hostility. Dane senses danger, recalling memories of similar tension. Layla grabs his hand, saying she is borrowing him due to a prior promise. She glares, asking if he remembers. Dane cluelessly agrees and excuses himself to Sylvia. Sylvia forces a smile, saying they will speak again soon. As Layla pulls Dane away, Sylvia watches, clearly irritated at losing him. Layla still has not cooled off, clearly upset at Sylvia daring to pull Dane away. Her sharp stare rattles him as he realizes even a duke's daughter can be outmatched. Compared to the Eastern Baron's girl, Layla loses momentum fast, making Sylvia's retreat unsurprising. Once outside, Layla interrogates Dane about Sylvia, asking if an engagement is possible. Dane denies it firmly, saying they only exchanged greetings. Layla brightens instantly, her mood flipping so fast Dane can feel the shift. After a short walk, they reach the hidden spot only Dane knows, a place safe from interruptions. The moment they step inside the secluded area, Layla bursts into a joyful dance, delighted by the quiet beauty around them. She relaxes, relieved no one can see what they do here. Dane agrees, calling it ideal for training, then asks if she has ever sensed mana. Layla admits faintly and mentions breathing it in. Dane realizes she is not yet at the omission stage. Surprised a ducal house taught her this much. He chooses a simpler approach, saying the first step is sensing the mana she draws in. Seeing her confusion, Dane explains control comes before release. Imagination matters most. He tells her to close her eyes and picture mana swirling inside her body. She tries, but nothing happens, her expression showing she missed the point. Layla tries again, focusing harder. Still, nothing changes. Frustration builds and she complains, asking why it will not work. Dane reassures her calmly, saying this is normal for a first attempt, urging focus. Nearby, Count Sogris secretly watches the two of them. Pride fills him seeing his son teaching already, despite his young age. It confirms to him that Dane has truly matured. Suddenly, Duke Thermion appears behind him, startling Sogris with a sharp question. The Duke waves it off, telling him not to panic. He jokes about watching lovebirds. Sogris questions the claim and asks how he arrived. Thermion laughs, pointing out Sogris hid poorly, especially with an assassin wife. Caught outright, Sogris struggles to respond. The Duke teases him, warning that peeping lords invite rumors. Sogris snaps back, saying he followed his son. The Duke laughs and admits he followed his daughter. Both fathers prove equally hopeless. They stand together, watching like reckless youths spying beyond a school gate. Back with the kids, Dane opens his dimensional pouch, drawing Layla's fascination. He mentions his eldest sister made it recently as a gift. Layla feels a twinge of jealousy. Her brothers ignored her after joining the academy. Dane pulls a mirror from the pouch. Layla asks casually what it is for. Dane says it might help. He explains a mirror aids imagination better than empty thought. Dane tells her to stand before it and observe herself fully. Layla steps into position quickly and begins her mana-focusing routine once more. This time, Dane senses her resolve is far stronger. Lilia draws a steady breath, focusing hard, while nearby eyes quietly track her progress from the shadows. Both doting fathers squat low like conspirators, the Duke noting Lilia warming to Dane. Sogris asks if that is true, and the Duke says it is rare for her. Sogris wonders aloud if that makes sense, since Lilia always seemed cheerful and clever. Duke Thermion pauses, then admits her brightness is only surface deep. Inside she carries weight he cannot ignore. He explains that once her brothers left for the academy, her mother fell ill and remained bedridden, leaving Lilia isolated, unable to open her heart as before. Sogris asks why, knowing this, he still treats his daughter with such cold distance. Thermion admits softly that he does it on purpose, even if it pains him. He recalls spoiling his sons endlessly, watching them grow arrogant from excess affection. Sogris warns him not to project that fear onto Lilia. She would be hurt if she knew. Suddenly it becomes clear why she sought Dane's help instead of her own father. Thermion points accusingly, joking that Sogris still lectures him, while Sogris counters that truth deserves saying. Changing topics, the Duke asks when Dane will go to the capital, offering full welcome at the ducal castle. Sogris falls silent at the question. He looks back at his son, sees his happiness, and says he will honor Dane's wishes. Dane may choose his own path, just as his sisters did. Miss Sogris watches the two fathers quietly from afar. She looks embarrassed by their obvious spying and lack of restraint. Yet after a moment, she smiles softly. She accepts that parental love twists even the proudest hearts, and chooses not to interrupt. Back with the children, Lilia thanks Dane sincerely, calling him a true genius, admitting she feels inferior. Dane glances around to be sure the fathers are gone, then reassures her this is only her beginning. She asks if he plans to attend the academy, where all imperial prodigies gather. Dane says he is unsure, believing strength can be earned through solitary training alone. Lilia scolds him gently, explaining the academy builds factions and bonds beyond study. Dane is impressed by her insight, realizing she understands how the world truly works. He admits knowing this already, but says he still has much to learn at home first. Lilia agrees, then asks if he does not want friends his age, noting his sisters attend the academy. Running out of excuses, Dane says he may go someday. She invites him to visit her house then. Remembering favors, she asks when he will name his request for teaching her mana bullets. Dane shakes his head, saying he will tell her once he reaches the capital. She reacts in disbelief, shocked that he truly plans to go one day. Eventually, the day of her departure arrives. As Lilia's carriage rolls away down the road, Dane studies the stone-like object resting in his palm, a gift from the Duke. His memory returns to the Duke, calling it a birthday present, hoping Dane would value it. The Duke explained the Thermian symbols: revenge, sword, and blacksmith. He told how their house began with a blacksmith, forging the finest weapons on the continent. Every Thermian weapon defending the Empire was born from that forge. Dane already knew this history, drawn from knowledge carried over from his past life. That forge holds every known ore across the world, gathered in one place. From it emerge legendary weapons and rare artifacts, unmatched anywhere on the continent. The Duke explains that showing the insignia grants Dane a custom weapon, revealing the stone as a proof of honor and mastery. Count Sogris is stunned, knowing even the imperial family covets such an insignia. The Duke only smiles and pats Dane's head gently. He tells him to grow strong and support his father well. Layla waves goodbye with a smile, and they finally part. Back in the present, Dane's mother kneels beside him, asking if he is sad they left. He admits she was his first friend. She comforts him, saying he will meet her again once he reaches the capital. She adds that he will grow even more handsome by then, surely impressing her. Accepting this, Dane wishes Layla well, knowing their paths will cross again. Meanwhile, the Duke rides in his carriage, his thoughts lingering on Dane. Each glance at the boy stirs old memories. He is reminded of the warrior Argeric, a prodigy who wielded 3 classes at a young age. The Duke believes Argeric could have become a Hexa-class knight had he lived. That is why he hopes to meet Dane again once he matures. Days later, Dane sits alone before the egg. He has fed it mana daily and wonders if hatching is still far off. The egg holds a rare familiar, able to bind with mana even without summoner status. Dane knows his mana quality must align, and many unseen conditions remain unmet. He has heard stories of eggs that never hatch. He hopes this one is different, yet no response follows his mana shifts. After another long attempt, he sets the egg aside, admitting his expectations were rushed. Suddenly, the butler calls out from the gate, asking if Dane is ready. At that instant, the egg trembles and emits a faint sound. Dane rushes back, convinced he heard movement. The butler hurries in as well, asking about the noise. Dane asks him to wait while he checks the egg. Once more, nothing happens, leaving him quietly disappointed. Feeling no change, Dane tells the butler it was likely his imagination. When he enters the training hall, he begins with sword practice. His movements flow clean and precise. The butler beams, clapping and asking when Dane learned swordsmanship. Dane shrugs it off casually, earning praise as a natural sword talent. Holding the blade, Dane reflects on missing sword training while mastering the spear. Relieved his skill remains sharp. Delighted, the butler rushes off and returns with a full tray of snacks. The butler urges Dane to eat something first before resuming his intense training. Elsewhere, Count Sogris stands by the window, staring into the distance in silence. Hosting this banquet year after year has started to wear him down. Still, it showed him how closely the nobles now watch the South. Many seek his favor, drawn by peace, wealth, and climate since the war ended. Their interest was inevitable. Yet, it all fades beside the attention focused on Dane, whose clash with Tyron's son ended far beyond expectations. Calm, clear, decisive, and proven with real talent. Sogris feels his son is far too composed for his age, wishing he acted carefree like other children. As the training hour approaches, he turns toward the training hall. He brings Dragontail along, planning spear practice for Dane today. Stepping onto the grounds, he halts abruptly, sensing something unexpected. Dane is wielding a sword instead. The sight sparks immediate confusion. Sogris suspects Duke Thermian planted the idea. Otherwise, Dane would never swap weapons now. He watches quietly as Dane moves with practiced confidence. Every strike looks deliberate and controlled. The power rival's seasoned swordsman, leaving Sogris stunned by the skill on display. Unable to stay silent, he asks when Dane learned sword techniques. Knowing the truth must surface, Dane admits he never formally learned any of it. The answer only deepens Sogris's confusion, hinting at yet another hidden gift. He lists Dane's talents aloud: spear, magic, summoning, stealth, now swordsmanship. He admits that if not witnessing it himself, he would never believe it. Then he asks if Dane feels curious about the world beyond their land. Dane blinks, unsure where this question leads. His father tells him to chase that curiosity, believing this land is too small for him. Dane feels a quiet ache, realizing his father accepts he cannot keep him forever, and agrees to explore beyond. Sogris smiles gently, saying it is time to prepare him for the wider world. He admits the moment is bittersweet, but Dane's will must be honored. He then presents the spear, saying today's lesson holds something special. Dane recognizes it instantly. Sogris confirms it is Dragontail, the spear that answered Dane on his first birthday. He gestures for Dane to take it. The instant Dane grips the shaft, the spear responds. A powerful surge ripples through the weapon. Sogris laughs softly, noting the reaction far exceeds that first time. Given Dane's growth, that surprise feels deserved. With pride, he vows to make Dane a true spearmaster before he departs. He tells Dane that Dragontail will be his someday, once he grows strong enough to wield it properly. Dane answers without hesitation, vowing to train hard and honor every lesson his father gives. Later in his room, Dane lies awake, his thoughts drifting toward the outside world. That curiosity has followed him since his past life, even through endless campaigns. Back then, life meant marching, pitching camps, cleaning gear, eating tasteless rations, then bracing himself for the next fight. The only exits were victory at war's end or death on the field. Those felt like the only paths, but now a peaceful life lies ahead, almost unreal. As Dane, he understands he must seize this chance. He has no idea how the world will use him, judge him, or challenge him. For the first time, the road is open. Travel, discovery, limitless possibility. At first, he wanted to stay wrapped in this warmth. His father's words changed that, excitement now pushing him toward the unknown. Right then, his mother slips into the room, startling him slightly. He asks when she entered. She teases him for missing the knock while lost in thought. She asks if he truly longs for the world beyond, and he answers honestly that he does. He explains his father's view, then apologizes, worried about leaving her behind. She pulls him into an embrace, telling him there is nothing to regret. She says she understands his gifts, and the world would call him eventually. Staying together longer would be nice, she admits, but impossible. So she urges him to go forward and chase his own path. Dane promises that even when he leaves, he will return often and share every story he gathers. She smiles and says it is time she teaches him as well. Dane wonders aloud what kind of lessons she means. She eagerly explains she will teach him everything about assassination. She lists skill after skill, leaving Dane dreading the exhausting days ahead. She sums it up simply: he will learn a great many things. Dane nods, promising to give his best effort. Watching her, he realizes these lessons will be filled with care. Time passes, and the scene shifts to the southern lands of the Altheon Empire, Sogris County, blessed with warmth and rich resources. A region that carried the empire through war and hardship. Under Count Sogris, it flourishes in peace and stability. With the war ended, the last small rebel groups are captured. An era of calm finally settles over the land. On a clear day, townsfolk chatter about young Master Dane visiting a shop. They whisper that the shopkeeper's eldest daughter fainted at the sight of him. Women gossip that he grows more handsome each day, longing to see him once. Rumors say he is still single, until one voice reminds them he is only 14. One woman adds that rumors say Dane does not look 14 at all anymore. They claim he is already as tall as Count Sogris, easily mistaken for a grown adult. The gossip fades. Time to see with our own eyes how much he has changed. The scene shifts to the outer edge of Sogris County, a land saturated with lingering ancient magic. This place is called the Forest of the Last Days. Dane moves through it on a task given directly by his mother, Lily Sogris. A spear rests firmly in one hand. The other grips a folded cloth, likely directions he already memorized. Whatever it holds, his route is already set. With 3 hours left before sunset, he knows delay means danger. Dane presses forward. He vaults between trees with sharp, practiced movement. The key objective is simple: stay unseen. He must avoid traps set by his mother and escape a forest full of threats. After weaving through the terrain, he drops lightly back onto solid ground. Dane pauses and draws a deep breath. He absorbs the flow of mana around him, then releases it calmly. Blending into the environment, hidden dangers begin to surface. Nearly invisible threads stretch across the space before him. He knows touching them will trigger every trap nearby. Simple design, lethal results. That is what makes it dangerous. Fortunately, this trap looks manageable. Rat-like monsters suddenly rush into the clearing. The moment they spot Dane, they charge without hesitation. There are many of them, far more than he expected. Worse still, they close the distance at frightening speed. He must act before they reach the trigger lines. One wrong move could activate the trap on himself. There is no time to hesitate. Retreat is not an option. Dane sprints away from the threads. The rats rush forward and spring the trap. Needles explode outward from every direction. The charging beasts are struck down instantly. Drawing them into the trap was his intention from the start. Relief flickers. Dealing with them directly would have been costly. Then he notices one rat still moving. It lunges as he closes the distance. Dane meets the remaining rustled beast head-on. He pushed hard, barely matching the vermin's speed as it nearly closed the gap. The swollen rat skidded to a stop, twisting its body to strike again. This time it attacked from afar, ejecting a strange substance from its mouth. Dane scanned the threat as the substance locked onto him. Unknown, yet clearly dangerous. He whirled his spear and broke the incoming attack in one smooth motion. The young man clenched his jaw, knowing time was slipping away against this bulky rat. Blocking would only slow him down, so he chose offense without hesitation. A blue aura gathered around him as his focus snapped fully onto the target. In a brutal, lightning, fast sequence, Dane unleashed his refined spear technique. His body flowed through the air, eyes never losing track of the enemy. The Russel's head split cleanly in two. Dane never glanced back as he sprinted onward with his task. By sundown, he arrived at the trial's final destination. Exhaustion crushed him, breath ragged as he fought the urge to vomit. Still, he had escaped the forest and its endless threats, without warning. A fierce presence surged from the woods, hinting the ordeal might continue. He forced himself up fast, regretting the moment he dropped his guard to rest. As he prepared to face it, he froze mid-step. It was his mother Lily who revealed herself deliberately to test Dane, and he succeeded. His forest run totaled 3 hours and 30 minutes, surpassing even Lily's own record. She had observed him the entire time. No mother would abandon her child there. Lily understood her son's talent better than anyone. Yet a mother's view runs deeper. After this trial that Dane dominated, she found no flaw in his survival or adaptability. She pinched Dane's cheeks fondly, claiming his growth could draw assassin recruiters soon. To mark his completed trial, Lily revealed her prized dagger, the Empire's finest assassin weapon, believing it now suited her son. From that moment forward, Dane became the owner of Nighthorn. Lily handed over the legendary blade gladly, having no need for it herself. Nighthorn was forged from ethereal ore, a rare material able to adopt any element. With it, he could store poisons endlessly, blending and absorbing them for his use. Dane thanked his mother sincerely for the inheritance, vowing to honor Nighthorn, ending his training. As they prepared to leave and return home, a harsh, guttural scream echoed nearby, stopping them both. The sound rose from deep within the forest's shadow. Together, they chose to investigate the source. Days later, the scene shifted inside the Sogers County Annex Tower. In a guest room, a man jolted awake, coughing and screaming in terror. Long white hair and beard framed his confusion as he gasped for breath in panic. He scanned the luxurious room, puzzled, recalling only a mushroom eaten in that cursed forest. The door slowly creaked open. Dane entered with water, cautioning him to stay still during ongoing detoxification. Dane explained the old man had eaten a poisonous red-nosed mushroom by mistake, adding that he and Lily barely arrived in time to save him. The old man recalled noticing those red-nosed mushrooms before, never suspecting they carried lethal danger. Dane said arriving any later would have meant death, then calmly handed the man a cup of water. He understood how severely dehydrated the old man must have been. While waiting, Dane quietly studied the unusual old man before him. A belt bearing the Nixian magic tower insignia caught his eye, marking the man as far from ordinary. Without Nighthorn absorbing the poison tearing through his body, the man would not have survived. Once the old man steadied himself, he asked their location. And Dane answered they were in Sogers County's Annex Tower. It became clear the man had wandered south after being poisoned, losing his way deep in the region. Dane advised him to rest properly and wait for the Count to visit soon. He then introduced himself plainly as Dane Sogers, the youngest son of Count Sogers. The old man's interest flared instantly, having heard of Arabella Sogers, the Empire's famed prodigy. Dane added they had found him during a training session in the forest with his mother. The old man nearly choked on his water hearing that, remembering the forest as pure torment. Even as an 8-chain mage, he became lost, his mana reversing mid-spell and ravaging his body. Ancient mana saturated the forest, paired with countless hidden traps scattered everywhere. As Sogri's territory, the forest punished outsiders, its ancient magic disrupting modern mana flow, making it a nightmare for mages. Only then did the old man fully grasp that Dane had truly saved his life. He also realized the boy training freely in that place might be a once-in-generations talent. Dane had even created the antidote needed to pull him back from death's edge. Judging by his age, Dane was still a teenager, yet capable of crafting a complex antidote with precision. The old man felt the Sogers family was unnaturally blessed, with multiple prodigies in magic and summoning. Even the youngest son appeared frighteningly gifted. In wartime, the House of Sogers could have dominated the Altheon Empire with ease. The old man thanked Dane sincerely, admitting he owed him his life. He was briefly taken aback by the boy's fearless reply, but firmly stated he always repaid his debts. He formally introduced himself as Ciedrain Gauss, former head of the Nixian Magic Tower, inviting Dane to ask for any reward. Dane only smiled at Ciedrain's subtle boast, already guessing the mage lived lightly through subspace storage. Ciedrain was unsettled by Dane's calm reaction, as most would tremble before a tower head, attempting to reclaim authority. He urged Dane again to request anything without restraint. Dane paused briefly, appearing to consider his response. Ciedrain smiled, expecting a chance to display his influence. Instead, Dane asked for time to decide, denying Ciedrain any sense of superiority with his indifference. Dane turned toward the door, wishing the mage swift recovery and urging more rest. After the young man exited the room, Ciedrain remained seated, stunned by the boy's casual demeanor. No one had ever treated Ciedrain like an ordinary magician before. He had planned to depart after a day or two of recovery. That plan changed. Having found a fascinating boy in the south, Ciedrain wanted to learn more about Dane. Dane casually told Herman who Ciedrain was, while the attendant grew excited, explaining that 8 chain mages stood at the very peak, the absolute elite. That meant a powerful figure now owed Dane a favor, since magic towers acted as independent territories, closer to sovereign states. In simple terms, Ciedrain carried immense influence across the continent. Still, it was strange that a magic tower head wandered that forest, a place mages labeled forbidden, known as the Forest of the Last Days. The name alone made it clear it was no place for ordinary people. Dane glanced at the sword in his hand and instructed Herman to arrange a replacement. His current blades had grown too light and too short for his frame. Fortunately, the Count's war spoils included many weapons, and tomorrow Dane could train with a proper longsword. For now, he would finish his training using the lighter blade. He also remembered the crest Duke Thermion had given him, a free pass to forge any weapon he desired. 7 years had passed since then, and Dane recalled those days fondly, certain he would visit the Duke's lands first when reaching the capital. After training, Dane met his father outside the hall, surprised to see him back sooner than expected. Matters outside concluded early, forcing the Count to rush home to meet the recovering magic tower head. He hoped Ciedrain Gauss could guide Arabella, as she would soon need a proper master. Dane considered the same, though he doubted the old mage could handle Arabella's sharp temperament. Regardless, Count Sogris praised Dane for saving a life and doing what was right. It was more than duty, it was an act few could accomplish. Dane had truly grown into a remarkable young man. As time continued to pass, Count Sogris found it harder to see his daughters. Arabella choosing a magic tower, Claire serving as an assistant professor. Such was the cost of raising exceptional children. While Claire and Arabella excelled, the Count held equally high hopes for his only son. He often wondered how the world would bear a man of such varied talents. The Count eagerly awaited the day his rival Duke Thermion would witness Dane's growth. Though years had passed since his reincarnation into House Sogres, the thought of crossing blades still fueled his resolve. He also wondered how Layla was doing in the capital, her last letter arriving over a year ago. Dane looked forward to learning what she was up to when he visited the capital. Days later, Sidrain complained of going stir-crazy confined to the guest room, despite not being fully healed. The doctor warned him to stay nearby and strictly forbade any magic use. His mana reflux remained unstable, and the poison within him was not fully neutralized, requiring more rest. Sidrain had little choice, unused to life without magic, forced into an unfamiliar pace, unable to endure confinement. He wandered outside despite knowing nothing of the annex layout. The doctor feared the old mage might cause trouble, leaving him responsible. During Sidrain's stay, housekeepers spread rumors, claiming mages were either geniuses or lunatics. Maids reported seeing Sidrain pacing every floor repeatedly, then staring at garden flowers for hours. Though said to be powerful, all they saw was a strange old mage, sparking concern for Lady Arabella. In truth, Sidrain was utterly captivated by the estate's finely crafted garden. He never imagined such arrangements could hold extraordinary magic. Dane eventually found him there, after searching the entire annex. Sidrain clearly disliked being confined in unfamiliar territory while waiting for full recovery. In the end, everyone involved only wanted what they believed was best for him. Regardless, the surroundings offered a calm place suited for rest and recovery. Dane understood why nobles flocked south during vacation season. He loved it here. Yet departure loomed. Curious, Sidrain asked the young man about his next destination. Dane answered casually that he would head to the capital soon, leading Sidrain to assume the academy. After all, both of Dane's sisters held notable standing within that prestigious institution. While the Sogris daughters were renowned for exceptional talent, Sidrain's interest leaned toward Dane himself. Acting on impulse, he infused mana into his eyes to examine the boy directly. Inside Dane's body, an immense tide of raw power surged without restraint. Sidrain's eyes widened, never having witnessed mana of such density in one so young. If ordinary geniuses were streams, then Dane was a violent torrent sweeping all aside. Such power should have been unstable, threatening constant overflow, yet it remained perfectly contained. Dane called out the old man for inspecting his magic without consent, stating it was rude. Sidrain halted at once, praising Dane's awareness, apologizing for his careless behavior. Internally, Sidrain struggled to understand how Dane restrained such force. Unmatched even in his archmage years, Dane, puzzled by the reaction, wondered what had caused the sudden shift. Only then did Sidrain notice the absence of a magic circle. Shocking, given the raging mana present. Horror crept across the old mage's face as he grasped the severity of the situation. Looking deeper, Sidrain saw 2 mana cores within Dane's heart, an absurd achievement at his age. Yet instead of awe, anger flared at the path Dane had chosen. To Sidrain, using such mana density solely for spear combat was pure madness. He viewed forming cores instead of circles as sacrilege, abandoning the greatest magical potential he had ever seen. Confused by the outburst, Dane asked if both mana cores and magic circles could coexist. That question only fueled Sidrain's frustration further. He clutched his head, overwhelmed by the wasted potential and the depth of Dane's misstep. Sidrain explained that magic swordsmen lived short lives because cores and circles interfered, overwhelming fragile circles until collapse. Dane understood the basics but had never realized the consequences were so severe. Sidrain grew increasingly irritable. Watching supreme talent devoted to martial combat, Dane asked carefully if pursuing magic without a circle was truly impossible. Sidrain answered it was theoretically unlikely. He added that every attempt he had witnessed along that path ended in failure. Still, Dane felt no discouragement, remaining intent on testing that route himself. Though inexperienced, he sensed he could cast spells without relying on a magic circle. Cedrain believed the boy had lost his mind. Without delay, Dane began reworking a familiar magic code using his existing knowledge. He adjusted runes and ambient mana, the sequence unfolding without resistance. The altered code produced a fire spell, releasing a controlled yet forceful burst. Certainty replaced doubt as he succeeded, casting a simple one-chain spell without a magic circle. Cedrain stared in disbelief, as common sense denied such a feat. In all his years leading the Nixian magic tower, he had never witnessed anything similar. Dane continued refining the code, shaping a mana barrier that wrapped tightly around his body. Dane explained that Arabella noticed his extreme magic affinity, suspecting it explained his abnormal control over mana. That theory made sense, yet what Dane achieved far exceeded accepted magical principles. Cedrain Gauss had stood among the highest mages for decades, yet this was the first time he felt true awe before raw talent. Dane, meanwhile, was simply entertained that the spells responded as intended. The old archmage's legs shook, overwhelmed by excitement. Dane possessed unmatched mana affinity, with purity and density beyond any recorded mage. This was no ordinary prodigy, he was a singular existence. Cedrain finally lost restraint and directly asked Dane to become his personal disciple. He pressed the offer relentlessly, determined not to let this chance slip. Ignoring such talent, he believed, would be a crime against the world itself. Growing weary of the persistence, Dane listened as Cedrain asked if he could cast two-chain magic. Dane admitted he had never learned two-chain magic codes, making higher spells impossible. Cedrain laughed boldly, boasting Dane could reach 8 chain spells under his guidance. Yet Dane declined calmly. Cedrain's patience began to fracture. At that moment, Count Sogris stepped in, laughing at the strange closeness between Archmage and son. When asked, Dane replied honestly that the old man kept pushing discipleship despite repeated refusals. Cedrain adjusted his tone, properly praising Dane's future potential before the Count. He stressed that Dane's path surpassed imagination, already casting chain magic without a circle. As a warrior, Count Sogris grasped how absurdly rare such a feat was. By now, the Count no longer felt shock at his son's unnatural abilities. He praised Cedrain's insight, yet noted talent alone fell short. Dane could become an unmatched magic swordsman. At those words, Count Arkan pictured his son abandoning the spear for a blade. His cheerful expression hardened, tension thickening the air. The title magic swordsman clearly struck a nerve with Arkan. Dane winced, knowing Cedrain had spoken a forbidden term, oblivious. Cedrain pushed harder, vowing to shape Dane into the Empire's strongest magic swordsman. By the time he noticed the Count's fury, it was already too late. Count Arkan shouted that his son would never become a magic swordsman, while Cedrain argued sword and magic were ideal. Arkan roared back that, if anything, his boy would wield magic with a spear. Only then did Cedrain grasp the real issue. Dane stayed silent, avoiding the brewing storm, as his father slowly regained composure. Cedrain realized he had never encountered a family as abnormal as the Sogresses. To mages, taking a disciple held immense significance. Powerful mages passed on their legacy through inheritance, a tradition spanning ancient to modern eras. Cedrain sought not merely a student, but a successor to his life's work. Seeing an 8-chain archmage persist so fiercely gave Dane deep confidence in his own potential. A strange, unfamiliar sensation stirred within his body. Now comfortable with magic's foundations, Dane recalled Arabella's old gift, a crystal ball meant to let him see his sister. Dane decided getting Arabella's opinion might help. Pulling out the crystal ball and feeding it mana, he reached out telepathically to Arabella, who was studying inside the academy library. Once she recognized his voice. Shock turned to joy. She dropped everything, thrilled her little brother called. Even Arabella froze when she heard Dane cast a one-chain spell without a magic circle. She knew his mana affinity was extreme, but never imagined it reached that level. A circle only refines and circulates mana, so his energy might already be pure enough raw to confirm it. Arabella planned to send a mana stone to the transmitter in Dane's room. Having Arabella's support mattered, as she was already a 6-chain mage, steady and reliable. Arabella reasoned that since Dane already used chain-level magic, drawing massive attention at the academy would be unavoidable, which he clearly wanted to avoid. Still, talent always attracts eyes, and Arabella promised to crush anyone who dared bully him. On bullies, Dane asked about her breaking a senior's nose, the second son of the Dwell Duchy, realizing she was speaking publicly. Arabella forced herself to calm down. Given time, she theorized Dane's mana purity would keep rising, another path worth observing. Sadly, the call ended early when a professor summoned Arabella. They said goodbye, and she promised to send the mana stone soon. Only then did the weight of forging an unseen path truly sink into Dane. With such pure mana, he jokingly wondered if a dragon heart beat in his chest. Meanwhile, Sidrain remained confined to the annex, worsening his reflux after inspecting Dane with mana, if the boy accepted. Sidrain could pass down the greatest legacy a mage could leave. He questioned how to tempt someone uninterested even in 8-chain magic. Perhaps a priceless artifact or a refined inheritance from countless generations. Yet offering treasures up front risked being scammed, leaving him empty-handed. While lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. It was Dane. Sidrain wondered if the boy came to apologize or finally accept his offer. Dane sought the old mage because he had something important to discuss. Sidrain assumed discipleship acceptance, but Dane shut that idea down immediately. Sidrain asked if Dane already had a master, but that was not the reason either, thinking he was being toyed with. Sidrain asked what Dane truly wanted. Simply put, Dane lacked the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic. Learning from his distant sister was impractical, and Sidrain still owed him a debt. Dane admitted he refused a single path. Mage alone, or magic spearman alone, was not enough. To Sidrain, such a combination bordered on insanity and did not exist. Dane even planned to add swordsman to that already absurd title. The sheer ambition frustrated Sidrain, realizing Dane's resolve left no room for discipleship. Then, a different idea surfaced in the old mage's mind. Sidrain stood and asked if Dane would accept a letter of recommendation. A recommendation from the former Nixian magic tower head would carry immense weight at the academy. Dane considered it briefly and judged the offer worthwhile. He accepted the letter, then added that he had one more request to make. Sidrain chuckled inwardly, convinced the boy finally yielded, believing his grasp on a rare genius was secured. With the Archmage in good spirits, Dane requested the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic, a trivial matter for Sidrain. After all, Sidrain possessed complete knowledge of every existing 2-chain magic code. Dane was young, so a recommendation letter and a few codes felt minor, despite Sidrain's weakened state. Sidrain was even ready to begin instruction immediately. Dane smiled quietly, aware he had just landed an enormous gain. He extended his hand, stating Sidrain's life debt was now settled, exactly as the old mage declared. Since gratitude allowed any request, Dane simply claimed what he wanted. Sidrain bristled, realizing he had been maneuvered instead of gaining a disciple. Dane's response remained unchanged. The answer was still no. The Archmage had been outplayed by a 14-year-old. Unwilling to concede, Sidrain argued Dane demanded 2 rewards for 1 rescue. Dane calmly disagreed with that assessment. First, he saved Sidrain unconscious within the forest. Second, he neutralized the poison tearing through the old mage's body. Carrying Sidrain back to the annex was ignored, considered a bonus effort. Sidrain fell silent, logically cornered without rebuttal. He wondered how such fearless children came to exist. Eventually, Sidrain and Dane arranged lessons inside the training hall. Sidrain accepted he might never gain a formal disciple, choosing instead to stay close. He simply could not abandon talent of this magnitude. The lesson began. Adjusted for Dane casting chain magic without a circle, demanding intense focus. Countless aspiring mages never reach this stage and quit entirely. Dane concentrated fully, grateful for guidance from a true master. Sidrain noticed the spark in his eyes and refused to hold back. His reputation as an archmage demanded nothing less. 2-chain magic required self-calculated mana output, atmospheric density awareness, and bodily control simultaneously. Sidrain explained the complexity, expecting confusion or simplification requests. When he asked if clarification was needed, Dane smiled calmly and urged him to continue. For Dane, learning code rearrangement and unknown principles was deeply illuminating. To confirm understanding, Sidrain asked him to explain the laws of rearrangement. According to Dane's notes, the first law was coexistence. Mana could exist alongside physical matter and external energy sources. Through coexistence, mages combined personal mana with ambient power to activate spells. The second law was conservation. Gathered mana could express different attributes through preservation. Dane not only understood the theory, he expanded it with personal insight. Where others found theory dull, Dane showed hunger, talent, and drive. An ideal mage candidate. Continuing, Sidrain explained each higher chain multiplied complexity, making demonstration preferable to theory. Sidrain calmly drew forth a thin strand of his mana. He laid out a clean magic grid, demonstrating a one-chain cast using only the most basic rules. Past that point, starting from two-chain, the structure grows sharply more complex. He reshaped the thin strand of mana into a turbulent weave of runes and force. This revealed the full rearrangement code required for two-chain magic. Dane fixed his gaze on the display, tracking the dense knots and layered flow. Sidrain adjusted the code and formed two-chain fire magic. Fire arrow. Repeating use being the path to mastery. The old mage believed Dane was finally grasping how deep magic complexity truly ran. By his judgment, most mages needed at least a year to move from one chain to two. No matter the genius, the mind can only process fragments of a code at once. Sidrain planned to watch Dane's progress for about a week. Feeding techniques gradually. Dane wanted to try immediately, and Sidrain allowed it, fully expecting failure. But the moment Dane drew mana from his body to shape the first code, the atmosphere shifted. It felt like watching a true master at work unfold in real time. The young man focused completely, hands guiding pure mana spiraling through the air. He recreated the exact grid Sidrain had shown as the foundation of one chain code. Each line formed with fixed width and length, frighteningly precise. Stunning Sidrain. Stopping here would seal genius status. Yet Dane continued. He pushed further, dismantling the grid into a controlled whirl of loose mana. Sidrain froze, witnessing a flawless reconstruction of the two-chain rearrangement code shown only once. Asked how, Dane replied he observed patterns and rules, visualized every variable, and followed them naturally. Sidrain grew more astonished each moment. Even he needed time for two-chain, yet Dane achieved it without a circle, as if testing limits. Dane calmly announced he would attempt the fire arrow spell next. Mana and runes flowed around his body at flawless speed and rhythm. He reordered the code cleanly, manifesting multiple fire arrows without error. Sidrain stared at the finished spell, struggling to accept what stood before him. Watching Dane triggered an internal crisis, thinking his dream of 9-chain might have been possible with such talent. Dane exerted free control over the fire arrows. They streaked through the hall as Sidrain steadied himself. Even Dane surprised by the effortless result. One truth stood firm. The world would erupt, seeing a circleless mage perform such feats. Sidrain knew this talent must stay hidden. Too many would approach with ill intent, and he still wanted Dane as his disciple. Since Dane grasped codes so fast, they could continue deeper, Sidrain weighing what to reveal in the Academy recommendation. That night, Dane rested in bed, replaying the magic lesson, resolving to master theory and practice alike. In his past life, learning magic was impossible. Death on the battlefield always looming. Survival demanded swordplay alone, leaving no room for studying spells. Back then, magic favored theory long before practical casting. Now he had time, resources, and talent to pursue far more. Dane could merge Arabella's teachings in theory, with the natural talent he was born with. With even simple guidance, his growth could surge explosively. Trained by a former tower master, he eagerly awaited the magic to come. Half a month later, Dane asked his father to help create a magic reagent, lacking materials. Travel beyond the territory was required. Sidrain confirmed Dane was ready after mastering 4 rearrangement codes. Normally, even geniuses take a month per code, and reagents are rare and valuable. Dane only learned of them through books in the family magic library. Sidrain accepted the truth. Dane was exceptional, and took joy in his interest in reagents. At last, Count Sogris agreed, seeing this journey as growth and a chance to see the territory. Dane smiled, thanking his father for trusting him to venture out. He departed on a short trip toward the outer regions of Sogris land. Sidrain and Herman accompanied him, locals still watching Dane with reverence, even on the outskirts. Dane returned every greeting with warmth and a gentle smile. During the journey, Sidrain sensed Count Sogris ruled kindly, judging by the people's happiness. The southern lands held much to offer: rich culture, warm people, and tempting local snacks. Clear skies and decent faces filled the streets. A scene almost unseen inside the capital. That rare calm was exactly why Dane cherished this territory so deeply. Their small caravan lingered near the outskirts, circling routes to reach the magic supply shop. Dane had never visited before, so he relied on Herman to guide them forward. The three picked up speed without hesitation and reached the shop in moments. The magic shop owner froze when young Master Dane entered her modest store, praising his silver hair and emerald eyes, grateful as few locals visited anymore, with foreigners keeping her business alive. She also recognized Sidrain, former lord of the Magic Tower, and thanked him warmly, lifting the old man's spirits at being remembered. She invited them to browse freely, asking to be called if needed, while Sidrain urged Dane to explore as much as he liked and spoke with the owner. At a glance, Dane spotted shelves packed with potions, gems, charms, and countless magical items. Yet a faint sense of déjà vu stirred uneasily in his mind. When he touched the wares, he sensed their magical responses instantly. He blamed his high affinity and kept browsing until a soft ringing echoed, tugging sharply at his attention. One corner of the shop pulsed with a noticeably stronger reaction. As he neared it, the owner mentioned that side only held decorations. Sidrain called Dane to review potion ingredients together. Having gathered materials like moonroot, useful in dozens of brews, the owner assured them every ingredient was refined personally to the highest quality. Dane barely listened, the ringing sound clouding his thoughts. He moved deeper among the decorations, sensing a strange power pulling him closer. There he saw a stone radiating pure mana, clearly the source of the ringing. Dane rushed toward it, his body moving before his mind could object. Herman noticed his young master acting strangely and hurried over in concern. To him, Dane only stared at a plain rock embedded as decoration. Dane could not explain it, but the stone was undeniably calling to him. He pulled it free and held it, feeding it mana and feeling the reaction intensify. The object might have been responding uniquely to his magic. Meanwhile, Sidrain continued selecting raw ingredients without pause. Dane asked the owner about the stone's origin, and she repeated that it was mere decoration. Still, no decoration should react with stronger magic than anything else inside. Sidrain asked if she had been tricked, and she admitted a peddler paid her with a sealed bundle years ago. When she opened it eagerly, only the plain stone lay inside. She once had a mage appraise it, confirming it was nothing more than an ordinary rock. Dane's reaction proved it was far from ordinary. The owner urged him to ignore the stone and focus on her finer magical products. She presented numerous valuable artifacts, each more impressive than the last. Dane remained fixated on the stone, wanting nothing else in the shop. She showed him a name scroll card for storing information, and in the end he bought both the card and the useless stone. He knew this was not something he could abandon. Even Sidrain could not understand what stirred inside the young man's mind. On the return ride, the old mage asked if Dane liked decorations, or truly sensed something special within the stone. When Dane explained the slab reacted to his mana, Sidrain chose to stay open-minded. He saw nothing unusual himself, yet curiosity rose, with crowded streets forcing haste. The small caravan quickly pushed back toward the castle. Sidrain prepared a priceless experimental apparatus to uncover the stone's true nature. He trusted his method could appraise it without error. Though another mage found nothing before, Sidrain claimed no appraiser surpassed his device. He had invested everything into this advanced appraisal tool, certain it could analyze anything placed upon it. Both waited eagerly, focused on the stone that seemed so ordinary. Sidrain set the slab carefully onto the platform. He instructed Dane to channel mana into it to provoke a response. Dane followed without hesitation. The stone instantly released a dense surge of magical power. Light bloomed inside the device, swirling and shaping something intricate. Sidrain watched closely as the brilliance intensified around the slab, seeing his tool awaken the stone's secret. Sidrain regained pride after repeated losses to the boy. Mana spilled outward, tracing glowing runes through the air. Dane recognized them at once. Weeks of study revealing a magic code inside the stone. One Sidrain claimed was no ordinary design. The structure was unheard of, its complexity rivaling even 6 or 7 chain formations. The stone hid a code, and only Dane's mana could unlock it. Revealing it was one thing, deciphering its purpose and selective response was another. Even Sidrain, master of the arcane, had never seen this magic. Yet his pride drove him to solve it. Success might reveal why Dane's magic was so different. While Dane and Sidrain labored to decode the magic at the Soger training ground, Arabella pursued her own research inside her academy laboratory. Her workspace stood orderly, shelves packed with carefully sorted books and artifacts gathered from countless studies. She preserved her brother's mana signature in a magic stone, confirming its abnormal nature. Dane's magic carried a distinct trait, unlike any known system, despite relentless testing and research. No matter the field, she could not classify the anomaly. She tried reagents, gates, and magic engineering, yet every method failed. Still, she believed the answer existed, hidden somewhere beyond reach. Then a memory surfaced, a tale of a forgotten branch of magic, a discipline erased from history, possibly linked to Dane's power. Arabella tore through towering stacks of books and records, searching for an old tome covering alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and primitive magic code. In her haste, another dust-coated book slipped from the shelf. She picked it up, realizing it was an ancient magic text. That sparked memories of her studies on the lost kingdom of Arcana, a realm said to exist over 2,000 years ago. Inheriting ancient magic no longer practiced, Arabella chuckled and dismissed the thought. Ancient magic was gone. Dane's power could not belong to a forgotten age. Still, she had reached a point where there was nothing left to lose. She chose an untested approach, placing the crystal holding Dane's mana into her magic typewriter. She aligned it with the ancient magic tome. After moments of focused silence, Arabella opened her eyes, stunned. The crystal was responding. She rapidly recorded the mana traits, racing through theories, hoping for any answer that did not point toward necromancy. When the analysis ended, it felt like lightning struck her thoughts. All she could say was, "What in the world are these findings?" Back at Sagra's training ground, Dane and Sidrain continued testing the stone, pushing for stronger reactions. After sustained effort, Sidrain finally broke the slab's seal, revealing something hidden inside. With careful control, the old mage reached in and retrieved it. It was a silver bracelet, simple in form, yet dense with magic. To most eyes it looked ordinary, and even Sidrain found its material unimpressive. Since the stone answered only Dane's mana, Sidrain assumed the bracelet would do the same. Dane slid the bracelet onto his wrist. At first it hung loose, clearly oversized. Then the reaction began. The bracelet glowing as it synced with Dane's mana. Just as expected, it answered only him. Strange symbols surfaced across the bracelet, faintly glowing as Sidrain leaned closer. Dane nervously asked if the old mage could read them, instead of confusion. Sidrain broke into a wide grin. They were ancient runes, unreadable today, belonging to the lost Arcana kingdom. Dane remembered fragments from childhood stories Arabella shared, an era ruled entirely by magic. That age had ended suddenly, without explanation, leaving only relics and myths, now joined by this sealed line of magic code. Sidrain always knew Dane was special, but linking him to Arcana deepened his resolve to claim him as apprentice, especially with rumors tied to the Forest of the Last Days. Dane's strange affinity now fit the pattern. Yet all they possessed were a few unreadable runes. Sidrain urged Dane to proceed carefully and keep this discovery hidden. Their calm shattered as a dreadful sound rolled across Sogra's land. Both froze, sensing something ominous drawing near. The alarm's echo hit hard, and Sidrain quickly recognized a monster alert. The sound stirred him deeply, his healed body eager for battle and repayment for Sogri's kindness. Fired up, he barked at Dane to grab a weapon, but Dane remained still and unreadable. He calmly slipped a hand inside his coat and drew out a pendant, as Sidrain questioned it and the alarm, only for Dane to reveal the sound had nothing to do with monsters. The signal actually meant his eldest sister was trying to reach him directly. Realization hit the old man hard, his excitement collapsing as he scolded Dane for not saying so earlier. Dane laughed it off, calmly reminding him there was never a reason for monsters nearby. With the confusion settled, Dane answered the call while the old man stood there visibly deflated. Once connected, his sister demanded to know why he responded so late. Dane apologized and asked her reason, just as she began hinting about his magic code before stopping. She abruptly asked if someone else was listening nearby. That single phrase confirmed everything for Dane. She had uncovered his ancient magic, causing the old man to shriek in disbelief and demand answers. Dane explained their own findings, how he and Sidrain learned his magic belonged to an ancient kingdom, after stones reacted only to him. The old man clenched his teeth in frustration. Stunned, she deduced it from mana alone, her talent far exceeding his expectations. Arabella asked if anyone else knew. Dane said no. She sighed in relief and warned them to keep it secret or face severe consequences. She apologized for not greeting Sidrain sooner, but he laughed it off, promising to guard Dane's secret completely. A leak would endanger Dane and House Sogri's. Arabella praised Sidrain for grasping the danger instantly, fitting for wise Sidrain. Sidrain asked if the call was recorded, and she answered no. She explained the record would erase itself once the call ended, easing concerns, as Sidrain revealed plans to investigate at the magic tower. Arabella thanked him, while he downplayed it as a mage's duty, refusing any sense of debt. Changing topics, Sidrain asked if she had chosen a tower to join. She caught his implication immediately and tried to evade the question. She said the Nixon Magic Tower did not match her field of interest. The answer annoyed him again, realizing Dane's sharp wit clearly ran in the family. He hid his irritation, laughing it off and saying she need not join his tower, while Dane watched with quiet concern. Arabella chose to end the call, saying they would discuss details later. After brief farewells, the connection closed. Sidrain remarked on her impressive growth. Dane agreed and noted the artifact they used was her creation, popular among young mages. Sidrain smiled but showed irritation, claiming he had no need for such items once reaching the 8th chain. Dane understood the subtext. The old mage avoided trends because he lacked companions. Later, Dane told his parents everything. His mother grew worried, while his father vowed retaliation against any threat. His mother agreed firmly, stating she would show no mercy for her son's safety. Dane felt uneasy under their fierce protection, yet knew nowhere was safer. Sogri's wondered if their bloodline carried dormant ancient magic. His wife agreed and planned to investigate her family history first. The mystery deepened, making Dane wonder what both lineages might reveal. Though not vital to him, curiosity lingered. His mother reminded him he had outgrown this place. Staying longer might stall his growth, urging him toward the capital. The word capital caught him off guard. His parents reminded him the academy required his age, and now there was nothing left to teach him here. His mother placed her hand over his, telling him he could leave whenever he chose. She stressed the decision was his alone, surprising Dane with their readiness. His father expressed confidence, encouraging him to chase his talents freely. Dane smiled, saying he understood and would prepare for the academy. The family shared a quiet smile as the path forward was decided. By this point, Dane feels genuinely energized, ready to step into the next phase of his life. Later, Dane informs Sidrain of his plan to leave the mansion, and the old man asks if the decision is truly his, which Dane confirms. Admitting the timing came sooner than expected, Sidrain supports him fully, saying keeping such talent confined would waste it, and warns Dane to hide his strength, since jealousy thrives even where talent is praised. Dane already understands this, having been warned by Arabella through her own extreme experiences. Sidrain adds that mediocrity struggles in the Academy's environment, but assures him House Thermion stands above that. Mention of House Thermion reminds Dane of Layla and his promise to visit her in the capital, knowing failing her would cause deep disappointment. He also recalls the crest Duke Thermion gave him, deciding to think carefully about what weapon to choose before departing. Sidrain reminds him there are 3 months before Academy entry, advising him to leave here in 2 months. Dane agrees, then asks Sidrain about his own future plans. Sidrain explains he will return to the Magic Tower to settle unfinished matters, thanking Dane for easing his boredom and promising to share any discoveries about ancient magic. Dane is grateful, as Sidrain stresses lessons must now take priority. Planning to accelerate training while warning the third chain will be far harder. Dane promises to study relentlessly to reach it. He then tells Sidrain he has prepared a gift for him. Sidrain's interest sparks immediately, curiosity plain on his face. Dane produces a box, explaining it arrived yesterday from his sister through teleportation magic. He says it is a popular item among youths, a new compact crystal ball not yet released, developed by Arabella, obtained through a favor. Sidrain grabs the crystal at once, unable to hide his excitement. He praises its appearance, claiming he does not need such things, yet openly accepts the gift despite his protests. His expression betrays clear delight at owning it. Dane patiently explains its use, guiding Sidrain step by step like a child teaching an elder. As night falls and Dane returns to his room, he reflects on how much he must accomplish in the remaining 2 months. He admits his main focus is summoning, setting a goal to formally enroll in summoning classes. He plans to obtain a summoning sign and qualify for the exam, hoping to see Claire often since she is an assistant professor. Thinking of summoning, he remembers he nearly forgot to infuse mana into his familiar. He takes the egg and channels his magic into it. For 7 years, Dane has infused mana into the egg every morning and night without fail. Though it still shows no response, the magic is absorbed, not lost. He remains confident the egg will hatch one day. The scene shifts to the Academy, where students discuss enrollment exams, a common test and a specialization test, the first covering imperial culture and history. Arabella explains these details to Dane through the crystal. She reassures him that strong performance matters greatly for admission ranking. She then explains the specialization exam, where a chosen major is tested by professors, confidently saying it will be easy for him, as it was for her. Yep, it was a piece of cake for me. She adds that once a major is chosen, it cannot be changed. She urges him to choose carefully, hinting she would be pleased if he selected magic. As Dane practices sword swings on the training grounds, he smiles awkwardly, realizing she still has not stopped trying to recruit him. To deflect her persistence, he says he will think about it. Then he asks if there truly is no way to change majors after enrollment, just as she said. Arabella explains that this is normal procedure. The only real alternative is graduating first and returning later. She adds that he can still attend classes from other majors during his studies. However, once third year begins, non-majors are usually barred from advanced courses outside their field. That means he gets one chance to choose. She also mentions an autonomous major system meant for rare talents like him. Dane finds this intriguing and asks how it differs from standard majors. Arabella casually warns that unless he plans to fail, he should avoid it, since no one has ever passed that exam. Dane pauses briefly, clearly interested, the silence hinting at a bold thought forming. Still, he reassures her he will not act recklessly. With that settled, he tells her they can talk later, and the call ends. Alone. Arabella wonders if she pushed too hard toward magic, yet still believes it suits him best. At that moment, another student approaches, informing her the professor is calling for her. Later, Sidrain presents a completed recommendation letter prepared for Dane as promised. Dane is genuinely pleased, as Sidrain proudly explains he crafted it carefully, avoiding empty praise and highlighting Dane's true potential, urging him to feel honored. Dane smiles and promises Sidrain he will meet those expectations. Sidrain grumbles that things would be simpler if Dane accepted him as a formal disciple. Unsure he will ever be seen as a true master, Dane's awkward smile suggests the old man may not be wrong. Sidrain asks if preparations are complete, and Dane replies he needs little, since academy dorms provide essentials. Sidrain agrees the facilities are excellent, adding that only elites control them, yet Dane will not lose to arrogant nobles. Dane laughs faintly, recalling rumors that the academy attracts unruly noble youths. Sidrain warns him that many students will bare their fangs if they feel looked down upon. Dane reflects that this mirrors battlefield law, a concept he understands well. He assures Sidrain he will remember this, and is told he may contact him any time. Now that Dane owns the compact crystal, Sidrain expects him to use it properly. Dane realizes this means Sidrain is leaving soon, and the old man confirms it, surprised by Dane's insight. Sidrain explains staying would be troublesome with an advisor offer pending, matters he will address later due to tower duties. Dane quickly understands this refers to researching ancient magic. Sidrain thanks Dane sincerely, and Dane returns the gratitude for all the time invested in him. They share a warm smile, Sidrain eager to see how much Dane will grow. Sidrain departs, asking Dane not to see him off, leaving Dane quietly saddened by their parting. The next day, Dane's father asks if he plans to leave now that Sidrain has gone safely. Dane confirms his readiness. His father notes the castle will feel empty. While his mother feels relieved he is moving forward. Her only worry is his journey, but her husband reassures her the arranged teleport gate ensures safety. The mother smiles, admitting her worries were unnecessary. She feels proud raising children without succession conflict, unlike many other houses. His father notes their house will face that choice someday, but believes any sibling would be worthy. At that moment, Dane enters, greeted warmly by his parents. His father asks if he is ready, while his mother asks if he carries Nighthorn and her mark. Dane smiles brightly, confirming he has both. His mother reminds him to show the mark where instructed if he needs help. Dane agrees while wondering about those people. His mother confirms they are close colleagues, unseen for years, yet surely willing to help. When Count Sogris overhears the exchange, his face tightens in alarm, fearing his son might stray toward an assassin's path. He quickly interjects, urging Dane to seek Duke Thermion upon reaching the capital, trusting the Duke to guide him until academy entry. Hearing this, Dane's mother begins to cry softly, overwhelmed by watching her child finally leave. Her husband gently comforts her, saying this moment deserves smiles and blessings, not tears. Dane steadies himself, the resolve he built fighting lingering hesitation. The moment to depart has truly arrived. Herman escorts him toward the teleportation gate. His father watches quietly from a window, while a shadowed figure moves under the Count's command. The Count orders Gilad to follow Dane discreetly and ensure he reaches the gate safely. Gilad accepts the mission and vanishes into motion. Elsewhere in the castle, Dane's mother summons her familiar, Shadow. She gives the same order, to guard Dane until his teleport completes safely. Shadow obeys and departs at once. When Dane reaches the portal site, Herman freezes in awe at the sheer size of the massive machine. Dane also acknowledges its overwhelming grandeur. Herman praises Lady Arabella's brilliance, and Dane agrees, noting the year it took her to build it. The butler excitedly asks if stepping onto the platform activates it. Dane confirms with a simple yes. He reflects on the immense effort required, since teleportation relies on flawless code structures. Mana must flow constantly while the code shifts before casting succeeds. Arabella's gate fulfills every condition perfectly. Herman wishes him luck and urges him to stay safe. Dane returns the farewell and begins, walking toward the portal. As he steps inside, he channels mana into the gate to activate it, exactly as his sister instructed. The gate responds, arcane blue energy wrapping around him. Teleportation begins. The scene shifts to a crowded street alive with motion. Amid the noise, Dane appears atop his horse. A wide smile forms as he realizes he has arrived at the capital. Artina. Moving through the crowd, an unfamiliar voice calls out, saying it has been waiting for him. The speaker stands clad as a knight. He introduces himself as Luik Asmar, captain of House Thermion's 1st Knight Corps. Dane is stunned by the personal welcome, as Luik declares they will escort him from here on. Luik turns sharply and commands. His knights secure the route, each responding without hesitation as they advance. Dane feels reassured under Luik's protection, while the knight takes pride in escorting him. A strange pressure tightens in Dane's chest, never imagining he would stand inside the empire he once despised, now welcomed as rising talent. As the escort moves deeper into the city, Dane hears merchants shouting prices and praises for their wares. He is startled by the abundance, the capital far more alive and crowded than expected. Night falls as they finally enter House Thermian's estate. The sight sharpens Dane's focus. Looking ahead, he is stunned by the estate's sheer scale and elegance. Still, an uneasy sense lingers, like unseen eyes tracking his steps. He questions whether the feeling is real or imagined. Near the entrance, servants greet him warmly and usher him inside. The welcome leaves him speechless. They stand in perfect formation, every motion refined, a sharp contrast to southern households. Dane soon stands before Duke Thermian himself. He greets the lord of the house respectfully and kneels to show proper respect. Thermian accepts with warmth, inviting him inside, eager to hear about his exhausting journey. Indoors, Thermian remarks on how much Dane has changed since their meeting 7 years ago. He praises Dane's presence. Certain even older youths lack it, noting Count Sogris must be proud, and invites Dane to enjoy his stay until the academy exam. Thermian promises a personal servant to fulfill his needs. Dane thanks him and asks about Layla, curious about her condition and recent days. Dane listens as Thermian says she is well, but asks if they argued recently. Dane questions this, and Thermian explains Layla grows sour whenever Dane's name arises, though Dane recalls no conflict. Thermian assumes exam pressure is the cause, confident Layla will pass without issue. Dane privately wonders about her odd behavior, thinking it may simply be a passing phase. Thermian suggests Dane rest for now and talk later, hinting he should act gently. Dane does not grasp the meaning, but Thermian assures him clarity will come soon. Once a servant leads Dane to his room. He surveys the space, knowing he will stay here until the entrance exam. The room's luxury feels excessive for a guest. He drops his bag, planning to unpack before visiting the training grounds. At that moment, a familiar presence enters without warning. She immediately insists on taking him to the training grounds. The instant the voice reaches him, Dane knows exactly who stands behind him. Turning around, he sees Layla, clearly grown since they last met, her changes impossible to miss. Annoyance fills her face as she demands why he took so long to arrive. Dane lights up at the sight of her, happily asking how she has been. Layla snaps back that she is doing fine, but her anger cuts off any reunion warmth. She fumes over his silence, furious he never sent a single letter despite promising. She demands why he ignored her for years and failed to announce his arrival. Dane admits forgetting and apologizes, but she remains unsatisfied. He argues that he kept his promise by coming, explaining his preparations consumed him, begging her to forgive him this once. She pouts stubbornly, irritation plain on her face, leaving Dane painfully aware of her mood. Dane asks if there is anything he can do to make amends, apologizing again and promising to follow any request she makes. Layla arches a brow, questioning if he is actually serious. Dane answers with an awkward smile, deciding to agree to anything just to calm her anger. He finally asks what she wants him to do to make it right. After a pause, she proposes a spar, catching Dane completely off guard since he never expected that. Even so, he accepts without backing down. Layla lets out a smug snicker, clearly pleased with herself. She warns him not to regret it, claiming she is far stronger now and no longer the clingy child he once taught. Her confidence surprises Dane, making him realize how much she has grown over 7 years. He recalls her letter about winning a competition, and Layla explains she claimed victory in the Dronzer Cup. He remembers it being a tournament for those under 15, and she confirms it was intense, saying they would have reached finals together. Dane says they can make up for it now, but Layla checks if sparring so close to the exam is wise. Dane dismisses the concern, though he privately wonders why either of them would get hurt. They agree to hold the spar the next day since it is already late. The following day arrives with both of them standing ready outside. Layla asks if he has a proper weapon, insisting she does not want him using a bladeless tool again. Dane reminds her it is a light match and practice weapons are normal, warning that injuries are still possible. Layla answers confidently, saying the Empire's best healer is right there. Dane counters, asking what happens if something severe occurs before help arrives. Layla hesitates, and Dane tells her that using real blades requires proper resolve. She complains that he is overthinking a simple spar. In the end, she agrees to use practice weapons and orders a servant to bring them. While waiting, Dane feels glad seeing how confident she has become. As rumors suggest, she is close to matching her knight brothers in ability. There is even talk she could become House Thermian's first female head. Dane reflects that teaching her mana control may have shaped this growth. From Layla's view, she feels thankful, his guidance helping her master magic far faster than others. She has waited years for this moment and wonders if winning would upset him. The servant finally returns with the equipment. Dane takes a dummy spear and swings it lightly to awaken his muscles. He settles into position, posture calm and composed, then asks if she is ready. Layla confirms and assumes her stance with a practice sword. She recalls facing a spear user in the Dronzer Cup and handling it easily. She knows spears lose power once distance closes. With that in mind, she rushes forward without hesitation. But before her blade can reach him, Dane vanishes from sight, leaving her stunned in place. Before she can even locate his position, she realizes too late that Dane has already marked her, the spear resting where it should not be. The spar ends instantly, finished before either of them could truly begin moving. She spins back fast and demands to know when he slipped in behind her. Dane tells her she should feel fortunate they trained with dull weapons. Real steel would have ended badly. Layla flatly rejects the outcome, refusing to accept that she has been beaten. She is convinced her blade had already reached his space first. Dane grants her another chance but warns that the same trick will fail again, cautioning her to advance carefully. Layla steadies her breath, admitting inwardly that nerves betrayed her after so much time apart. This time she swears she will hold nothing back against him. At that moment, Layla notices her father standing high on the balcony, silent and observant, his gaze never leaving the training ground below. Dane also spots the Duke and feels surprised that he came personally, clearly intending to judge his daughter's ability with his own eyes. Dane understands the concern of a devoted father. After the Dronzer Cup, her effort must worry him. Yet this match should reveal her real strength. Layla feels her resolve ignite further under her father's watchful eyes. She is determined to prove herself by unleashing everything in this final exchange. Dane nods calmly and urges her to show him everything she has. When the clash begins, their movements explode into a blur of violent speed. Layla attacks with complete commitment, no restraint left behind. Even so, her relentless assault still falls short. Dane notes she still lacks something and pushes her to reach deeper. The Duke chuckles with pride, pleased by her showing so far, yet eager to see the conclusion. Then the atmosphere shifts, something heavy and unsettling flooding the space. Dane's confident grin disappears, replaced by a battle-hardened stare that stirs painful memories within the Duke. The duel presses on without pause or mercy. Layla strains with all her strength to overwhelm Dane, but the difference between them becomes impossible to ignore. One mistimed step leaves her completely exposed. Dane moves instantly, sweeping her balance away. He controls the fall carefully, ensuring she hits the ground safely. Duke Thermian watches grimly, clearly displeased by his daughter's losing momentum. He asks his knight Asmar whether this defeat might temper Layla's arrogance. Asmar replies that Thermian already understands the situation, making further comment unnecessary. Thermian agrees, recalling he noticed the signs even before the cup, though victory changed her. The fight continues as the Duke admits he once considered scolding her harshly. He decided instead that she must learn the lesson on her own. Asmar expresses his agreement with that judgment. Thermian then turns and questions his knight once more. He asks how many mana cores Dane might possess. Asmar guesses at least 3, but Thermian counters quickly, judging 2 more likely with only a slim chance of 3. Asmar questions the meaning behind the Duke's remark, unsure what Thermian is pointing at. Thermian answers calmly, urging his knight to observe the fight more carefully. What overwhelms Layla is not Dane's spear skill or raw speed alone. It is the calculated positioning and control behind every step he takes. A style of pressure Layla has never truly faced before. One that strips away confidence without relying on brute force. The focus shifts to Layla, confusion written clearly as every strike she makes is shut down. Dane explains that her delayed motions allow him to read her intent too easily. Each attack follows a pattern, giving him complete control of the exchange. Thermion then asks Asmar if he senses the presence of a veteran swordsman in Dane. Asmar agrees at once, yet admits confusion over how someone so young holds such depth. Thermion recalls Layla's greatest leap forward 7 years ago after the southern inspection. Meeting Dane back then changed her path, and he believes it will happen again now. Asmar admits his surprise. Despite her Dronzer Cup victory, Layla is clearly outmatched by Dane. Duke Thermion does not believe harsh training explains Dane's strength. He insists Sogris is not severe by nature, and Dane shows no signs of forced growth. Asmar struggles to follow where the Duke is leading this thought. Thermion speaks plainly, stating this boy is far from ordinary. He calls Dane a genuine prodigy beyond common standards. Thermion suggests Dane likely ignored the Dronzer Cup entirely, not from fear or lack, but from complete disinterest. Asmar agrees outwardly, yet inwardly doubts it. The cup is every youth's ambition. Thermion reminds him no peer of Dane's age comes close to his skill. As the Duke finishes speaking, the battle shifts abruptly. Layla drops to her knees, drained and unable to continue, watching her fall. Thermion believes this struggle may temper her pride. He hopes the sparring reveals her limits clearly. Only by shedding arrogance and refining skill can she surpass her brothers. From Layla's view, defeat stacks upon defeat, revealing Dane stands far above her reach. Seeing her exhaustion, Dane decides to end the session there. In truth, Dane fulfills Thermion's intent, reminding Layla she is not unrivaled. As they leave, Layla fumes and demands to know how he trained so thoroughly. Dane answers simply that he practiced with steady dedication. The casual reply unsettles Layla, making her feel her own efforts were dismissed. Dane adds calmly that she must train harder to improve. With nothing more to say, he turns and walks away. Layla refuses to let the moment define her. She declares firmly that next time she will not lose. Dane looks ahead to their next clash without hesitation. He departs quietly, leaving Layla alone with her thoughts. To Layla, Dane stands as the only peer her age she genuinely respects and looks up to. At the same time, he is the one person she is determined to surpass no matter the cost. She refuses to be seen as a child waiting for guidance, yet every effort leaves him further ahead. Still, she steels her resolve and promises herself that next time the victory will be hers. Several days later, it is revealed that the Imperial Academy entrance exam is far more than a test. It unfolds as a massive festival, drawing gifted youths from across the Empire with families in tow. The capital swells under the weight of countless arrivals gathering for this single event. This year alone, roughly 6,000 hopefuls registered to challenge the examination. With only the exam fee required, anyone could apply regardless of background or standing. Even so, the contest proved brutal. Nearly 2/3 failed early, leaving only the survivors. Now 2,000 applicants remain, ready to face the specialization exam awaiting them. All of it takes place within the walls of the Imperial Academy. Inside, influential figures convene to address the surge, predicting only 200 will advance. They exchange theories about what kind of talents might endure the coming trials. Leading the discussion is Professor Denavo, serving as Dean of the Magic Department. Beside him stands Ingrid, the composed Dean overseeing the Spearmanship Department. Denavo wonders aloud when rankings will be revealed, curious about the top performer. Someone suggests the swordsmanship lead belongs to the young lady of House Thermion. The discussion expands as Delphine, head of summoning, calmly joins the exchange. Seated next to her is Esternod, the stern dean of the swordsmanship department. While speculation grows louder, Denavo remains silent, listening without interruption. He finally cuts through the noise, dismissing the guesses as premature assumptions. Drawing attention, he produces a letter that instantly commands the room. He explains it is a recommendation from Cedrain, bearing the Nixon Magic Tower seal. Shock ripples through the room. disbelief rising as some still doubt it tops the cup winner. Donavo presses on, reminding them that Drain never takes disciples, yet wrote this. He adds that the candidate is only 14 and already a 3-chain mage. Suspense tightens until Donavo reveals the name, Dane Sogres of House Sogres. Silence crashes down as every figure absorbs the weight of the revelation. What deepens the shock is the realization of what this means for the Academy. With 2 House Sogres geniuses already enrolled, a third will draw all attention. Esternod notes Sogres is famed for spears, making a mage recommendation puzzling. Ingrid agrees, admitting she expected him to pursue spearmanship instead. Donavo shows clear excitement, eager to welcome him into the magic department, especially with his sister Arabella already there, strengthening their standing further. Suddenly, an attendant rushes in to announce that the exam results have arrived. A system window appears, displaying the department outcomes clearly. Swordsmanship admits 1,367 students. Magic takes 227, summoning only 152. The swordsmanship count stands overwhelmingly high, especially when placed beside the far smaller numbers of the other departments. The announcement leaves the entire room frozen, stunned by what they have just heard. Esternade allows himself a smug smile, satisfied with his department's numbers, certain Dane stands among them. Every professor begins scanning the results at once, eyes moving fast. They search for Dane's name, yet it appears nowhere, drawing visible disappointment. An elderly man asks if any applicants remain unlisted, and the reporter confirms one autonomous major entry. The words autonomous major hit the room like a heavy weight. The reporter continues, dropping another shocking detail without pause. Dane Sogres ranked first overall among all 6,000 applicants. The revelation stuns them again, silence gripping the room. One professor cries out in disbelief, unable to contain the shock. A month later, we meet Dane, already settled into academy life as time slips past quickly. The first exam is done, and now he waits calmly for results, the test proving manageable. Layla rushes over, barely containing herself as she asks about his placement. We already know Dane placed first, a result that feels inevitable. For Layla, it is another bitter loss. Frustration clear as she realizes she fell behind again. Dane feels satisfied watching her reaction, intent on grounding her inflated confidence. Still irritated, Layla demands to know how he studied so effectively. Dane replies that he reviewed old exams sent by his sister, though some sections challenged him. Military science favored Dane, a field he knows well from a former battlefield life. Layla cannot accept that 14-year-olds face war strategy tests, while Dane admits he enjoyed it. Her temper flares as she insists such subjects exceed their age, glaring at him in disbelief. Dane calmly answers that warfare is his strength, then reveals he chose 3 for the second test. The number stuns Layla, as it confirms he applied for the autonomous major. Each revelation fuels her irritation as she presses him about hidden talents. Dane only smiles. She demands answers and questions his choice, but Dane says evenly that he wants to study everything. Layla snaps back, reminding him how terrible the autonomous major pass rate is. Dane remains calm, explaining students there may attend any class until graduation. They avoid choosing a major and can research freely across departments. Layla narrows her eyes, accusing him of avoidance, which Dane firmly denies. She presses harder, demanding his plan and probing for more hidden abilities. Dane briefly considers explaining more, clearly weighing his patience. The scene shifts deeper into the academy halls. Professors are overheard discussing Dane in hushed but tense tones. They explain that passing the autonomous major requires clearing 3 department exams. An extreme challenge. 200 years have passed since its creation, with almost no full successes. In its early days, the requirements were far less severe. During conquest eras, the Academy accepted talent of any kind. Anyone with promise was trained and deployed without hesitation. Over time, standards hardened and expectations rose sharply. Now students favor mastery of one field, leaving the autonomous major nearly abandoned. Donavo reminds the room that it stands as a symbol, a rare badge of honor reserved for the Empire's finest. Delfineso counters that its value has faded, declining so far that it survives mostly in name. Denavo adds that records show only 2 passed in the last 1,000 years. 1 quit. 1 became emperor. Ingrid remarks that, without true genius, even attempting the autonomous major borders on impossible. Delfinesso notes, Dane is the youngest child of war hero Arkan Sogras. That alone proves he comes from no ordinary house, and she admits curiosity about his limits. Some professors suggest Dane could simply be arrogant, yet easing up is not an option. As professors, they must judge fairly and fully, and Denavo finds the challenge compelling. If Dane dares confront a symbol of the Academy, Denavo wants to see the resolve firsthand. The second exam begins. Dane steps forward, states his name, and declares the autonomous major. Denavo asks if he truly understands the weight behind such an application. Dane answers with confidence, stating he knows he must pass 3 separate major exams. Ingrid warns him he can still withdraw, citing respect for Count Sogras. She does not wish to see the son of such a figure fail publicly, or be forced to return home carrying disgrace. Dane thanks her concern, but states firmly he came prepared to give everything. The professors expected no less from someone standing there now. Anyone who would falter at words alone would never have applied. Denavo explains the rules clearly. Fail 1 test and the attempt ends immediately, with the conditions set. The examination moves forward. Denavo signals to the summoning department head, Professor Delfinesso, to begin. She steps before Dane, facing him directly without hesitation. Dane recalls her reputation, a peak summoner who once controlled 3 high-rank summons. Delfinesso explains the test is simple. Dane must satisfy her through summoning alone. The format excites Dane, as it allows freedom rather than rigid display. He asks if she would perform a summon herself. The request shocks her, and she sharply demands clarification. Even the surrounding professors are visibly unsettled. No applicant has ever asked a professor to summon before them. Curiosity stirs as Denavo wonders if Dane seeks to observe true summoning firsthand. Though irritated by the request, Delfinesso restrains herself. She agrees to comply, choosing to indulge his audacity. She warns him this is rare, and he should not miss a moment. Delfinesso begins her spell, mana rising steadily around her. The summoning circle expands as the spell reaches completion. Pressure floods the chamber, scattering loose objects outward. Even the professors stand stunned by the force. At last, the summoned form becomes clear before them. The entity is revealed as the Mad Summon, Eater Arc. A single roar from the beast sends a chill through everyone present. Dane explains this summon is the most vicious among third-rank beings, known to attack anything in sight, excluding its summoner, and even then, Dane never expected such a sight during an entrance exam. What began as routine now promises to become far more intense. Having complied with his request, Delfinesso tells Dane to reveal his intended action. Onlookers are stunned, as even among 4th-rank summons, Eater Arc is infamous for its savagery. Even coordinated dual-class knights would struggle, leaving Ingrid confused by such a summon. While others freeze, Dane calmly walks straight toward the towering beast. The sight makes Delfinesso panic, urgently warning him to retreat before it strikes. The threat is obvious. The creature will attack if he advances further. Dane ignores the warning, approaches the beast, and states he is proving his summoning skill. Delfinesso accepts that intent, but says he need not risk himself to do so. Dane raises his hand calmly, assuring her there is no danger. With a firm gesture and a brief exchange directed at the creature, the massive summon, once radiating pure menace, lowers its head, submitting quietly, obeying Dane as if fully tamed. The moment leaves every witness completely stunned. Dane casually strokes the monster, treating it like a harmless animal. Even Delfinesso reacts in disbelief, no different from the rest. Such a creature cannot be subdued so effortlessly. Then she notices the faint mana thread linking Dane to Eater Arc, pale and incomplete, yet enough to erase the creature's hostility entirely. The phenomenon unfolds clearly before them. Still, none can fully accept what they are seeing. Delfinesso wonders if Dane analyzed the mana thread instantly, then mirrored it himself, the optimal method without a summoner mark, revealing extreme talent, a gift surpassing even the praise she once earned from her mentors. Such ability leaves her questioning how far his future will reach. She steps forward and declares the demonstration more than sufficient. She praises his courage, sharp judgment, and firm fundamentals, officially granting him a pass. The remaining professors watch in rare astonishment. That night at Duke Thermian's palace, Dane recounts the test, shocking Layla with its short duration. She reluctantly admits he now stands as top student, though Dane reminds her she holds swordsmanship first. He tries lifting her mood, noting her father even celebrated her success. Yet to Layla, Dane feels less like a rival and more like an unstoppable force. Unable to respond, she quietly walks away. Later, Duke Thermian advises Dane to give her space, confident she will recover in time. The Duke shifts topics, asking if Dane informed his father, certain Count Sogras would be proud. Dane confirms it, saying everyone back home celebrated the news with joy. Thermian smiles, noting the autonomous department is no small achievement, then urges rest before enrollment. Dane thanks him sincerely, as Thermian asks what he plans to forge. Dane mentions a sword, undecided. Dane explains his body is still developing, which complicates the choice. He adds that he has yet to decide the sword's form, wanting to consider carefully before committing. Thermian finds Dane's thoughtful caution quietly amusing. The butler arrives suddenly, informing the Duke that the madam requests his presence. With that notice, Thermian excuses himself and departs. Dane remains behind, reflecting that the Duchess's illness has not changed. It has lingered unchanged for many long years. Layla appears and shares that her mother is stable, neither better nor worse. Hearing this, Dane feels sympathy, having never seen such prolonged illness firsthand. He refrains from claiming he understands Layla's feelings. 2 days later, the scene returns to the academy grounds. The headmaster greets the freshmen, introducing himself as Archwald Hamet. He praises their survival through harsh competition, calling them the Empire's future. He notes many outstanding students this year, including one who passed the autonomous major. Only 2 have passed in the last 100 years, this one approved by all 3 deans. The crowd erupts, stunned that such a feat is even possible. The headmaster calls forward the top student, Dane Sogras. Dane steps onto the stage. The crowd roars, eyes locked on him. Shock spreads as they realize this boy passed the autonomous exam. Whispers ripple through the crowd about Dane and House Sogras. Count Sogras watches proudly nearby, while Thermian praises him for raising such a child. Thermian feels a sting of regret over his own son's absence. One son is on mission, the other long gone, leaving only his daughter present. Seeing Sogras's daughters, Thermian feels a quiet envy. He turns his gaze toward Layla. Sadness weighs on him, wishing her mother could witness this moment. Dane stands under the spotlight as all attention centers on him. Delfineso asks Dane's sister if he bonded easily with summons as a child. She confirms it instantly. Delfineso takes this as proof of Dane's natural affinity, rare even among summoners. His sister wonders if such affinity could reach beyond the horizon. Beyond the horizon refers to a lost world once linked to summoning. Iso concludes it may be possible. As summons there choose their summoners. The headmaster approaches Dane directly. He hands Dane a document, expressing high expectations for his future. Dane accepts it confidently, smiling as he does. Around the grounds, scattered students begin moving back toward the central assembly. They line up in order, preparing for the oath ceremony led by the first-year representatives. Dane drifts into quiet thought, savoring his first real victory, finally standing inside the academy after all the effort. He knows this second life is not something he can afford to waste. This moment is only the opening step, and far greater heights still await him. The scene shifts toward the academy's vast main auditorium. Representatives conclude their introductions, granting students a brief pause before the next event. Freshmen are invited to relax, eat snacks, and recover their energy. During the short break, Layla hovers over Dane, warning him that his success will draw attention, both kind and hostile. She urges him to treat every offer carefully and think before accepting anything. Dane brushes it off calmly, but Layla keeps going, stressing the importance of clubs, which he dismisses. By then, senior students have begun scouting promising newcomers for their organizations. As the noise grows, Dane recalls his eldest sister once mentioning the academy's many lively clubs. A senior suddenly shouts Dane's name, openly trying to recruit him. Within moments, students flood in, voices overlapping as chaos erupts around him. Layla reacts fast, seizing Dane's hand and sprinting away. She drags him through the crowd, desperate to escape. Their path is blocked by other frantic recruiters pushing forward. The entire area collapses into noisy disorder. Students shout offers and promises without restraint. Layla runs full speed, pulling Dane as if chased, even with her pace. The crowd closes in behind them. While running, Dane notes the strange familiarity. Once chased by soldiers, now chased for talent. The view shifts elsewhere in the academy, introducing Kalthus Redfield walking alone. Nearby seniors whisper quietly, stealing glances, hinting at his reputation. Kalthus recently returned from commanding Imperial Knights and accepted a professor role. Celebrated by many, he personally avoids the burden of being a model teacher. That comfort ends now, with a new autonomous student forcing real responsibilities upon him. The focus turns inward to Kalthus himself. He thinks the orientation should have ended already. The idea of someone entering the autonomous department clearly displeases him. Worse, it happens while he serves as its acting head. Soon, he notices Dane waiting just outside his office. Kalthus calls out to him. He is surprised by how early Dane arrived. Dane responds politely, greeting his professor with proper respect. Once inside the office, they take their seats. Kalthus's thoughts reveal clear irritation beneath his calm exterior. He fought hard for this post to secure quiet comfort, never intending to teach. That life was behind him, with no retreat left. Kalthus asks why Dane chose the autonomous department, and Dane answers that he refuses confinement to one field. Dane adds he will choose a specialty later, but for now values the freedom to study everything. Kalthus grows irritated, realizing this path may force him to teach Dane. Hope sparks when he recalls Dane skipped swordsmanship, assuming weakness there. Kalthus asks if Dane knows swordsmanship, then clarifies it is a professional inquiry, not insult. Sensing his professor's reluctance, Dane replies plainly that swordsmanship does not interest him. That answer gives Kalthus his opening. He immediately proposes a test. As Dane's evaluator, Kalthus can remove him if his sword skills prove lacking. A poor showing would justify expelling him from the department. Kalthus leads Dane to the training grounds for evaluation. Once there, he gestures toward the wall of swords, telling Dane to choose freely. Dane scans the vast collection in silence. He wonders why an academic hall holds such weapons, especially unused for decades. After a pause, Dane selects a sword without ceremony. Kalthus questions the choice, but Dane confirms it calmly. Kalthus explains the rule. Land one hit and Dane passes. He limits himself to 2 steps, offering an advantage. Dane accepts instantly. They face off. Kalthus both relieved and uneasy at Dane's confidence. Dane's lack of hesitation feels unsettling, as if victory is expected. The bout begins. Dane lunges straight in. He swings cleanly, aiming to tag his professor. Kalthus slips aside with ease. Still, he notices Dane's speed, far beyond expectation. Doubt flickers. Maybe this boy belongs here after all. Dane attacks again, pressure rising with every strike. One swing nearly lands, chilling Kalthus. Dane presses forward once more. Kalthus draws his blade, forced to block. A slower reaction would have ended the match. Dane's style is rough yet lethal, unpredictable, clearly forged by experience. Dane retreats briefly, breathing hard, his stance unsettlingly familiar. It lacks refinement, shaped by survival rather than instruction. Dane charges again, steel meeting steel. Their exchange accelerates rapidly. Movements blur, blades ringing in sharp rhythm. Kalthus stares in disbelief. Nothing about this fits his expectations. A Hexa-class swordsman of the highest tier, yet he must pour mana just to match a 14-year-old. The clash feels equal parts irritation and excitement, proof of Dane's promise and a test never expected here. Even with strict limits, his footing wavers. Dane's strikes growing heavier with every exchange. The boy's combat rhythm pulls sharply at something buried deep in memory. The sensation feels disturbingly familiar. Kalthus's thoughts snap back to the battlefield, to a moment when he faced a lone knight radiating the same feral resolve. He recalls the shock of meeting such fearless intent. A warrior without banners or loyalty, carving through chaos with raw abandon. The memory dissolves as Kael'thas snaps back to the present, just in time to feel the cold touch of Dane's blade. The hit lands cleanly. Dane smiles faintly at the result, holding back any triumph. Instead, he says, "I think my sword hit you." Kael'thas grimaces inwardly, but a promise is absolute. He grants Dane a reluctant pass. Dane exhales at last, knowing he survived only because of the imposed restriction. Kael'thas stands stunned, forced to accept the absurd depth of Dane's talent. Now it makes sense why Dane never feared the swordsmanship test. With ability like this, fear would be pointless. Kael'thas asks why he avoided the sword department. Dane answers that his family would be sad. The reply confuses him at first. Then clarity strikes. A genius spearman father and gifted sisters shaped Dane's choice. He realizes Dane never doubted swordsmanship. He simply chose not to pursue it. With the test over, Dane bows and says, "Thanks, Kael'thas." He leaves quietly without another word. Kael'thas watches him disappear down the corridor. The truth settles heavily. His plan to preserve an easy life has failed. There will be no quiet escape now. As the door closes, Kael'thas shuts his eyes. His thoughts drift to a distant past and an old conversation. He once asked a fellow about a figure seen that night. The answer he received was simple. He is Argric. Later, Dane meets his second sister, who is stunned he passed. She knows Kael'thas never lets anyone through easily. He avoids meetings and despises interruptions unless summoned directly. He answers only to himself. That is why she worried deeply and now feels only relief. Dane notices she celebrates his safety, not his success. It is exactly why he values her so deeply. She truly cares for him. At last, the moment lands, the quiet before everything shifts into motion. His oldest sister bursts through the crowd, sprinting straight toward him. As the three siblings reunite, murmurs ripple fast through the students, shock spreading as House Sogris stands complete. Many once praised Arabella and Claire alone. Now the youngest proves equally formidable. Time passes, then a senior steps in. Max Hauer introduces himself to Dane, calmly explaining he oversees every aspect of dormitory operations across the academy. He explains the dorm split into 3 halls, students placed strictly by academic performance, as top scorer and autonomous major passer. Dane earns Danter Hall. Max describes elite facilities, dining, training, libraries, lounges, magic projection rooms, and quietly hints at restricted areas. Dane has no clue what those hidden places truly mean. He chooses silence and listens as Max adds that poor grades can force removal. Noting Arabella and Claire stayed until graduation, strengthening the fearsome weight behind the Sogri's name. With explanations finished, Max hands over Dane's apartment key, mentioning an extra copy exists. He adds that replacements are available anytime the key goes missing. Max warns about odd students here. Not dangerous, but unsettling, urging Dane to observe for himself and saying questions can reach him through a crystal ball. After that, Dane turns and heads toward his assigned room, walking deeper inside. The luxury of the hall becomes impossible to ignore. Yet something feels wrong beneath the polished surface. Not a single human presence registers, as if the entire place vanished at once. Unease settles in, pushing him to extend his senses outward. Instantly, a faint trace of lubricating oil drifts across his nose, along with the soft, almost hidden squeal of rotating gears. From that alone, he knows this is a trap, and he has already stepped inside. Instead of fear, he smirks, amused by how crude the attempt really is. The ones behind this watch through a hidden window, confused by Dane freezing, unsure if he already realized he walked into a setup. The bespectacled one, Arnold, insists that is impossible, claiming the colored lineage mastered trap hunting for centuries. He is Arnold Colored, eldest son of the Colored Barony, a 3rd year from the shooting department. One student mutters that this prank might cross into danger. Arnold dismisses it, claiming all risks are removed, thrilled since this is his first time leading a hazing. Others hesitate, Uneasy about targeting someone from House Sogries, Arnold shrugs it off, reminding them all endured worse, confident Dane will end this humiliated and broken. Priscilla Nerial, a fourth-year theology student from House Nerial, voices concern, warning that a top autonomous student with genius sisters may not fall so easily. Arnold responds firmly, convinced Dane could not have sensed anything. He explains the traps were painted to blend in and lubricated to erase mechanical noise. At last, Dane takes another step forward. The watchers erupt with excitement, convinced success is near, unaware that Dane already mapped every trap around him. He deliberately sets off the first one. A water balloon drops from above, exactly as Dane predicted. He shatters it instantly with a precise mana bullet. The second mechanism activates right after, releasing a foul trap designed purely to wreak. Arnold spirals, unable to process what he is seeing, staring in disbelief as Dane bypasses every trap without fail. He brushes it off, claiming everything unfolding is nothing more than coincidence. Priscilla Nerial remains unconvinced, her doubt sharpening with every passing second. Arnold reassures her calmly, saying the early traps were bait. The final one is decisive. Dane will fall. The other two seniors place their trust in Arnold's setup and stay silent. Priscilla keeps doubting, and events unfold exactly as she feared. Dane marches through each trap as if they barely exist. His posture stays steady, fully prepared for whatever follows. After marking every trap position in the corridor, Dane Sogries smiles and moves forward without hesitation. The first trigger fires boxing gloves from multiple angles. His precise footwork renders it meaningless. A cartoonish drop trap follows. Feathers burst outward as Dane avoids it cleanly. Poles thrust upward next, meant to humiliate him, but they fail just as easily. Watching in disbelief, the seniors recall how even his sisters once fell for similar traps years ago. Arnold, colored, nears a breakdown, all their effort wasted as Dane moves like he knows everything. Refusing to yield, Arnold clings to pride, trusting the final trap to succeed. Priscilla asks what kind of trap remains. Smiling, Arnold keeps it secret, urging them to watch closely for the reveal. In the hallway, Dane stops abruptly, facing what appears to be a massive dragon. The final trap reveals summoned forms, a dragon and a skeletal stag shaped like death. They rush forward with overwhelming presence. Yet Dane stays calm, surprised by such preparation, then senses something wrong. Their upper forms look solid and real, but their lower halves lack proper structure. A closer look reveals distortions, the figures bending unnaturally along the hallway edges. Dane smirks, recognizing the threat as illusion. Loud and intimidating, but false. No prankster could command real beasts. Once exposed, the trap becomes simpler than the others. Avoiding it would only waste effort. He adjusts the ambient mana flow, disrupting the illusion's function as energy gathers in his hands. Watching from another room, the seniors grow confused as Dane shows no fear. Arnold feels dread, shocked a freshman unraveled such a refined illusion so quickly. Priscilla winces, knowing their entire plan has collapsed completely. After gathering enough mana, Dane releases a spiraling surge forward. The wave cuts through the dragon image without pause. Struck at key points, the illusion destabilizes, haze spreading through the hall, with precise magical control. Actions like this come naturally to the prodigy. He even finds the hostile welcome dull and uninspiring. With the path cleared, he decides to locate whoever orchestrated this. Tracing the source to a nearby room, panic erupts as seniors flee a summoned beast, turning to Arnold for guidance. None of them know how to respond to such a dangerous backlash. As the creature corners them, its presence overwhelms, fear freezing the seniors in place. Dane intervenes calmly, forcing the chaos to halt with decisive control. Hearing his voice, the seniors turn toward him in shock. They plead for help, promising apologies for their pranks just to escape safely. Dane lifts his hand, runes forming as mana answers his command. A huge portal opens behind Eterarch, locking its movement and slowly pulling the monster inward. With another calm gesture, Dane seals the portal. Eterarch vanishes like it never existed. Arnold and his group freeze in shock. The hunting heir questions if the beast was illusion. Moments later, they rise, humiliated. One senior clears his throat, admitting the initiation ceremony failed completely. The glasses-wearing senior steps up, introducing himself as Drogon Valentine, fifth-year alchemy student, sole heir of Marquis Valentine. Drogon piles on praise, noting Dane's looks and build, unsurprising given his famous sisters. Unsure why this matters, Dane stays polite, shakes Drogon's hand, and greets him. Drogon continues, praising Dane's trap awareness, saying an autonomous student was bound to break their setup. He casually reveals Arnold planned everything. Heir of house-colored, masters of hunting traps. Arnold flushes at the call-out, while Dane smiles, finally knowing who designed the hallway. To recover control, Drogon gathers everyone to introduce themselves properly. The blonde woman introduces herself as Priscilla, a fourth-year theology student. Drogon warns Dane not to flirt. Priscilla snaps back, calling herself kind and beautiful, an abandoned child of House Neril. Dane answers with an awkward smile and a polite, clumsy response. When their hands meet, Priscilla freezes, eyes wide in shock. In that instant, she senses an overwhelming density of mana unlike anything before. The power feels impossible for someone his age, shattering her understanding of magic. She stares at her hand, stunned, while Dane seems to expect her reaction. Arnold scoffs bitterly, refusing to believe they overreact to above-average mana. Meanwhile, Shal Hasbro steps in, second-year martial arts student, distancing himself from the physical beauty club. Dane recalls those muscle-obsessed students trying to recruit earlier. Shal explains martial arts are more than muscles, inviting Dane to learn more. Only one remains silent, the trap designer himself. The others push Arnold to drop his pride and greet Dane properly. Arnold sulks stubbornly, acting like a resentful child. He finally gives in, shaking Dane's hand, forcing a compliment through clenched pride. Dane says the traps were solid, praising Arnold's mechanics, but notes they were visually noticeable. He explains the paint choice was the flaw, suggesting F3 silver mixed with DD6 black in a 4:6 ratio. Thinking it over, Arnold admits the advice makes sense. Aside from paint, the traps were well made. The seniors stare in disbelief, watching a freshman instruct Arnold on trap design. With introductions done, they offer to guide Dane to his room through the dormitory halls. Despite the prank, Dane finds the seniors surprisingly enjoyable company. Watching their banter, he feels like he gained a group of strange but friendly allies. From here on, things promise to become far more interesting. The next morning, Layla scolds Dane for enrolling in 6 major-related classes. With 3 majors, 2 classes each, plus liberal arts, his schedule borders on madness. Layla warns most freshmen take 4 classes, urging him to reconsider by day's end. Dane assures her he is fine, adding 2 liberal courses and military science without hesitation. Layla shudders, recalling how military science nearly ruined her entrance exam score, as expected of the top student. Dane enjoys it. They part ways, meeting later in swordsmanship class. She enrolled in understanding cosmetics and skin as part of her liberal studies. Despite being the fiercest swordsman of her generation, Layla is still a young woman at heart. Dane enters first period as whispers spread. Classmates puzzled why the top student chose this subject. Curiosity mixed with hesitation, none hiding their murmurs. The first class on his schedule is Introduction to Military Science. From his reading, Dane already noticed gaps between theory and real warfare. Practice rarely follows clean doctrine. The fact military science persists in peacetime proves fundamentals still matter deeply. When the professor arrives at the lectern, students stand in respect, only to be told to sit immediately. He flips through the textbook before giving his opening greeting. Francisco Gavias is a white-haired middle-aged man, eyes marked by battles, a veteran teaching military theory. Before anything else, he calls attendance. From his seat, Dane quietly evaluates him, recognizing long service on real front lines. That realization alone sparks his excitement for the class. Gavias opens by criticizing blind theory, stressing free will, sacrifice, and balance, yet explains theory builds understanding, then asks what matters most in war. Among dozens of students, only one hand rises without hesitation. Professor Gavias nods in approval toward that student. It is none other than Dane Sogris. He answers calmly that supply lines decide war. The professor reacts with genuine surprise at the sharp response. He adds that victory and safe return depend entirely on secured supplies. The veteran finds it striking that such an answer came from the very first student. Testing further, Gavious asks Dane to name 3 critical supply line factors. Without pause, Dane explains strict management. Long distances invite corruption. Even one misaligned person can cause shortages. From his experience, greed within logistics causes most supply failures through embezzlement. Pleased with the explanation, Gavious urges him to continue. Dane names standardization next. Unified sizes and quantities ease production, delivery, and frontline clarity. As Dane delivers knowledge beyond textbooks, confused murmurs ripple through the class. Even Professor Gavious looks taken aback by the depth. For the final factor, Dane answers local procurement. He explains prolonged war degrades supplies when systems fail. Local sourcing allows minimal self-sufficiency through nearby production or trade. Quality may drop, but it sustains troops in emergencies, knowledge drawn from lived battle experience. The classroom falls into stunned silence after his explanation. Gavious grows animated, praises the summary, then asks Dane's year, shocked to hear he is a freshman. He cannot comprehend how a new student understands warfare so deeply. Gavious repeats Dane's points for the class to absorb. Such insight reminds him of hardened veterans, not someone this young, leaving him baffled. Dane deflects, saying he heard many war stories from his father. Curious, Gavious asks the name, learning Dane is the son of Archon Sogris. The veteran freezes, realizing he stands before the child of the Blue Whirlwind. As a Sogris, Dane is also the rumored freshman who passed the autonomous major exam. No surprise, he stands far above the average freshman in presence and capability. Professor Gavious continues, explaining their military science will mirror Dane's logic. Textbooks guide structure. Real application remains the focus. That, he states, is the true purpose of studying military science. Gavious feels genuinely satisfied, pleased to see such a promising seed enter the academy. When first period ends, students pour out, flooding the academy corridors at once. Dane bolts from the classroom, drained after nearly being dragged toward graduate studies on day 1. After class, the professor even called him back, proposing deeper study, suggesting graduate paths to a freshman. Thankfully, Claire warned him before, if offered Imperial Graduate School, run immediately and do nothing else. Judging by his persistence, Professor Gavious does not seem easily discouraged. Pushing that thought aside, Dane pulls out his map and plots a route to his next class. It is his first day, unfamiliar paths everywhere, and the academy scale does not help. He agreed to meet Layla at Central Fountain Square, far from his current position. After studying the map carefully, he finally locates the route. Cutting through the Misty Garden appears to be the fastest option. After several minutes of walking, Dane reaches the Misty Garden entrance. They say even slight clouds can drown the garden in heavy fog. The fog ruins orientation completely, which is why most students avoid this place. Rumors and ghost stories have only deepened the garden's ominous reputation. Dane scans the area, surprised it looks calmer than his sister described. Clear weather makes the shortcut seem safe. While crossing casually, a sharp scream suddenly cuts through the air, begging for help. Dane turns toward the voice, weighing his next move carefully. Focusing his senses, he pinpoints the cry coming from deeper beyond the greenery. Dane breaks into a sprint. His mother always taught him to help without hesitation, and she is an assassin. With time before his next class, he decides he can manage a quick rescue, using sharp perception and speed. Dane quickly locates the lost student. It is a young man with a heavy pack, grateful for the rescue, unharmed but shaken. He admits exhaustion from wandering in circles, introducing himself as Ernest Dillon, a first-year exploration student. Dane finds it ironic an exploration student got lost on campus. Ernest laughs, admitting excitement drained his stamina. Dane recalls the Dillon barony, a Western noble house bearing a sailor and boat crest. Ernest is impressed Dane knows his family, famous for generations of maritime exploration. Looking at Ernest now, his thin frame hardly matches tales of grand voyages. Proud to be recognized, Ernest asks Dane's name, then freezes upon hearing his identity and achievements. Shock nearly drops him as excitement flares, amazed to meet such an extraordinary figure. Dane's awkward laugh stops when he notices marks near Ernest's neck. Ernest insists again that he is not injured anywhere, yet bruises and old scars are visible on his neck and hands. Dane notes these marks do not resemble typical exploration injuries. Sensing it is personal, he chooses not to press further, steering the talk back to exploration. Ernest eagerly explains his obsession with discovering anything new. Ernest opens his oversized backpack with excitement, revealing exploration tools stuffed together in chaotic layers. For now, his only mission is mapping and uncovering every corner of the academy. On the very first day, he headed straight for the Misty Garden, convinced something is hidden there. The fog rumors never sounded logical to him. Dane admitted the kid had a point and asked if anything helped explain the strange mist. Ernest had nothing concrete yet, only a strong sense that an unseen force ruled this garden. He believed few ever studied the phenomenon closely, or something blocked their findings. Ernest refused to drop the matter, determined to uncover the hidden cause. He wondered if it traced back to a forgotten ancient kingdom, or perhaps a summon reaching from far beyond known lands. That raw curiosity slowly started influencing Dane's own interest. Then Dane remembered Layla and class. They needed to leave immediately. As Ernest packed his equipment in a rush, the clear sky darkened as clouds drifted in overhead. Light rain began to fall without warning. Within moments, rain soaked the garden, accelerating the fog. Escape now looked impossible. As feared, thick fog rose from the ground, stripping all sense of direction. Ernest quickly pulled out his compass, anxiety rising. The needle spun wildly, rendered useless by the strange force. Panic set in. Without guidance, they risked wandering endlessly. Dane asked him to navigate, but the garden defied normal exploration logic. It hit Dane that he might be trapped here on his first school day. Rain and fog drained Ernest's strength. He apologized. Dane urged patience. As fog wrapped around him, Dane sensed something familiar. Unlike Ernest, Dane felt energy surging through his body. While Dane resonated with the mist, Ernest broke down in guilt. The crying stopped when blinding light erupted from Dane. Dane's mana flared openly, pushing the fog away around him. The surge nearly knocked Ernest off his feet. Watching the fog retreat, Ernest stood frozen in awe. Something impossible was unfolding before him. With calm resolve, Dane said he now knew the way out. Unexpectedly, this might be a rare stroke of fortune. There was a real chance the garden's secret would be revealed today. Together, they moved as if the fog no longer existed. Dane led calmly, mana cleansing the path as Ernest followed close. Countless mages failed here, yet Dane advanced effortlessly. Wherever he stepped, the mist yielded. Ernest knew he was witnessing a peerless genius. Minutes later, they reached a new location. Ernest thought they had escaped, but he was wrong. They had not returned to the campus grounds. Instead, they reached the garden center, an ornate structure above a pool. Ernest never imagined finding the legendary fountain, the garden's true heart. They gather here chasing a legend Dane never knew. Ernest lays out the tale without hesitation. People say that if you reach the fountain before the mist clears, you'll be united with the person you desire most. It's just another typical romance story wrapped up in a fantastical legend. Still, Dane senses something off about the fountain. He questions how its magic survives untouched for ages. Ernest listens. The logic lands hard. He finds no clean way to argue back. Without constant mana supply, only a massive source could keep it alive, like a core that never runs dry. If that theory holds, then the entire garden may be a single colossal device. The warped paths and needless complexity suddenly feel intentional, not random design. That would make the fountain ahead not decoration, but an ancient relic. With so many gaps unanswered, the drifting mist likely ties into it as well. Dane steps forward and places his palm against the stone basin. The texture sends a response through him. His mana stirs, like greeting something long known. There is no uncertainty left. Ancient magic leaks from this fountain. When Dane channels mana into the structure, hidden runes rise across its surface. Ernest jolts back. Recognition hits instantly. This is an ancient sealed language. At first it was too faint to confirm. Now the markings sharpen, the script of the Lost Kingdom of Secret. For the Dylan bloodline, mastering dead languages is basic survival. Reaching a ruin means nothing if the words lock you in place. Even so, Ernest has not learned every tongue ever carved. This one he remembers clearly, taught by his father since childhood. He pulls out notes and pen, stepping up to decode the script etched into stone. Dane steps aside. The explorer drive is active. Interruption would only slow him. The first word resolves as qualification. Ernest checks symbols and notes with care. Minutes drag as the translation grinds forward. At last, a large section reveals itself. Ernest links the decoded terms together. The passage becomes clear. Those deemed qualified must demonstrate their strength. Qualification and proof point toward a trial. Dane studies the fountain again. Closer means stronger resonance. The pull feels undeniable. Ernest hesitates. Ancient standards should be impossible now. But Dane stands firm. Dane raises his hand. Pure mana coils at his wrist, shining and controlled. Ernest watches in confusion, unsure of Dane's intent. Dane narrows his focus, shaping mana precisely, knowing runes draw power from form. With the bracelet found alongside Old Man Cedrin, the fountain may finally answer. As expected, the bracelet runes hum, syncing with the symbols on the stone. The markings on the bracelet remain unreadable. Still, the reaction alone makes Dane smile. Driven by certainty, he moves closer, hand reaching for the glowing script. Without warning, the ancient structure awakens. The hidden runes ripple and sway, illusion-like symbols flowing in rhythm with the water. At last, the runes flare brightly, syncing perfectly with Dane's bracelet. The two stand frozen, tension thick as they wait for the outcome. Ernest's nerves snap as the ground trembles, the fountain shaking at the center. The gem-like core embedded within begins to quiver. Panicked, Ernest demands to know what Dane did as the fountain sinks downward. Dane only smiles. The gamble worked. He solved the garden's cryptic trial. Mana floods the area in a violent surge, nearly throwing the thin explorer aside. From the mist onward, shock after shock batters Ernest's senses. No one expected Dane to be the one who met the ancient requirement. As the water drains away, a glow emerges from the fountain's core. Sunlight breaks through, clouds parting to reveal a flawless, radiant jewel. Ernest quickly realizes this must be the fountain's power source. No, more than that. It may drive every strange event in the garden. Chances like this are rare. Dane is prepared to seize it, even if it means facing an unknown ancient force. The ancient energy gathers at Dane's feet, runes locking into a complex formation. He senses lingering traces of old magic, echoing the strange power already dwelling inside him. To his shock, the once unreadable symbols slowly become clear in his mind. Arcana thrived before catastrophe erased it. This is the Forgotten Empire's legacy. The meaningless marks reveal their truth to Dane, as if fate bound him to this language. Suddenly, searing pain grips his chest, agony surging through his body. Dane clenches his teeth, focusing inward on his heart, unable to define the change. Yet something within his heart is undeniably shifting. Strands of pure mana coil around the organ, tightening into every hidden space. With a final surge, ancient mana fuses into him, light flashing as a magic circle forms. A core and a circle cannot exist peacefully within the same body. Their functions clash by nature, making dual possession extremely rare. The strain reduces efficiency and damages the user. This is why magic swordsmen suffer heart failure, their lives cut short. Dane avoided forming a magic circle for this reason. His cores were already set. Now the legacy is forced upon him. Noticing his pallor, Ernest asks if he is all right, worry plain on his face. Dane forces a smile, saying he is fine, though his thoughts race. Ernest asks if Dane truly absorbed that overwhelming power. Even he can sense something changed. The mist and runes now share a strange link with Dane. Ernest's questions pile up. He witnessed everything, but for now he stays uninformed. Dane blames his magically gifted sister, claiming he followed her guidance. Fired with curiosity, Ernest suggests exploring future mysteries together. Dane agrees, sensing more relics exist. With the fog gone and chaos settled, Ernest reminds Dane about his upcoming class. Absorbing an ancient legacy made Dane forget his meeting with Layla before class. He bumps fists with Ernest and apologizes for rushing off. The clock is tight and missing the meeting means that unruly girl will not let it slide. Dane says his goodbyes to his new friend and bolts toward his next lecture without looking back. The young explorer watches Dane disappear, a quiet smile settling across his face. Today gave him an unexpected ally, and he senses that following Dane will only lead to stranger discoveries ahead. Once he confirms he is far enough away from Ernest, Dane pushes his speed to the edge. Movement feels effortless as surging mana wraps his body and sharpens his already extreme agility. He distinctly senses both the magic circle and the cores within him. Against all known rules, they coexist smoothly. No resistance, no pain, no loss of efficiency anywhere. No matter how much magic he floods through his body, nothing destabilizes or pushes back. Instead, the outcome is better than he imagined. His mana cycles endlessly, flowing cleanly through the circle. It loops back into the core again and again, refining the energy further with each pass. Realizing this rare advantage, Dane thinks of contacting his eldest sister, dread replaced by endless new possibilities. With boosted speed, Dane reaches the sandy grounds of the Hangston district in moments. He arrives just in time to meet Layla, and after a calm walk together, the district entrance finally comes into view. The entrance itself is built in an unusual and unsettling way. Layla explains that they are about to pass through the infamous magic barrier. She adds that Saul Hangston created it, a legendary academy mage, activating it yearly for gifted freshmen. When students pass through, a light appears, its color-defining magic quality and overall grade. The barrier once screened dark wizards, and after their extinction, it became a classification tool. Curious, Dane asks which colors correspond to each grade. Layla explains eagerly. No talent shows nothing. Moderate talent produces yellow light. Strong talent shines blue, while exceptional individuals trigger red light. Layla studied the academy thoroughly before enrollment, wanting full control over this new chapter. Both of Dane's sisters, Arabella and Claire, produced red light, fitting their overwhelming affinities. Unable to wait, Layla rushes forward, stepping into the barrier eager to learn her result. A blinding red light floods the entrance the moment she crosses. With her level of talent, the outcome surprises no one. Dane smiles proudly, congratulating Layla as red light reflects brightly in her eyes. Excited, Dane turns his focus toward the barrier, ready to test it himself. He walks forward calmly, steps steady as he enters the district. In his mind, a red light feels guaranteed. After absorbing ancient magic, he believes his result should exceed normal prodigies. When he turns to look, a vivid green light stares back at him. This result makes no sense. Green was never listed. Even Layla stands completely stunned. She looks at Dane and wonders why he cannot just be a normal genius for once. Dane is equally lost, answering only with a helpless, crooked smile. Inside the district, they head straight to the lecture hall, crowded with students from many departments drawn by magic lectures. Among the crowd stands a senior named Arthur. Reactions around him mark his presence as significant. Arthur Diamant, the magic department 5th-year representative, came here to meet one person, Dane Sogris. The juniors knew in advance that Dane would attend, yet the main figure still had not appeared. Arthur ordered his juniors to escort Dane straight to him on arrival. As Arabella's younger brother drew intense interest from her admirers, suddenly the hall erupted as 2 students entered. Many rushed to glimpse Dane, stunned by his looks and emerald eyes. With the infamous Layla Thermian beside him, Dane froze under the attention, unused to the spotlight, while Layla teased him, making the scene even louder. Arthur Diamant turned with a knowing smirk the moment he spotted his senior's little brother. He approached first, offering an exaggerated greeting and praising Dane's presence at the entrance ceremony. Dane felt baffled, wondering why an older upperclassman acted so familiar without reason. Dane fired back bluntly, "Who are you?" asking why this man was even here. Annoyed by Arthur's stare, Dane held his ground and pressed him to introduce himself properly. The short-tempered 5th year disliked Dane's tone. their first meeting sour from the start. Juniors who recognized Arthur went silent, knowing provoking a senior could ruin their future. Arthur retorted that he came out of respect for Arabella's brother, only to meet arrogance, warning that Dane could stain the Sogris name. Dane refused to yield, seeing Arthur as the rude one demanding respect through intimidation. Arthur clenched his jaw, realizing the situation was slipping beyond his control. Letting this slide would damage his standing, so he planned to handle Dane carefully without angering Arabella. Without warning, Arthur escalated things, mana gathering in his palms to discipline a bold junior. Dane spotted the forming mana and prepared himself instantly, before violence sparked. A textbook slammed down and a commanding voice halted everything. The professor arrived, and Arthur quickly claimed he was merely greeting the freshman, magic department head. DeNavo scolded Arthur for disrupting class and told him to leave. Arthur brushed it off and stepped away, clearly unconcerned. Afterward, Layla warned Dane to stay alert, sensing trouble from Arthur. As he left, Arthur whispered to a subordinate, ordering Dane brought to a specific place later. The follower hesitated, fearing Arabella's wrath, but Arthur promised to explain and insisted on teaching Dane a lesson. Class resumed as Professor DeNavo explained orientation would be brief, followed by mana assessment using a device placed on the desk. The mana measurement tool was simple. Place a hand on it and channel mana. DeNavo demonstrated, flooding it with mana until it shone bright blue. 8 complete magic circles appeared behind him, rivaling a tower master. The students were stunned. Most had never seen an 8-ring mage. After the display, DeNavo explained that darker colors indicate higher quality within the same circle tier. Sometimes no circles appear at all, which does not mean a lack of talent. He reassured them, as some students simply had not formed circles yet. For that reason, today's evaluation would not rely on circles alone. Academy standards require all magic department students to use basic spells. DeNavo summoned countless orbs, explaining they would be used to measure mana accurately. Dane studied the blue spheres, unable to grasp how they could judge mana so precisely. DeNavo demonstrated again, using beginner psychokinesis to move all the orbs at once, setting the task. With a wave, he charged the spheres with immense kinetic force. He maintained steady mana flow, pushing the orbs to maximum speed. Every student watched closely, memorizing each of the professor's movements. The runes appear flawless. Few have seen psychokinesis pushed to this degree of control and accuracy. While most students stare in awe, someone like Layla finds nothing shocking in this display. Even basic magic scales with control. Freshmen usually peak at guiding 3 orbs at once. Layla turns to Dane, wondering if he could surpass that accepted 3-orb limit. Before Dane answers, Professor DeNavo calls Arthur forward, using the auditor to showcase senior standards. Given a chance to perform before juniors, Arthur eagerly accepts, intent on proving dominance. Dane also watches closely, curious how the loud senior actually performs. Arthur steps up and channels his mana into the measuring artifact. The room erupts as 4 deeply saturated magic circles appear behind him. Professor DeNavo praises Arthur's progress, and Arthur humbly responded. DeNavo smiles wide, noting 4 circles usually appear only after graduation. He urges freshmen to learn from Arthur, while the senior soaks in every second. Arthur convinces himself Dane must be shaken by now. In truth, Dane feels no concern over those 4 circles. The test shifts to orb control, and Arthur shows practiced and stable manipulation. His control looks refined, movements clean and deliberate. More impressive is how many orbs he maintains at once. Close inspection reveals strain, sweat forming as Arthur reaches his personal limit. Dane watches calmly, showing no reaction at all. DeNavo asks for applause, clearly proud of his former student's growth. Arthur glances toward Dane, eager to compare results. DeNavo grows stern, warning anyone unsure of control to leave before embarrassment. After a pause, no one dares step away. They commit fully as the test begins from front to back. Students line up while Layla and Dane observe quietly. Layla dislikes the format, calling it exposure disguised as orientation. Dane agrees, but accepts this as academy tradition. One by one, students test their mana while Donavo records results. Some smile brightly when even one circle manifests. Others fail to form any circle at all. The orb test proves harsher, exposing the difficulty of precise psychokinesis. Arthur and his followers watch from afar, amused by repeated failures. When a certain student approaches, the seniors focus sharply. Dane Sogris places his hand on the device and releases steady mana. Arthur still expects Dane's confidence to crumble at the difference. Since the Misty Garden incident, Dane has wondered how his mana truly changed after absorbing ancient power. Dense mana floods the artifact, light swelling through the hall. Professor Donavo studies Dane Sogris with renewed attention. This is the student who solved his autonomous studies assignment flawlessly, with his deep grasp of theory. Donavo watches closely, eager to see how many circles Dane will reveal. Seconds drag painfully slow as every gaze locks onto the Academy's so-called Golden Boy. Then a light erupts, brighter than anything shown before, cutting through the tense silence. Dane feels control slipping as the device draws mana straight from the circle in his heart. The glow swells until it reaches an unbearable intensity. Suddenly, the device flashes an error, stating Dane's mana cannot be measured, shocking everyone since it handles even 8 rings. Dane rereads the crimson warning repeatedly, yet finds no answer for what caused it. Layla, Arthur, and the surrounding students freeze, breath caught in their chests. Professor Donavo's eyes narrow, layered with curiosity and disbelief. Students in line complain loudly, claiming the Sogris kid broke the device and must have no circles at all. Meanwhile, Dane wonders if the ancient magic in his heart disrupted the measurement. Donavo trusts the machine completely, having used it for years to expose even hidden mana. The unable to measure result is unfamiliar, something even his peers likely never witnessed. To calm the hall, he calls it an overload and orders the test to continue with orb control. Arthur foolishly takes the error as proof that Dane lacks real magical ability. Dane feels frustrated by the failed reading, but welcomes the orb test despite his uncertainty. He shuts his eyes and focuses fully, forming the psychokinesis spell with sharp intent. Raising his hand, countless strands of fierce mana burst outward in response, mimicking the professor's motions. Every orb launches skyward, bound by raging ancient mana. Silence crashes over the hall as stunned expressions spread across every face. Dane Sogris controls every orb effortlessly, a feat far beyond common freshman limits. Arthur stands rigid, his earlier confidence draining away in an instant. His pride shatters before true talent, unable to comprehend what unfolds before him. Layla recovers faster than most, already resigned to Dane's constant defiance of logic. Dane himself panics briefly, stunned that all orbs responded, then steadies his mind. Slowly, he begins guiding the floating orbs with deliberate movements. Since all eyes are on him, he decides to push further. Ancient mana surges, accelerating the orbs until they blur into flashing streaks of light. What follows surpasses even Professor Donavo's experience. With refined senses, Donavo realizes Dane is arranging the orbs with precise design. Mana shapes connect, forming a clear image in the air, a lion entwined with a snake. The hall recognizes the symbol instantly, the crest of the prestigious Sogres family. Dane smiles in quiet satisfaction while Donavo stands visibly shaken. Even Arabella never displayed this level, leaving Layla irritated knowing her turn comes next. After the orbs return, Donavo praises Dane highly, understanding why Tower Master Siderain noticed him. Dane bows respectfully and offers his thanks without arrogance. Hearing this, the freshmen nearly collapse. Learning Dane was guided by a Tower Master, one of Arthur's followers nervously asks if their plan still stands after witnessing this. Arthur clenches his fist, blaming the Sogres family for producing endless monsters. With Dane at this level, he knows their approach must change. Arthur admits the risk. Losing an open skill would stain them permanently. Humiliation with no recovery. His thoughts finally settle on one workable path. If force fails, control the kid instead. Arthur sees only one route: pull Dane into the student council and keep him within reach. Yet Dane is still a freshman, and even seniors struggle to enter the council. No first year has ever joined, meaning they would have to shatter precedent outright. Arthur is convinced Dane's talent could elevate the magic department's standing. Naturally, Arthur's own influence in future would rise alongside it. After class, Professor DeNavo pulls Dane aside, praising him further and lamenting not securing him earlier. The professor subtly uses Dane's performance to ignite ambition in the other students. Only then does he let Dane return to his seat. DeNavo encourages the rising star to visit him freely in the future. Dane welcomes any chance to learn more. Once class ends, Layla and Dane exit the lecture hall together. She scolds him for stealing attention again, and he answers with a teasing grin. Without Dane's abnormal showing, Layla's 5-orb control would have stolen the spotlight. Competitive as ever, she sulks beside him. At that moment, Arthur and his followers approach, his tone suddenly full of praise. He claims he only wants a brief conversation with the young master. Dane immediately senses the shift, suspicious by instinct. Arthur brings up the Imperial Academy Student Council. He explains that the council governs academy policy and finances. With that authority, they wield massive power and exclusive privileges. They even approve department events and enforce discipline. Dane already knows this, having heard everything from his eldest sister. Arthur finally offers Dane a recommendation for officer status, claiming he exceeds all requirements. He adds that officers are automatically inducted into Dronzer Hall. Arthur conveniently forgets Dane already belongs to Dronzer Hall. As the senior keeps praising the council's benefits, Dane wonders how unchecked their power truly is. When Arthur finishes, Dane calmly declines the offer. If he ever joins, it will be through merit, not favors. And perks always demand a price. Arthur's subordinates sense their plan collapsing. They double down, stressing prestige and repeating the offer. Layla listens in irritation, growing fed up with their persistence. She grabs Dane's hand and drags him toward the cafeteria. Arthur is left behind, his scheme failing outright. Dane silently thanks Layla for stepping in. Though rejected today, Arthur and his group refuse to abandon the idea. Layla sees through them clearly. They want to turn Dane into a tool. More than that, she is annoyed she never received the same offer. By now, Layla accepts that Dane's talent exists on an entirely different level. The pair head toward the Imperial Academy cafeteria, quietly hoping the sweet tarts have not sold out yet. Elsewhere, Arthur meets Professor DeNavo, who admits Dane may surpass even Arabella in raw talent. Magic spans endless paths, yet in pure potential, Dane already stands as something unnatural. Hearing this shakes Arthur deeply. The idea alone overturns his respect for seniors. DeNavo wants Arthur to subtly steer the young Sogris toward exclusive loyalty to the magic department. Since Dane's arrival, one pattern keeps repeating. Everyone is captivated by the sheer weight of his talent. Arthur admits he already tried recruiting Dane into the student council and failed. DeNavo refuses to let it end there. A talent like that is too valuable to lose. The conversation shifts. Arthur asks about a recommendation letter, but the professor dismisses the concern. He claims magic towers will line up by graduation, though Arthur senses ulterior motives. Early placement would strip DeNavo of his favored student and obedient assistant. Arthur has heard rumors that DeNavo blocked tower offers back in his 3rd year, realizing his future rests in the professor's hands. Arthur continues following orders, trapped with no alternatives. On the way, Dane notices the crowded paths, club events everywhere fighting to avoid disbandment. They try several booths, winning prizes along the way, a welcome distraction. Dane's bag fills with mana stones, meal tickets, coupons, and assorted vouchers, along with an unexpected treasure map. A senior explains it came from a blind auction at the Arkender auction house. The name alone makes Layla's eyes gleam with excitement. Dane recalls his father mentioning Arkender before, a hub for rare and exquisite goods gathered from across the empire. Each item is rigorously appraised, authenticity never left to chance. The map's seal remains intact, showing no signs of interference. Given the Academy's history of secrets, hidden treasure feels plausible. Studying the map, Dane immediately thinks of Ernest, the exploration-obsessed nerd. Demetra Hall hosts most general education lectures. Dane heads inside for his Imperial History class. With prior tutoring from the Sogris head butler, Dane feels well prepared. Suddenly, an excited, familiar voice calls out to him. Ernest appears, sharing the same required history lecture. Worried. Ernest asks about Dane's condition after the incident, and Dane sidesteps the answer. Just as Dane plans to mention the treasure map, a group of rough-looking men interrupts them. Ernest's visible fear hints at past trouble. The leader greets Ernest casually, looking far too old for this nonsense. Ernest freezes, unsure how to respond. To Dane, the man resembles a soldier carrying unresolved scars. When Ernest finally speaks, the head thug is named Braun, an older student known for harassing weaker kids across campus. Braun grips Ernest's head like a ball, mocking his shaking body and savoring the fear. The identical-looking thugs ignore Dane entirely, treating him like empty space. Reuniting with their former errand boy, Braun casually orders Ernest to fetch him food. Ernest hesitates, and the group breaks into laughter. Braun silences him with a cold, cutting glare. Only then does the grown man pretending to be a student finally acknowledge Dane with open contempt. Because Ernest called Dane a friend, Braun assumes he is just another weak follower. The posture and tone remind Dane of the worst trash he faced on the battlefield. Before the situation can spiral further, a hall monitor spots them and shouts for everyone to head to class immediately. Like a seasoned bully, Braun smiles politely and answers without resistance. As he leaves, he shoots Ernest a look, suggesting a private talk after class. Ernest recoils, old memories rushing back all at once. Braun walks away, pleased, sensing his school days just became more entertaining. Even after Braun disappears from sight, Ernest continues trembling, unable to calm down. Dane helps him up, and Ernest apologizes for dragging his new friend into trouble. Ernest admits Braun tormented him back in their hometown. He believed the academy was large enough to avoid ever meeting him again. Dane tells him it is fine, keeping his tone steady. Inside, Dane refuses to tolerate seeing his friend crushed by scum. He offers to walk with Ernest for the time being. Dane knows Ernest would otherwise fall back into obeying Braun's orders. That would only force him to relive his worst memories. Ernest remembers what Dane did at the fountain. Strength is not the issue. Even knowing how powerful Dane is, he still hesitates to involve him in personal grudges. Once classes finally end, Ernest and Dane are surrounded again by the same group of thugs. When Dane tries to shut Braun down, Braun only raises his voice. Realizing Dane will not fold under pressure, Braun feels genuinely threatened. He starts boasting about his lineage, claiming the Sauer family rules the western region. Dane simply listens and smiles faintly. He has never heard of a family so insignificant. Braun's temper flares, his lackeys shouting to back him up. Playing the tyrant, Braun orders his men to handle Dane. The nameless followers grin, clearly eager for violence. They advance toward Ernest and Dane, arrogance written across their faces. Ernest tried to pull them out, pushing the idea of escape before things spiraled further. He warned Dane that Braun earned the title of sword prodigy back in childhood. That warning only sharpened Dane's focus, pushing him to crush that bastard himself. He glanced at his frail friend, telling him to handle a nobody. One clean jaw strike ends it. Ernest decides fear ends here. If he wants to live, he has to resist. The first thug rushed forward, and Dane barely acknowledged the movement. Every motion was obvious. He took the hit calmly, neck turning with the impact. The balding thug grinned wide, convinced he had just scored big. Braun shared that smug pride, enjoying how his lackeys pushed people around. The balding thug lunged again, confident and careless this time. Now Dane finally lifted his guard, calm and deliberate. He absorbed the first blow only to justify what he was about to do. Anything that followed, no matter how cruel, still counted as self-defense. The thug ignored the warning, throwing a hook that Dane easily slipped past. Dane answered instantly, driving a sharp strike into the liver. Pain flooded the thug's body, dropping him from confidence to collapse. The moment was deliberate, meant to strip dignity as well as strength. Dane swept his leg, sending the bastard crashing down hard. His head struck the pavement violently. Hopefully his health holds up. Dane did not spare the fallen man another glance. He turned on the second goon, whose defense was painfully weak. Dane crushed his jaw with a precise palm strike. He followed through with a brutal shoulder slam. The force launched the goon backward, smashing into the third. Before they recovered, Dane formed a glowing manosphere in his hand. The blue orb snapped into the third thug's face with blunt force. Within seconds, all three goons were neutralized without effort. They collapsed together, unconscious and silent on the ground. Dane broke the quiet, muttering that he hit the last one too hard, still adjusting to his ancient mana core. Ernest stood frozen, mouth hanging open in shock. Braun and his remaining men stared, unable to process what they saw. The head thug snapped at his lackeys, calling them useless and brain-dead. They fired back warnings, insisting the white-haired kid was no normal fighter. Braun shut them down, raging that losing to a freshman was humiliating enough. Dane stepped forward, taunting the big man to prove his earlier boasts. The only thug thinking clearly urged Braun to stop and retreat. Braun ignored him, pride refusing to bend before a small brat. He channeled his mana and tore open a portal. Dane watched the display with clear boredom. From the portal, Braun pulled out a worn and ugly sword. He swung the weapon around with loud confidence, acting like the fight was already decided. The place was secluded, perfect for swinging a blade and leaving no witnesses behind. Ernest cried out in panic, while Dane stayed completely calm and unmoved. Thick clouds and heavy fog often smother this area, hiding things even authorities fail to find. The smart thug tried to calm his boss. Braun snapped back, ordering him to shut up and rough Ernest up instead. The situation narrowed down fast, turning into a clean 2 versus 2 standoff. Dane told Ernest directly that against a low-tier thug, he could win head-on. Think it through. The kid lives for dungeon exploration. His legs are trained hard. One well-timed strike is enough to knock the enemy back and off balance. Ernest doubted himself, but Dane was certain the fight was already in him. At last, both sides moved and the clash began. Dane leapt away, pulling Braun aside and separating him from Ernest. Braun was used to mages retreating, keeping distance from sword fighters. Dane smiled at the wrong assumption, calmly baiting the big idiot forward. Ernest started absorbing those words, realizing he could not stay a victim forever. The thug approached slowly, smirking, convinced the kid would never swing. He kept taunting, cracking his knuckles, telling Four Eyes to lie down and take hits. Years of fear do not vanish in seconds. They cling hard. Ernest focused on one thought: what Dane would do right now. His memory replayed Dane's earlier dodge, burning it into his mind. The thug finally threw the opening punch. Ernest copied the movement too slowly, took a hit on the head, but landed his own punch for the first time. He squared up, gathered himself, and fired another clean strike at the thug's face. The version of Ernest that froze in fear no longer existed. The trembling boy had stepped forward and grown up. Caught off guard, the thug dropped hard, sprawled uselessly across the ground. Seeing the result, it was clear Ernest really had that strength inside. As the rush faded, his legs gave out beneath him. Relief washed over him, quiet but powerful. He finally fought back. Dane and Braun had pulled several meters away, and once Dane sensed Ernest won, he stopped running. Braun glanced back, swearing at his men for being completely worthless. Dane scanned the ground quickly, eyes sharp and searching. He spotted discarded broomsticks nearby and saw immediate potential. Dane grabbed one and snapped the handle clean off. Braun took offense, furious that his sword was being answered with wood. For Dane, it was enough. Trash deserved nothing better than a broom. Braun had gone too far to turn back now. With no allies left, he charged forward, still claiming he would not kill Dane. He promised only a small scar on the boy's face from his blade, a mark meant to haunt Dane in reflections, though Braun's posturing was already pitiful. Once inside sword range, Braun exploded into slashes and thrusts, smiling with full confidence. Each strike was calmly deflected by the stick, and Braun slowly sensed Dane was playing. Dane moved with ease, casually handling Braun's predictable attacks like a game. The big man could not stand the quiet insult to his sword skill. He pushed harder, believing only elites like Duke Thermion earned the right to judge him. Dane fed mana into the stick, knowing it would not endure steel forever. Even then, Braun stayed convinced the fight still favored him. As Braun readied his strongest cut, Dane focused mana into the stick's tip. In one smooth and uninterrupted motion, his body aligned perfectly. The stick drove forward and pierced Braun's torso with controlled force. A crushing pain surged through Braun, unlike anything he had ever known. Power like that should never travel through a simple wooden stick. Ernest watched everything unfold, tense and unable to breathe. He knew Dane was strong, but not to this terrifying extent. As Braun collapsed coughing on the ground, Dane coldly told him to stand. Drawing a real weapon meant the fight had to end properly. His father's rule was clear. At last, Braun found enough sense to ask who he had challenged. Dane Sogris introduced himself calmly, Count Sogris's only son and first-year autonomous student. The truth finally struck Braun. This was the golden prodigy everyone praised, the youngest and most gifted genius across the continent. Still, Braun never imagined someone like Dane would stand beside Ernest. Dane showed no mercy. By dueling rules, Braun's loss justified his death. From any formal perspective, Dane had full right to end it now. Dane's indifferent gaze filled Braun with terror. He truly believed death was near. Braun swallowed his pride, rose shakily, and dropped to his knees to apologize, as hollow apologies spilled out. Dane watched him with open disgust. Even now, Braun failed to grasp who deserved that apology. It was Ernest, not Dane, who should have received his remorse. Realizing his error too late, Braun scrambled to correct himself. The broken bully clung to Ernest, sobbing apologies for years of cruelty and fear. Ernest met his gaze directly, something he had never dared before. Memories of years lived in fear flooded back into his mind. All that pain once made Braun a monster in Ernest's world. Now that monster crawled and begged, stripped of all power. Dane left the choice to Ernest. Punishment or acceptance rested with him. Braun begged desperately, clinging to life with no dignity left. He pleaded for Ernest to strike him until things felt even. Ernest felt the urge to release years of buried anger, but he chose restraint, deciding true victory would come on equal ground later. Dane felt deep pride in that choice. It took real courage to decide that. As the two of them walked away from the scene, the tension finally draining from their steps, Ernest thanked Dane sincerely. Admitting this encounter changed the course of his entire life. On the road back to campus, they ran into Layla, clearly searching for them. The cut along Dane's cheek caught her eye instantly, confirming he had been in a fight. Her gaze shifted toward the battered group nearby. Piecing together what had happened, recognition dawned, and a faint knowing smile formed on her face. Braun also recognized Layla, and fear immediately resurfaced in his expression. Both from the swordsmanship department. They had crossed paths before, though Layla barely recalled his name. Ignoring the defeated group entirely, she asked Dane who the boy called Four Eyes was. Dane formally introduced Ernest Dillon from the exploration department. Addressing Layla respectfully as Miss Layla, she dismissed the formality, saying Dane's friends were her friends, and titles were unnecessary. Dane mentioned that Ernest's family was well known for exploring ruins and hidden plains. Hearing that, Layla eagerly brought up the treasure map they had won earlier. Dane explained they had obtained it during one of the Academy Club events. Ernest recalled hearing rumors of a lucky winner, never imagining it would be Dane. At the mention of the map, Ernest's timid air vanished, replaced by intense focus. The three moved somewhere quieter and carefully unfolded the map together, even with Ernest's trained eye. The map was confusing, though it clearly pointed inside the academy. Strange scripts covered the parchment, suggesting a complex coded language. For now, the priority was identifying the creator, whose habits could guide a decoder. One fact was certain: the symbols used were unique to academy structures. The deeper issue was the architecture encoded in rare magic used only by Saul Hengston. By that name, Ernest meant the legendary mage who founded the academy. That placed the map within ancient magic unseen, since Saul left no direct disciples. Layla expected difficulty using the map, but not something this extreme. With no shortcuts available, research into the creator became their only option. Once understood, they could combine efforts and uncover the hidden treasure. Ernest welcomed adventure eagerly, while Layla had never explored beyond her family's reach. Treasure hunting suited them all, with Ernest naturally taking charge of research. Dane was puzzled when Ernest calmly handed the map back to him. Ernest explained he had already memorized every detail without hesitation. The statement stunned both Dane and Layla. Maps and codes simply stuck in Ernest's mind, a talent perfect for academy exams. This was his first mystery shared with someone beyond his father, and he felt deeply thankful to Dane. To mark their new team, Layla suggested they all go eat together. With that, the long and exhausting day finally came to an end. Later, Dane returned alone to his dormitory to rest. He cleaned lightly and unpacked his belongings with practiced care. He kept items from his family close, except the familiar egg, which could not enter his subspace. When he lifted the large egg, it suddenly began wriggling with violent energy. Across 7 years of steady mana feeding, the egg had never reacted like this before. The Academy's ambient mana feels strange, yet it should not differ much from home. The only real variable is the ancient magic Dane absorbed within the garden. To test that idea, Dane carefully poured even more mana into the egg. The possibility of the familiar hatching sparked excitement he could not suppress. After several minutes of constant mana infusion, the situation shifted. It felt like feeding a bottomless well. Despite 7 years of consistent nourishment, mana poured out of him so heavily that the dorm room itself felt unstable. Stopping now risked losing what could be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Acting fast, Dane wrapped the egg securely and rushed to Claire's laboratory. Claire excelled in summoning arts, yet the egg's behavior completely baffled her. Even after mana input stopped, the strange vibrations refused to fade. While investigating the egg, Claire worried her brother would miss dorm roll call. With a sly smile, Dane told her the roll call issue was already handled. Back in Danterre Hall, Albert from the disciplinary committee arrived on schedule. He entered sharply, ready to conduct the official attendance check. Students of Danterre Hall stood neatly outside their rooms in formation. Monthly roll call follows the same strict procedure across the entire academy. Arnold grew uneasy when neither Priscilla nor Dane appeared for inspection. Albert announced penalties clearly. Late arrivals cost points. Absences cost more. Repeat offenses escalate punishment. Albert ordered silence and stillness, reminding everyone that rules apply everywhere. To support enforcement, magical surveillance devices had been installed recently. Records already showed Priscilla from this floor attempted to slip away earlier. Surveillance confirmed she exited dorm grounds 5 minutes before roll call. Normally bedrooms are ignored, but under Albert, room inspections became standard. That policy promised a harsh semester filled with point deductions. After a thorough inspection of Priscilla's room, the verdict was clear. She received proper penalties for leaving without permission. The only remaining absence on record was freshman Dane Sogris. Several residents tried covering for him, but Albert refused to relent. When Albert and his team entered Dane's assigned room, they found Dane standing there calmly waiting. Dane apologized casually, claiming he missed formation while unpacking belongings. Finding no direct violation, Albert issued only a formal warning. In reality, Dane remained inside Claire's lab using an illusion generator MK1. The device projected his image inside his room through a remote link. The connection could flicker if disrupted, a flaw Dane tested for amusement. Claire disapproved of the trick, though she could not deny mild admiration. Returning focus to the egg, signs strongly suggested an imminent hatching. Claire could not guarantee it, but every reaction pointed in the right direction. Claire suggested placing the egg inside a magic stabilizer before forcing more mana into it. Her lab is wrapped in layered shields for sensitive research, making it ideal for hatching. After setting the egg on the stabilizer, Claire added filters, even with Dane's unnaturally pure mana. For the second time that night, Dane focused fully and poured every drop of mana inside. The egg drained his mana aggressively, faster and heavier than anything before. Dane wondered what kind of being could demand this much power. Anyone with enough money can buy a familiar egg. Hatching one is far more complex, as no one knows the exact conditions. The only constant is resonance. The user's mana must align with the familiar inside. In simple terms, success depends on luck as much as preparation. From this point on, the outcome rested entirely on Dane's fortune. Claire always knew her brother was gifted, but feeling his mana unsettled her. At last, cracks echoed from the egg, and Claire urged Dane to keep pushing. Dane pressed on as his body approached its limit. Brilliant blue mana flooded the lab, rippling through the air. The egg finally burst, scattering shattered shell fragments everywhere. The mana surge engulfed both Dane and Claire in its wake. When the blinding light finally faded, a small creature coated in primal residue lay where the egg once was. Claire rushed to Dane, who had been thrown aside by the blast. She ignored his dizziness from mana loss and the violent impact. The creature revealed itself. White scales, small wings, horns, and curious eyes. Traits resembling a wyvern. Without warning, the tiny creature released a small burst of flame, eager and untrained. Claire urged Dane to move closer to the newborn familiar. There are known cases where familiars imprint on the first person they see. The white-haired boy and the white-scaled creature locked eyes. Dane smiled softly and greeted his new familiar. He introduced himself properly, and their bond formed instantly. Claire could not hide her excitement over how adorable the creature was. She praised Dane for making the process look effortless despite its difficulty. For the first time, she could closely study a newborn, unfamiliar life form. After several minutes of careful inspection and analysis, Claire became convinced the creature originated from beyond the horizon. Only rare summoners can even make contact with that realm. Even Claire herself can currently summon only minor spirits. Calling a full familiar from beyond the horizon is a historic feat. Claire knew every common summon and juvenile form, yet this one matched none, only faintly resembling a wyvern. For now, its true identity remains unknown. Claire promised further research, though Academy records may offer no answers. One key clue lies in how the familiar reacts to ancient mana. Before leaving, Claire told Dane to collect the eggshells, since some species consume them for nutrients after birth. For daily care, Dane needs to keep detailed records about the small creature without exception. That includes habits, preferences, sleep patterns, temperament, growth rate, and every change observed. The workload is heavy, yet Dane felt certain the effort would be worth it. An instinct pushed him to protect and raise the little creature with everything he had. Claire suggested keeping the familiar inside the lab to avoid public trouble, but Dane refused to hide it forever. If anyone causes problems, he has two powerful sisters he can rely on. More importantly, the little one deserves freedom, not life confined to a laboratory. Claire also advised Dane to apply for an official summoning sign as soon as possible. Even as a beginner, his talent qualifies him, and despite his schedule, the timing is ideal. Tomorrow marks the summoning class orientation under Professor Temeric's piano, and Claire assured him talent would be enough. A faculty review will occur, but Claire is confident he will receive special qualification. As he prepared to leave, Dane wondered what name suited the strange little creature. Back at Dronzer Hall, one of his new friends grilled him for nearly missing roll call. Purple Fories claimed Dane's sisters were infamous for similar stunts in their student days. Regardless, Dane managed to avoid punishment this time. The moment he entered his room, Dane dropped heavily onto his bed, exhaustion finally catching up. Looking up, he saw the small lizard circling the room in wild loops. As it explored, it occasionally spat small bursts of fire without concern. Earlier, Dane had tried sneaking back through a hidden passage his sisters mentioned. Unfortunately, the disciplinary committee sealed the dormitory with a full magic barrier. To counter it, Dane began studying the mana flow, searching for weak points. A barrier this large always hides flaws if examined carefully. Before he could finish, the impatient familiar fired flames at the barrier. To Dane's shock, the barrier weakened quickly and tore apart completely. That reaction should not occur if the flames were ordinary fire. The only conclusion is that the familiar's flames disrupt mana directly. That alone confirmed Dane had gained something incredibly rare. The next day, Dane told Ernest about his familiar and revealed the name Happy, which Ernest disliked, challenged to do better. Ernest was forced to think of an alternative. He considered carefully, deciding a name should carry weight beyond cuteness. At last, Ernest spoke a single name, Karnus. Dane immediately liked how Karnus sounded. The name felt mysterious and fitting for a young fire breather. He abandoned the name Happy, choosing Karnus without hesitation. Dane then headed to Bermudez Hall, home of all summoning classes. As students gathered and filled the classroom, a familiar face appeared among them. Degran Tyron, the boy Dane humiliated years ago. Daegron noticed Dane seated in the same class and stiffened instantly. Daegron would never forget the boy who stripped him of his summons in public. That humiliation dragged House Tyron down, leaving them barely holding noble status. Daegron was not meant to attend this class, having failed it the previous year. At least he had learned enough to stay far away from Dane. As dread settled in, a senior approached and said retaking a class carried no shame. The senior admitted this was already his second attempt at the course. Soon after, the professor entered, and every student quickly took their seat. Professor Temeric Spiano outlined the course, stressing theory as the foundation of summoning. Most students already knew his reputation for strict standards. He then reminded them about the optional special selection test for qualified students. To clarify, he summoned a magic screen and began explaining. First requirement: summon a 5th rank or higher entity using a blank sign. Second, maintain that summon for over 30 minutes. The hall erupted in complaints, as even 7th rank summons strained most students. Temeric added another condition: the subjective evaluation test. Failing any one condition meant immediate disqualification. Special students need special proof. Convincing an examiner proved even harder than the raw requirements. Dane disliked the excessive gatekeeping. All judgment rested with the examiner. Temeric worsened it by requiring 2 recommendation letters from summoning authorities, internally. The professor enjoyed the class reaction. He took pleasure in breaking overconfident freshmen early. His gaze swept the hall and locked onto Dane Sogris, the autonomous exam passer. He had already heard details from Professor Delfineso. A freshman linking with a 4th rank Edorak still felt unbelievable. Temeric wanted to test Dane himself, suspecting noble influence played a role. He stated that normal students should aim only to pass the regular course. His tone openly mocked repeaters like Daegron. Dane sensed this class would surpass the entrance exam in difficulty. Temeric asked if any freshmen could already summon, or if they were all failures. Dane felt the stare bore into him, the challenge clearly directed, accepting it calmly. Dane stood to respond. The professor asked his name and department, despite knowing both. Dane Sogris introduced himself properly as an autonomous department student. Temeric offered sarcastic praise, thinly veiled as compliment. The professor was caught off guard when Dane credited the examiners instead of himself. Dane was called forward to demonstrate the skill that impressed the deans. Though annoyed by the doubt, Dane remained composed and respectful. He added one condition: if he succeeded, Temeric would write a recommendation letter. The bold request clearly startled the professor. The entire lecture hall reacted with the same stunned silence. Dane only needed to reveal how exceptional his ability truly was. The task felt effortless. He openly admitted that failure never crossed his mind even once. Professor Temeric bristled at that confidence. Even Claire had never sounded so bold. Accepting the provocation. The professor signaled Dane to begin his demonstration. Temeric agreed to the recommendation condition, while warning Dane that praise came hard. The class erupted. Some knew Dane as the Golden Freshman, others as Claire's brother, by chance. A blank summoning sign was already prepared for the test. Dane stepped onto the stage calmly and took the sign, sensing rare opportunity. Mana flowed steadily from him into the empty sign. He murmured softly, urging the artifact to answer his call. A massive wolf burst forth in swirling mana, dominating the room instantly. The beast landed heavily, eyes sweeping the stunned audience. Experienced students identified it as a 5th rank summon, nearly impossible with a blank sign. No one was more shaken than Daegron Tyron, who recognized Genpu immediately. Dane turned calmly toward the professor, awaiting judgment. Even Temeric admitted the feat defied reason, yet doubted the 30-minute limit. Maintaining composure, he praised Dane and stressed the next condition, prompting Dane to offer an alternative. Without waiting for approval, Dane moved forward. He smiled as the professor's composed facade began to crack. Every student watched the stage without blinking, since uniqueness was required. Dane left the final call to the professor's judgment. If deemed insufficient, failure would be fully justified. In front of the entire class, bias should have no place. Dane called Genpu closer and gently placed a hand on its head. Rising slowly, he guided his mana to envelop the 5th rank beast. Temeric watched closely as realization slowly dawned on him. Dane chanted ancient words, letting pure mana seep into Genpu. The wolf's gaze sharpened, fangs lengthening with visible power. Genpu's body expanded as it lifted into the air on raw magic. Its claws hardened further, refined for devastating force. Dane felt complete control, the enhancement unfolding exactly as planned. Without ancient magic, such a feat would have been impossible at his age. The class finally understood. Summon enhancement was far beyond freshman capability. Genpu released a deep howl, radiating its amplified presence. Dane faced the professor and asked if this display proved his worth. Temeric stood frozen, unable to look away from the empowered beast. Watching the flawless enhancement confirmed every rumor he dismissed before. He realized he had never witnessed talent of this caliber. After a long silence, Temeric voiced his approval with difficulty. He promised the recommendation matter would be discussed at a later time. Dane felt satisfied with the professor's balanced judgment and saw no issue with the outcome. Nearby, the Grand Tyrant stood stunned, realizing just how much the Sogris kid had changed. Only now did he understand how ignorant and arrogant his younger self had been. Once the noise died down, class resumed, and Professor Temeric proved himself a capable teacher. Dane noticed the lingering stare from the lectern but chose not to react at all. Temeric mastered the subject, yet the earlier shock left him unsettled, which Dane found amusing. He had heard the man was famously strict. Claire would enjoy this rare sight. Internally, Temeric wondered if asking Delfineso for help was necessary given his condition. Still, he pushed through and completed the summoning theory introduction by day's end. The moment dismissal was announced, Dane exited Bermudez Hall when someone called his full name from behind. He recognized D. Grand Tyrant at once, Genpu's former owner, which stirred mixed feelings. Dane stayed alert, assuming the red-haired man sought revenge. Instead, De Grand spoke gently, admitting he planned to avoid Dane until graduation. Now, he wanted to apologize for their past conflict. He bowed deeply, taking full responsibility for acting poorly in their youth. Holding the bow for a long moment, De Grand waited as Dane smiled. Seeing the sincerity, Dane dismissed their lingering hostility. De Grand promised he would not cause trouble again. He likely feared Dane would report him and ruin his future. When Dane accepted the apology, relief washed over De Grand, who offered future help. After the long lecture, Dane felt movement stirring inside his blazer. Karnas had woken up and was already squirming restlessly. The little creature was likely hungry after such a long nap. With De Grand familiar with summoning supplies, the timing worked perfectly for Dane. De Grand offered to guide him to Yusen Boden, a shop run by alumni decades ago. He chatted about current familiar food trends, easing Dane's lingering caution. Meanwhile, Karnas grew louder inside the jacket, demanding attention. De Grand escorted Dane politely, helping him locate what he needed. He even offered to prepare supplies for Dane's courses, though feed was all he wanted. De Grand bragged about his expertise, citing past work in affinity training. Asked about his summon, Dane awkwardly claimed he was raising a wyvern. Since Karnas resembled one, Dane assumed similar dietary needs. De Grand was shocked. Ranked 3 wyverns were unheard of for freshmen. Dane urged secrecy, stressing Karnas was still an infant. He warned that any leak would be traced back without mercy. For baby wyverns, liquid feed was ideal given their massive appetites. Dane was surprised by De Grand's knowledge, questioning why he ever repeated a year. After browsing, De Grand selected concentrated feed and liquid formula as a starter set. Dane appreciated the guidance, knowing he would have struggled alone without it. He had secured everything essential for now. Yet standing inside the shop made leaving feel premature. With time to spare, they kept browsing, eyes sweeping shelves for anything useful or rare. The shop overflowed with potions, tinctures, and relics arranged in tight, disciplined rows. One entire section displayed nothing but wands, ranks of carved focuses waiting silently. Among all the glittering curios, one lone scepter locked Dane's attention instantly. Before they approached, the manager barked a warning. That weapon was no toy for beginners. Irritation slipped through his voice as he scolded rookies drawn to shine they cannot wield. To be fair, Use and Bowden had posted clear warnings near premium goods about mana drain. DeGron added that real gear was meant for 4th years and above, which only fueled Dane's interest. Being told not to touch it flipped a switch in his mind. Rules suddenly felt optional. Before the manager could unleash another word, the scepter was already in Dane's grasp. DeGron did not interfere. He simply admired the precise craft and balanced design. As expected, the scepter answered his mana, erupting in a sharp, fluorescent blue glow. Dane sensed deep hunger inside it, a tool starved of mana for far too long, with reserves to spare. He fed the scepter freely without hesitation. The manager froze, sensing the absorption rate stabilized the scepter's core. Many had enough mana but lacked control, yet this freshman handled it with ease. Even DeGron could not deny the level of mastery on display. Curiosity replaced anger as the manager demanded Dane's identity. Nervous, DeGron gave his full name, dropped the Sogri title, and mentioned Senior Claire. The shift was instant. Everyone knew the top self-directed student. The manager softened fast. Dane felt uneasy, watching respect replace scorn the moment his name surfaced. Asked if he wanted to buy the scepter, he declined without hesitation. Both men were stunned. Someone who could wield it walking away made no sense. Dane's logic was blunt. The scepter was bulky and its mana capacity unimpressive. Despite the praise, it held more than most seniors, yet for Dane it was a teacup. Disappointed, the manager took his payment, then noticed how much Dane mirrored Claire. While others chased wands in 4th year, Claire refused, calling bulky tools uncool. Dane could easily picture his sister acting exactly the same back then. If he ever needed one later, he now knew exactly where to return. Before more useless sales pitches followed, Dane demanded the bill at the counter. The manager sighed. Eccentric geniuses were beyond his understanding. After buying supplies, Dane fed Karnas until the little creature was satisfied. General education class started in 5 minutes, leaving just enough time for the dorm. Sudden noise cut through his path, sharp and chaotic. The disturbance echoed from a narrow, isolated alley nearby. Harsh voices carried threats, cornering someone with implied violence. Dane felt worn down by bullies flaunting shallow strength for no reason. He was ready to walk past and ignore the situation entirely. Then a familiar voice surfaced beneath the hostile noise. The one trapped by the bullies was no stranger. It was his close friend, Ernest. Instead of shrinking back like before, the 4-eyed kid now stood upright, refusing to fold. Sadly, that change did nothing to stop them. They stalked him patiently, waiting for isolation. They herded him into a quiet corner of the academy, certain no one would interrupt. Fear shook his hands, yet Ernest raised his fists anyway, bracing himself to resist. He had landed hits before, but confidence wavered as the numbers stacked against him. Before it spiraled further, Dane stepped in without hesitation. The moment the thug noticed Dane strolling closer, their bravado collapsed instantly, nerves replacing every trace of confidence. Dane waved casually at Ernest, then pulled the goon's attention with calm intent. Panic set in. They thought they hunted prey, not the strongest student alive. They stood frozen, stiff and silent, afraid to move even an inch. Dane clocked the isolation too. This place offered freedom without witnesses. He unleashed his mana in a violent surge, intent on teaching a lesson. Spears of pure mana formed instantly, sharp and deadly, hanging in the air. Knowing the Sogri spear legacy and Dane's ties to Arabella, fear crushed them. To keep things fair, at least in name, Dane gave them a choice: leave quietly or face him directly once. Moments later, their answer became painfully obvious and disastrously wrong. The alley walls were shredded, pierced clean through by mana-forged spear strikes. The ground split and cracked, torn apart by overwhelming force. The bullies lay scattered across the floor, broken and miserable in silence. They gasped and whimpered for breath, the aftermath leaving them barely moving. Ernest thanked Dane, legs still shaking, and accepted the offer to train together. Ernest had said it before. He wanted strength, a rematch with Braun, and victory. Training beside the Golden Boy felt far beyond his level, doubt creeping in. Dane ignored that entirely, caring only that his friend improved. Leaving the alley behind, they walked to class, talking clubs, None fit exploration. The closest option was a research society, hardly what Ernest wanted. Worse, that society was already mandatory for his major. Not a real club. Desperate searches led to a map analysis club, little more than an excuse to slack. With so many clubs, exploitation of the system was inevitable. Dane only grew curious. Seniors everywhere pushed hard to recruit freshmen. He learned joining meant commitment. No switching clubs for 2 full years. Pick wrong and 2 years vanish. Wasted time with no return. Seeing no worthwhile options, Dane proposed creating their own unrestricted club. A place to train freely without interference. A group meant to explore ruins without permission chains. They could relax, eat together, no limits. The idea felt right. Ernest agreed instantly, without hesitation. The real obstacle was getting such a free-form club approved by the academy administration. Dane took responsibility for the paperwork, tired of recruiters pestering him non-stop. Politely rejecting them every day drained him. A personal club promised quiet again. Ernest cared less about politics. He just wanted to train weapons under a proven prodigy. With guidance like that, he might uncover a hidden aptitude of his own. The rulebook stated clearly, at least 3 students were required to propose a club. Fortunately, Layla remained unaffiliated and available. Riding the momentum, the pair tracked her down to finalize their numbers. Convincing Layla was easy. Paperwork was next on the list. Dane appreciated her abandoning the dessert exploration club for this plan. She had been genuinely excited about weekly dessert tastings too. Dane argued those activities could simply be folded into the new club. After some pressure, Layla eventually agreed to join. Once inside the administrative office with their completed application, they were hit with bad news. Thousands of clubs existed, many inactive, overwhelming staff. Because of this, the academy had recently tightened approval procedures. Under the new system, a full-time professor's recommendation was mandatory. Dane expected a quick process. Complications surfaced immediately. Outside the office, the 3 debated who would endorse freshmen like them. Approaching random professors blindly was not an option. Thankfully, Dane already had a candidate in mind. The others worried his choice might anger a senior professor. Dane brushed it off, confident he could handle it. Minutes later, he was calmly sharing coffee with Professor Keltas, advisor of the autonomous department, sitting across from a man indifferent to students. Dane struggled to open the topic. With no better angle, he decided to bring up the club directly. Unexpectedly, Keltas the slacker showed strong support for student clubs. Dane pitched sword training, exploration, and adventure, praising Keltas to secure favor. The professor mentioned he was searching for a truly exceptional pupil to support. Pressured by that praise, Keltas unknowingly locked himself into backing them. Dane eased off, but Keltas now insisted on writing the recommendation himself. Seeing the hook set, Dane produced the letter for an immediate signature. Keltas signed with his personal quill, pleased his sole student was founding a club. Dane thanked him politely, surprised by how smoothly it unfolded, rejoining the group. Even they were shocked at the speed of success. Dane Sogres secured a backer by leaning into sword passion. Everything followed easily. Tactics aside, the outcome was perfect. The club was effectively approved. All that remained was submitting the signed letter. With something new within reach, excitement spread through all 3. Before filing the papers, one final detail remained: choosing a name. Choosing the right name would shape the club's image, and Layla refused anything childish or empty. They strained their thoughts for a fitting title, yet every idea felt wrong. Sudden movement stirred beneath Dane's jacket, the restless creature waking up. Karna squirmed around like an overactive hatchling craving attention. The motion broke Layla from her thoughts as she finally noticed. Uneasy and curious, she questioned the strange bulge at his stomach, clearly alarmed. Dane never planned to reveal this yet, but the timing collapsed. Layla and Ernest stared harder. Curiosity overpowering restraint. The dragon pushed free at last, bursting from the jacket and revealing itself. This was no strange fantasy scene, just Karnas breaking out for air. Dane now had no choice but to explain everything clearly. Layla scolded him for hiding a summon. quickly linking it to Claire's gifted egg. Dane explained the earlier incident and formally introduced Karnas. The young dragon reacted warmly, clearly fond of her presence. Her irritation grew when she learned Ernest knew before she did. Dane shifted focus back to the club name and application. At the admin office, even the attendant froze reading the proposed club name. Layla and Ernest burned with embarrassment, while Dane felt proud. After the stamp was placed, Layla vowed never to let him name things again. Dane remained confused, convinced the name was solid. At least, they could revise it later if needed. Elsewhere in the academy, a closed-door meeting had begun. Department head Delfinezzo spoke of rising talent, yet one eccentric student stood out. Professor Temerick instantly knew who she meant. Delfinezzo referenced the classroom incident, curiosity overriding restraint. Temerick described the events, even more compelling than Claire's case. Delfinezzo expected this from Dane Sogris, having approved his admission herself. She also heard of Temerick's recommendation and claimed the second without pause. Dane met every standard. Ignoring him was impossible. Beneath polite words, Temerick sensed her grasping for credit. He regretted letting the news spread so freely. Still, she outranked him. Resistance felt risky. Temerick sat tense, careful not to offend her. She demanded to review his recommendation under coordination pretenses. He swallowed his frustration and agreed. After Delfinezzo departed, Temerick simmered, refusing to yield completely. She aimed to claim Dane, yet such talent could elevate any career. He would not yield, unknown to them. Dane ignored their schemes while heading to history class, checking the time. He figured he could grab a tart before it began. While heading off on his detour, Dane's path was abruptly cut short by a young woman. She introduced herself as an academy messenger, delivering an urgent summons from Professor Delfinezzo. The request caught him off guard. He expected Professor Temerick, not a department head. The messenger only knew it concerned the recommendation tied to special admissions. Dane's instincts warned him something about this situation felt off. The Imperial Academy stands as a forge for elite talent, where ambition and rivalry never rest. Competition grows fiercer among professors, as funding and resources shift with influence. The current big three departments are swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, each heavily funded. That hierarchy shapes respect, evaluations, and even academic priorities across the academy. Inside the summoning department head's office, Delfinezzo weighed options, desperate to escape permanent third place. If she could claim Dane Sogris, her department could surge past magic. The biggest barrier remained Professor Keltis from the autonomous department. Delfinezzo planned to exploit Dane's bond with Claire, hoping to pull him towards summoning. As if summoned, Dane arrived, guided inside by the messenger. She offered him a seat, layered praise, and small talk. Dane replied with measured courtesy. Delfinezzo praised his humility, then asked where his academic interests truly lay. Dane replied calmly that choosing one focus felt premature. He preferred balance for now. Delfinezzo pressed on, citing the classroom incident as reason to act personally. She declared Dane a perfect candidate for special admissions and offered her recommendation. Dane responded with polite gratitude. Nothing more. She emphasized that she never endorsed students outside her department. Only then did Delfinezzo reveal her real objective. She proposed deeper summoning study, offering personal instruction, urgency slipping through. She shifted toward clubs, but Dane shut that path down immediately. He explained he had already founded his own club despite stricter regulations. Dane added that Professor Keltis had agreed to back it. Delfinezzo bristled, viewing Keltis as absent and undeserving of such success. Frustration simmered as her plans unraveled again. Still, she masked it, congratulated Dane, and invited him to her lab any time. She promised access to fascinating research and rare materials. As bait, she mentioned an unhatched familiar egg kept within. She boasted its value rivaled that of an entire castle. Unknown to her, Dane was already raising a dragon hatchling. With offers made, she urged him to route exam questions directly through her. With business settled, they shared the tarts Dane had brought along. Delfinezzo already imagined flaunting Dane's success before the examiners. The following day, Claire visited Dane to discuss Delfinezzo's sudden interest. She revealed the department head fast-tracked examiners through heavy influence. Even Claire was stunned by how eagerly Delfineso courted her brother. With the special exam nearing, Claire shared her own trial, summoning 3 creatures at once and sustaining each bond under pressure. Even with Dane's growth, handling 3 simultaneous summons still sounded brutal. No one knew the exam format this year. Secrecy was standard. Delfineso's recommendation at least proved legitimacy. That support came with risk. Her long conflict with the association meant harsher scrutiny for anyone she backed, meaning the exam would almost certainly be tilted against him. Even so, Claire showed no doubt in her brother. Her anger stemmed from adults dragging Dane into dangerous political games. Harm would not be forgiven, Dane reassured her calmly. Petty schemes were not enough to catch him. 2 days after her warning, the exam day arrived. Association examiners entering the academy. Elgard Podin, chairman of the Imperial Summoner Association, personally came to oversee the rumored prodigy. He teased Delfineso about refusing the association's offer. She replied that academy research came first. In truth, she simply wanted distance from endless power struggles. Past association ambitions nearly killed her. She refused to serve them again. Keeping polite composure, Delfineso guided the examiners forward in silence. Tension was mutual. Elgard already knew Dane's feats and his blood tie to Claire Sogris. Dane's abnormal skills stirred constant debate. Surpassing Claire seemed unthinkable. Maybe nearing Galderin. Delfineso downplayed the comparison, yet fully trusted Dane's potential. Elgard stated plainly the evaluation would be severe. As always, as they neared the summoning department, students nearby began to panic. Association robes were unmistakable. News of Dane's exam spread instantly across campus. Most knew his strength with blades and magic. Learning he excelled in summoning shocked them. With the venue prepared, the special admission exam officially began. Inside the summoning training hall, Dane Sogris introduced himself. Youngest son of Count Archon Sogris, Lord of the Southern Region. He bowed respectfully, welcoming the Summoner Association examiners. Elgard was impressed by Dane's presence and noble bearing. The praise felt earned. The chairman introduced himself and repeated the acclaim surrounding Dane. He warned the exam would be harsh, cordial words barely masking displeasure. Without delay, Elgard ordered the exam to begin. Delfineso watched closely, never doubting Dane's success. The examiners announced the sole rule. Elgard alone judged results. Cheating meant total disqualification. Dane accepted calmly, eager to proceed. Elgard wished him luck, curious what justified the hype. At the signal, the examiners formed ranks, mana links weaving into a unified structure. Dane recognized the technique immediately. As the formation completed, both Dane and Delfineso stiffened. A massive barrier sealed the entire area, danger escalating fast. With the field locked, Chairman Elgard stepped forward, casting a far greater spell, forcing his mana to its edge. Dane sent his call beyond the veil. A massive beast answered, towering high, dark fur bristling with crushing magical pressure. The chairman held nothing back. This summon felt far more lethal than anything Dane faced before. The lion-bear hybrid locked eyes with him, muscles swelling like carved stone. From the side, Professor Delfineso identified it as a third-rank summon. The demonic beast was named Antares. Its roar slammed outward like a violent shockwave. Without the barrier, the cry would have shaken everyone outside the field. In that moment, Dane understood why Claire feared adult politics dragging him in. Chairman Elgard openly sneered, claiming a true prodigy should handle Antares easily. He ordered Dane to use any weapon available and subdue the beast by force. The rule was clear. This trial ignored summoning skill. It aimed to break him. Delfineso clenched her teeth, seeing this as a public humiliation meant for her. After parading the beast, Elgard coldly reminded Dane he could still withdraw. Dane answered only with a steady, unyielding glare. He said nothing more and opened his private dimension. From the rift, he drew the perfect weapon for this fight. It was time to reveal the short spear his father gifted years ago. Antares was massive and powerful, yet speed and precision could carve openings. Elgard expected a spear, The Sogris bloodline made that obvious. High above in the viewing balcony, Professor Temeric arrived just in time to witness the clash with a third-rank beast. Delfineso realized her mistake, yet the test was locked. No changes would come. Elgard barked the order, commanding Antares to destroy the target. Like a trigger pulled, the beast erupted with savage intent. It launched forward at blinding speed, each stride eating massive distance. Dane held firm, eyes sharp, short spear poised. He welcomed the charge, already preparing his response. To the crowd, flashes of movement sparked across the field. Dane vanished from sight, weaving around the monster's enormous frame. When he reappeared beyond reach, Antares already bore deep wounds. Even the chairman was stunned by what he witnessed. Delfineso lost hope at first, then reclaimed it seconds later. Professor Temeric struggled to breathe as tension crushed his chest. Among the crowd, De Grand Tyran watched the Golden Boy move. Most summoning students could not follow Dane's movements at all, knowing the battle was not finished. Dane shifted to keep the target clear. With a faint smile, he silently thanked his mother's harsh training. Antares was injured, yet far from defeated. The fight had only begun. Antares retaliated with a heavy claw swipe. Dane slipped aside, the strike smashing uselessly into stone. Losing patience, the beast pulled back and launched into wild, direct assaults. The attack patterns were crude, easy for Dane to read and avoid. Even so, its third-rank status showed through raw speed and crushing force. Pushing further, Antares invoked magic, flames coiling violently around its massive body. In one motion, it hurled a blazing fireball straight across the arena. Dane raised his spear, meeting the inferno head-on and absorbing the impact. Supporters felt their hearts sink watching him take the hit directly. Chairman Elgard felt satisfied, convinced no body could withstand that magic. As he prepared to call the result, metallic sounds cut through the flames. Dane spun his spear with precision, dispersing the fire completely. The strike was close, but never truly dangerous. Riding the spin, Dane surged forward, closing the distance instantly. It was time to end this spectacle. With the heat cleared, mana flowed tightly around his spear. He focused it at the tip and dashed into lethal range. Antares countered with burning brute force. Power high, but accuracy lacking. Dane answered with pinpoint strikes, calm and exact like a marksman. To finish it, he chose a technique his father once demonstrated. Mana compressed at the spear tip, then released in a devastating thrust. A single point detonation. The strike pierced Antares' abdomen with no defense. The beast roared as the explosive force ravaged its core. Dane pressed the spear deeper without hesitation, determined to end the fight decisively. The focused blast tore away a massive portion of the creature's midsection. Antares staggered, its form heavily damaged and unstable. Dane assessed the result with measured calm. He barely noticed the beast still clung to life, despite the damage. The crowd held its breath, stakes heavy for many watching. Slowly, awareness returned. They realized they were witnessing something unreal. Dane fought as if facing a harmless toy, not a third-rank summon. Antares looked like a ruined shell, a fatal wound gaping open. Still, it refused to collapse. For the first time, intensifying flames disrupted Dane as his weapon overheated. Outside the grounds, Professor Keltis sprinted toward the exam, uninformed and late. The exam location was absurdly remote, worsening his delay. As he burst through the gate, a massive barrier greeted him, sealing the test area. From the mana surges alone, he sensed something truly dangerous was summoned. The moment the lion-bear hybrid roared across the arena, its presence crushed the air. Professor Keltis jolted in shock. No sane academy would pit a freshman against a third-rank summon. Worse, the beast was already recovering from what should have been a decisive spear strike. That blow would have ended most fights, yet Antares endured through sheer resilience. Dane realized his miscalculation. A childhood spear alone would not finish this battle. He spared a brief apology to his father, then shifted toward his true weapon. Reaching into subspace, Dane drew a sword, testing its balance and grip instantly. Only now did the second phase truly begin. Chairman Elgard's confident smirk faltered at the sight of the blade. A strained Delfinezo confirmed the switch violated no rules. What unsettled everyone more was Dane's calm. He stopped dodging entirely, like a war veteran. Among all eyes watching, Professor Keltis focused solely on Dane's movement. This was his first time witnessing the boy's swordsmanship under real, lethal pressure. Antares resumed the assault with a brutal claw strike. Dane met it head-on, parrying the full force with flawless timing. He read each follow-up, countering every swing with precise defensive cuts, in seconds. Keltis knew this was no fluke. The kid was genuine, a sword prodigy, shifting seamlessly between speed and power. Though Antares slowly adapted, the beast caught a narrow opening and lunged forward, claws tearing in with lethal intent. Dane strained to absorb the impact, adjusting his grip repeatedly as pressure mounted. Flames engulfed Antares' arms, weakening Dane's sword aura effectiveness. Forced on defense, Dane abandoned counters to maintain balance. He could end this instantly with forbidden magic, but too many eyes watched. Revealing that trump card here was impossible, so he committed fully to pure sword skill. As Dane was driven back, Delfinezo finally voiced concern. Injury to such talent would implicate them all. Knowing Elgard would not intervene, she began a forced reverse summon. Professor Keltis stopped her mid-cast, urging patience and trust. He understood her fear. This could become a scandal of negligence. Yet he saw it clearly. Dane was waiting, calculating his win. Just as Keltis expected, Dane burst into motion the instant an opening appeared. Sword in hand, his focus sharpened to its peak. Mana surged into his eyes, transforming his perception entirely. The world slowed as hidden gaps in Antares' defense became visible. His body moved in perfect sync, exploiting every flaw without waste. Each step, leap, and slash followed ruthless calculation. When the sequence ended, Antares stood frozen, unmoving like a statue. In the next instant, deep gashes opened across the beast's lower body, wrecking its balance. Dane deliberately focused one leg, crippling movement and sealing off that speed. What followed bordered on a public execution. The chairman reeled, never imagining a freshman could fuse sword skill and magic mid-fight, while Professor Keltis mocked him for summoning too weak a foe. Elgard had been certain a single third-rank summon would end the Academy's rising star. He failed to account for Dane Sogris, a boy who thrived on breaking expectations. In a final, desperate stand, Antares gathered everything into one last fireball, stubborn to the end. Out of respect for forcing him to go all out, Dane stirred his mana, preparing a decisive finish. Smiling, he triggered the ranked chained spell he refined, Spear of Mana, ready to draw the curtain. Hellfire and condensed mana spears crashed together in violent flashes. Antares tried to drag Dane down with him, but his attacks fell short. The spears moved too fast, too dense to withstand. A storm of blades punched through the monster's frame. Fur, flesh, and bone tore apart as its remaining life was violently erased. A rapid barrage reduced the once overwhelming threat into ruins. Antares was launched away, weightless as torn paper. Dane held his ground, spending minimal mana to end the trial cleanly, with the ordeal effectively over. Professor Delfinezo finally confronted the chairman over the excessive cruelty. No matter Dane's talent, forcing a freshman to face Antares was indefensible. Realizing trouble loomed, the chairman attempted to bury the incident since no injury occurred. Dane did more than pass. He shattered an impossible challenge destined for imperial record. No freshman had ever defeated Antares using spear, sword, and magic together, cementing the feat. Dane dismissed his sword and calmly approached the weakened beast. Once Dane stepped within effective range, the situation shifted beyond recovery. His mana surged into Antares, forcing a link through advanced summoning arts, stripping the fallen beast of any hostility toward Dane. The sequence stood as a complete display of mastery, every step precise, every action executed without error. When word spreads, some will claim the exam was designed to cause failure, while Chairman Elgar insists safety measures were prepared. Delfinezo rejected those excuses, declaring that such misconduct at a prestigious academy would not be ignored. Elgard Poden's scheme was unraveling fast. Higher authorities learning of his interference would spell disaster. While the summoning dispute raged, Professor Keltis could only marvel at his student's achievement. He always knew Dane was gifted, but reaching this height so young bordered on legend. Watching the battle felt less like a test and more like witnessing a veteran knight amid chaos. That conviction drove Keltis to consider taking Dane as his personal disciple. After the field was cleared, the award ceremony began without delay. Despite facing certain punishment, Chairman Elgard carried out his duty and granted Dane Sogri's formal summoner status with a special mark. The old chairman recited the standard congratulations and presented the golden mark. Dane accepted the gold calmly and offered a brief thanks. This mark is reserved for those who pass special admission, a symbol of rare distinction. Channeling mana into the mark, Dane called for a response from beyond. A portal split the sky open as his mana signature received official recognition. A figure burst from the portal, crashing downward like a falling star. Professors and spectators alike froze, staring in disbelief at Dane's official summon. White furry ears stood alert, paired with limbs built for swift hops. Its cute face contrasted the ordeal. Dane's historic performance rewarded with a gentle bunny. Altamar the Bunny is a 4th-rank buff-type summon that greatly enhances physical capability. Unfazed by the stares, Dane focused only on how adorable his new companion was. He greeted Altamar with sincere respect and warmth. Across the arena, shock still held everyone in place. Many expected something massive or fearsome to better reflect Dane's power. One truth was clear: this day would echo through the academy for a long time. As predicted, Dane could no longer move freely on campus, known as the Sogri's prodigy, poised to surpass his sisters. He spent most days alongside Ernest and Layla. Ernest struggled with the constant attention, while Layla had long accepted Dane's troublesome prodigy status. That day, Ernest shared good news. The treasure map was nearly deciphered, promising the club's first real expedition. Layla brimmed with excitement, and Ernest felt proud to finally contribute. Dane himself remained curious about the treasure ever since acquiring the map. After walking together briefly, Dane split off when Professor Keltis summoned him. At the meeting, Keltis recalled Antares, noting how 2 such summons once turned a battlefield into slaughter. Dane stayed silent, knowing he too had stood in that same war, crossing paths with Keltis unknowingly. Praised for flawless subjugation, Dane credited luck, earning a warning that humility can become a toxin. From Keltis's view, Dane's sword strike had been the deciding factor. Only a seasoned observer could see that, proving Keltis was far from careless. Keltis again emphasized Dane's courage and refined swordsmanship, skill far beyond his age. With purpose clear, the professor finally asked if Dane would train formally in swordsmanship under him. Dane weighed the offer in silence, sensing this ragged man hid far deeper secrets. After all that happened, Dane wrote home at last, summer closing in, academy life crushing him daily. He accepted Professor Keltis's sword lessons, finishing the extended course without delay. Theory fused into instinct, every lesson proving his choice to enter the academy was right. A blade now rested steady in his hands, confidence replacing hesitation. The time had come to spend his token and forge a proper sword. Elsewhere, Ernest finally cracked the treasure map they stumbled upon by chance. The mastermind behind it all was confirmed to be Saul Hankston. Far east of the academy, beneath ruined St. Amar's Hall, the saintly catacombs hid something unreal. Dane nearly overshared in his excitement while updating his parents. He stopped himself just in time, cutting sensitive details for safety. After all, their target lay within a forbidden zone. The real threat was the undead swarming the catacombs, enough to make the club consider abandoning the raid. Dane nearly backed out himself, the danger weighing heavily. Then he found a way to reduce the risk with outside help. He sought Priscilla from Donter Hall, a senior in Holy Studies, who resisted the reckless plan. Still, she explained how to defeat undead, destroy the core, and they fall. Before departure, she even offered the trio a baptism to improve survival. When the day arrived, Priscilla joined the raid, directing combat and reinforcing the team. Her holy power shattered skeletons efficiently, the baptism amplifying everyone's strength. Layla's sword skill surged as steel met bone, each clash forcing growth forward. St. Amar's Hall tested them hard, non-stop fighting and constant vigilance. Dane stayed calm, mere skeletons unable to crack his resolve. After enduring waves of relentless undead, they finally reached the inner depths. The forgotten catacombs yielded treasure without major loss. Buried for 3 centuries, it was loot even the Emperor failed to claim. The club's first true raid ended in overwhelming success. In the stale tomb air, celebration erupted without restraint. Their reward for the risk was a jewel burning with deep red light. All agreed the leader deserved first claim, though victory belonged to all. That achievement filled them with pride and lasting fulfillment. The ordeal bound the 4 together tighter than before. Sleep escaped them that night, excitement fueled by Dane. News of their discovery sent shockwaves through the academy. Dane chose to stay quiet for a time after the chaos. Once life settled, he learned the jewel was an ancient mana core, granting him another magic circle. Unable to explain that in letters, he planned to tell his parents in person. His older sister remained his anchor for all matters of magic. As Dane stored the letter, loud voices outside urged him up for the next mission. He grabbed his gear and rushed toward the shouting voices. After that first run, Priscilla officially became a club member. The group now stood at 4 members, Dane's circle steadily expanding. His influence grew socially and magically, though the others mocked his terrible naming sense. Privately, they chose the name Romantic Club, while the official registry kept the long formal title. Time surged forward, and exam season descended on the academy. Within the magic department existed a brutal endurance test lasting 24 hours without rest or meals. Books were allowed, guidance was not, earning the exam its feared reputation. That was why Professor Donavo felt unsettled hearing Dane Sogres cleared it effortlessly. Dane grasped the exam's intent, reading situations beyond equations with rare clarity. The strict professor pitied the other gifted students. This was the first time he wanted one so badly. Donavo already assigned another student to recruit Dane and demanded progress. Standing before the man controlling his future, Arthur hesitated, eyes lowered. He admitted Dane rejected every council offer, even a promised officer seat and future influence. Donavo hoped sending a 5th year to sway a freshman would work, but it failed. Dane was transparent and grounded, lacking the arrogance Donavo expected from such talent. Still, once Donavo fixated on someone, he never let go. He planned another scheme to pull the academy's brightest rising star into his camp. While professors plotted quietly, Dane relaxed elsewhere. He lounged in Big Sis Arabella's lab, venting about Arthur and the council pressure. Arabella reacted with fury. Donavo had always behaved this way. She recalled similar offers, even attempts to elevate her into academic leadership. Talented students from weak families often fell for those traps, Arthur included. Dane trusted his instincts and refused, a choice Arabella supported. She warned him firmly. Donavo was powerful and skilled at turning people into tools. She urged him to keep rejecting every offer, no matter how tempting. Their talk was cut short as the lab door suddenly burst open. Dane's clubmates rushed in, eager to reveal something shocking. Layla explained Ernest slipped back into a restricted zone and returned with a find. Arabella was horrified they treated forbidden areas so casually. The trio smiled awkwardly, forgetting Arabella served the academy. Dane could only sigh. He told them to stay quiet, concern rising. He confronted Ernest. Security had tightened since St. Amar's Hall. Still, he admitted exploration was Ernest's strength. Fear drove his concern. Adventure stirred in Ernest's blood. Stillness was impossible. After the first raid, Dane saw Ernest grow bold and proactive. Any explorer would hunger for relics tied to Saul Hankston and the 9 Circles. Arabella scolded them, yet curiosity dragged her into the mystery. Inspecting the artifact, she asked if it touched any mana wave device. Ernest explained he found it during a sleepless walk near the restricted zone. He chased rumors of Saul Hankston's hidden laboratory, unable to resist. While scouting the area, Ernest caught strange sounds from the old structure, gears grinding and rotating like a factory still alive at night. Beneath the mechanical noise, faint human voices echoed through the walls. Dane said voices near a restricted zone were normal now. Guards patrolled constantly. Ernest likely heard them. Ernest stood firm. Those voices were not from ordinary patrol guards. His mana wave device also detected an overwhelming concentration of mana. After Saul Hankston died, his lab contents were moved to Memorial Hall. Nothing there should emit mana. That meant something unknown was active inside the abandoned laboratory, and it involved ancient mana wave activity. After further testing, Arabella confirmed the artifact concealed something. Whatever lay inside was abnormal. She analyzed the readings and cross-checked the data. Even a novice mage would be stunned by those results. The wave patterns closely resembled something thought impossible. Outliers removed. The match was undeniable. Arabella concluded something major was hidden there, demanding deeper investigation. Hearing this from a magic authority jolted the entire club. Arabella explained such mana waves come from objects holding immense power. Ernest gathered only a fraction. Something must be suppressing the waves, sealing its presence completely. Whether Saul Hankston designed it or someone else remains unknown. Still, something worth masking mana so thoroughly lay inside those ruins. Despite heightened security, guards avoided Hankston's old lab. Even Ernest slipped in easily. Arabella admitted she once did too. It shocked Dane to learn the magic department's prodigy had a mischievous past. It proved no young mage could resist the pull of Saul Hankston's legacy. Whatever was hidden there, tied to that mythical mage, promised a discovery beyond measure. That raised another question. Why leave such value untouched? Only Ernest's instincts uncovered it. Dane doubted it was a true mana core, otherwise he would have sensed it earlier. Still, he believed the find held weight. Layla agreed staying quiet was safer for now, yet ignoring it was impossible. Ernest would sneak in alone if needed. Dane judged patrols manageable, but the lab itself remained unpredictable. Too many unknowns lingered, yet his clubmates' confidence made the choice for him. Even Priscilla, the senior, fully backed the plan. Seeing they would not listen, Arabella offered something to aid them. She placed 3 scrolls on the table and asked if they understood their use. These scrolls were lifelines. Tear them to trigger instant teleportation back to the lab. The group thanked her sincerely, knowing the value of such tools. Arabella Stern warned them. Entering restricted zones meant suspension. Twice meant expulsion. That cold reminder dulled their excitement slightly. Dane reassured his sister nothing would go wrong with him there. If she did not trust him, she would never allow this recklessness. She only asked they return safely and report their findings. Like any proper expedition, planning had to be flawless. This was Ernest's strength. He mapped routes, blind spots, and every path into the building. After planning, the group fixed the operation for 2 days later, stockpiled gear, and reviewed the infiltration route closely. This was Ernest's element. He optimized anti-tracking powders with precision and assigned Karnas to melt the mana barrier cleanly without traces. Dane had no objections to involving the small mythical beast in the mission. Priscilla insisted on a backup plan, setting clear responses for every possible emergency instead of wasting scrolls too early. Dane took command as battle coordinator, shaping the formation for maximum efficiency and control. He positioned himself at the front for mana detection, Layla and Ernest at the rear, and Priscilla safely in the center. Dane urged Ernest to carry the short bow instead of the staff. His relentless training had paid off. Acting as cover support, Ernest's priority would be suppression and protection. Avoiding detection came first. None of them knew what waited inside. Layla only hoped it was not ghosts. With preparations complete, the romantic club moved out under cover of night. Guards around the restricted zone complained endlessly about the extra workload after recent intrusions, hidden by fog and foliage. Ernest and Layla observed the aftermath of their earlier expedition. Guard numbers had increased. Ernest counted on their fatigue and guided the group toward the weakest coverage as shift change approached. The timing was perfect. Boredom slowed the guards' reactions. While both shifts chatted idly, their attention slipped. The club darted inside the perimeter without hesitation. One guard sensed something off, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. His careless partner dismissed it as nothing more than wind, sealing their mistake. Guards spread along the perimeter, confident nothing could pass them unnoticed. The romantic club's infiltration succeeded without resistance. With no guards stationed inside, navigating the building became effortless. Soon they reached the underground entrance, guided flawlessly by Ernest's route planning. Dane felt the dense mana barrier instantly, its repulsion intensifying closer to the center. Saul Hankston clearly designed strong defenses, yet something felt wrong to Dane. The barrier did not carry Saul's mana signature. Saul was long dead, but the barrier felt recent and freshly reinforced. Someone else had clearly entered before them and sealed whatever danger lurked within. Unease spread. Priscilla hesitated and questioned whether retreat was wiser. Layla argued the academy would never hide a discovery like this. Turning back now was pointless. Ernest agreed. Ernest believed an outside intruder was responsible. The academy would showcase such findings openly. Layla bristled at the thought of outsiders targeting her theoretical treasure. Priscilla reminded them they were explorers. Confronting whoever set the barrier could turn deadly. Facing a professional hostile group would overwhelm students easily. Still, Dane trusted in the combined strength of the romantic club. Ernest and Layla believed completely, ready to follow Dane anywhere. Priscilla masked her doubts but chose to move forward with the plan. With no objections left, it was time to deploy their hidden ace. Fear lingered, but determination carried them ahead. Karnas unleashed destructive flames, steadily breaking through the mana barrier. The mythical fire overwhelmed the defense, and the sealed door finally gave way. The moment they entered the unknown zone, danger struck fast, a corridor packed with lethal traps. The passage stretched endlessly, collapsing floors forcing tight coordination as Dane led and kept everyone intact. After dismantling countless mechanisms, they reached a vast underground chamber free of traps. Inside, they noticed stored food and clear signs of habitation. Someone had been living here for an extended period. Judging by the scale, no academy team would camp this deep without official backing. If the academy operated here, standardized equipment would be present. Instead, the scattered gear came from mixed sources, some clearly illicit. Pointing away from academy involvement, the outsider theory grew stronger, tension thickening instantly. Ernest swallowed hard, unsure when the occupants might return. With time short, they rushed to search the chamber thoroughly. They split up quickly. Layla checked supply crates while Priscilla scanned the walls. Dane examined the floor for debris and hidden signs. When his hand brushed the ground, something reacted. A massive surge of mana pulsed beneath his palm. At the same moment, Ernest uncovered concealed stairs behind a wall. The staircase spiraled downward toward the mana source Dane sensed. The descent was long and winding, every step tightening the air. Tension built with each turn into the depths. At the bottom waited a small chamber. A colossal mana stone stood chained on an altar, larger than anything they had seen. Dane sensed Saul Hankston's aura, raw mana pouring endlessly from the stone. Complex magic circles covered the floor, unreadable and unsettling. Questions flooded Dane's mind as answers refused to surface. As they stared, Ernest warned someone was approaching. Their detectors had failed. Activity spiked above, signals reacting near the building exterior. A group of hooded figures gathered beyond the perimeter. They slipped past lax guards, following a commanding leader. Their goal was clear: breach the lab and seize Saul Hankston's mana essence. Driven by caution and ambition, they rushed underground without delay. The captain led them straight to the chamber. They froze in awe before the massive mana stone, entry unchallenged. Only extraction remained, victory within reach. The captain ordered 2 subordinates to erase all surface traces and report anomalies. With preparations complete, they allowed themselves brief rest. Their plan required months underground. Supplies ensured survival. While admiring the ancient craftsmanship, one hooded figure misstepped. A hidden trigger released blades from above in a sudden cascade. The ambush erupted instantly, chaos tearing through the group. By the time the captain reacted, his men were already neutralized. The treasure chamber door slammed shut, sealing the space completely. A suspicious fog poured down the stairs and filled the room. It was sleeping gas. Extremely potent. The captain tried covering himself, but he knew it was useless. They had already fallen into another group's trap, led by Dane. Once the intruders were confirmed unconscious, the club stacked their bodies together. Ernest searched them. He found notes, a few crowns, and piles of miscellaneous items. Dane struggled to interpret the documents. He tried identifying who they were, but one goal was obvious. They were after Saul Hankston's Mana Stone. Future conflict could not be ruled out. The chance they were Academy insiders still lingered when Priscilla found something important. She handed Dane a detailed note outlining the group's strategy. It described the extraction process. 2 extractors active. A third added at 60% progress. Any damage to the circle meant immediate halt and reinforcement. Full diagrams included. The method sounded precise, calculated, and extremely dangerous. Ernest then uncovered a complete continental map in one man's pocket. Such maps were tightly controlled by the Empire. No normal group could own one. Dane tried connecting the pieces, but too many details refused to align. Then he noticed something strange inside the captain's mouth. It glinted as monolight reflected off its surface. Dane carefully removed the object from the unconscious man. Just as expected, it was a suicide poison pill. He remembered learning about this tactic from his mother long ago. Assassin groups used it to erase members and prevent information leaks. A brutal practice. Priscilla continued reading and discovered another disturbing section. The page opened with a phrase, "For a new world." It listed strict rules, security above all, missions valued over life, change the world at any cost. Identity within the group was forbidden to question. The code grew more unhinged with each line. Among the madness, Priscilla spotted the most suspicious detail. A string resembling coordinates was written near the bottom. It was marked with the numbers 3458. Ernest studied it closely, attempting to decode its meaning. He believed it pointed to a supply passage near the Academy's back gate. That route required help from someone inside the Academy. A secret organization was attempting to harvest a mythical mage's essence. Their true objective remained unknown. The Romantic Club agreed to leave the area immediately. Before retreating, they gathered all belongings for later investigation, including poison pills. They voted to anonymously report everything to Academy officials and guards. Still, leaving without gaining anything felt wasteful. The group finished packing and prepared to leave, but their leader remained focused on the prize. Dane chose to take the massive Mana Stone for himself. Leaving it behind meant handing it to the Academy. Dane refused to let unknown officials exploit it. Long after Dane finished extracting the essence, the trapped agents began waking in confusion. The bound lackeys rushed to wake their captain, pointing frantically toward the treasure. The colossal Mana Stone was dull and empty, its overwhelming essence completely drained. It was clear the same group that gassed and captured them also emptied the stone. Despair set in as they realized their mission had utterly failed. Not long after, surface guards finally reached the underground chamber. The guard captain erupted with anger at criminals defiling Academy's sacred ground. The thieves lost their prize and now faced capture by enraged guards. In panic, they bit down, only to find their poison pills gone. In that moment, the captain believed the organization had abandoned them. The intruders were dragged to the surface for interrogation. The head guard complained about the sudden surge of crimes after decades of calm. He demanded immediate updates on the interrogation results. The interrogator asked permission to escalate his methods. Standard techniques failed. The captain and his men were conditioned to resist. They were scheduled for deeper interrogation away from public view. The head guard knew his career was in jeopardy. Even doubled security failed. 5 intruders breached the zone. The magic department joined the investigation upon hearing Saul Hankston's name. A professor leaving his desk spelled disaster for the head guard. Still, a full report was required. Professor DeNavo found the sequence unsettling. The most unbelievable detail was the reported collapse of Saul Hankston's barrier. If they had such power, surrender made no sense. Headguard admitted he had no explanation either. Seeking insight, he presented recovered evidence from the suspects. It was a book. DeNavo read through it, disbelief growing with every page. The text described a chamber sealed by authorization only. brute force nearly impossible. Denavo confiscated the book for deeper study. Headguard added the suspects were likely members of a secret society. That revelation immediately caught Denavo's interest. The existence of a massive mana stone shocked him most. Guards were equally stunned by such a discovery beneath the academy. Denavo demanded to inspect the chamber himself. News of the incident spread fast. Unease rippled across campus. With tensions rising, the Romantic Club chose to stay hidden. Priscilla quietly gathered information about the investigation. She learned the magic department and Professor Denavo were deeply involved. Even the student paper Academy Daily had already published the incident. The article stayed vague, listing only basics and a quote from the head guard taking responsibility. Dane believed that once the magic department stepped in, the process would stabilize. Those mages would drain every scrap of information from the captured criminals, and nothing would trace back to the club. Priscilla joked the Academy should thank them for stopping the intruders early. Twisted logic, but not wrong. Dane stressed again that staying invisible now mattered more than anything. Ernest took charge of cataloging the seized belongings, spending the entire day analyzing each item. By mapping the routes, Ernest suspected more hidden assets tied to Saul Hankston might exist. Just as the noise faded, days later, chaos struck the Academy again. This time the Imperial Investigation Corps arrived in force. Banners filling the skies. Imperial visits were rare, making this appearance a major event. Soldiers marched openly, displaying Imperial authority without restraint. At their head stood Imperial 4th Knight Commander Delphaon. He was furious over the lack of progress in the St. Amar Hall case and the silent intruders. Professor Denavo briefed him personally, sharing his frustration. The Empire deployed its own elite investigators. Even they found no trace of tampering on the barrier. A mythical mage's barrier failing without evidence carried dire implications. Commander Delphaon turned to the Academy guest, 3rd Prince Edward Dantare, for insight. Dressed in finery, the prince looked frail, barely holding himself together. Denavo was stunned to learn royalty had arrived in person. Prince Edward approached the barrier and noticed a faint melted mark others missed. It was subtle, yet the surface texture felt wrong. He suspected the barrier had been dissolved, then perfectly restored. The prince stayed silent, lacking full certainty. Anyone capable of breaching Hankston's work possessed terrifying capability. A flawless fortress breached without trace marked a grave Imperial threat. If Hankston's designs could fall, Imperial defenses could follow. As he stepped back, sudden pain surged through Prince Edward's hand. He endured the agony without a sound. Showing weakness in public was not an option. Commander Delphaon noticed and rushed to his side. With deep concern, he urged the prince to speak up so they could withdraw if needed. Edward insisted he was fine and refused special treatment. Denavo observed quietly, noting the bond between knight and prince. He knew caution was vital. Both wielded immense authority. The commander again urged the prince to rest, pity clear in his eyes. Labeled talentless and burdened by constant pain, the prince lived a cruel fate. Had his body been whole, his life might have unfolded differently. No one felt that frustration more deeply than Prince Edward himself. Despite the danger of another flare-up, Edward felt compelled to aid the investigation in any way. His cautious entourage urged him to stay put, but he could not remain idle now. While speaking with Professor Denavo, Commander Delphaon learned deeper details that only worsened the mystery. The situation was tangled beyond expectation. Suddenly, the prince's attendant rushed in, announcing Prince Edward had disappeared. He slipped away during a brief lapse in guard attention. The knight commander cursed the surrounding soldiers for their failure. He halted all other duties, suspending the investigation until the 3rd prince was found. Imperial troops mobilized instantly as their commander directed them with visible concern. The reckless prince chose a path and sprinted without hesitation. He chased progress blindly, ignoring where his path actually led. Everything he did aimed to earn his father's notice. Effort his only weapon against lacking talent. Either he pushed beyond limits or remained the forgotten prince forever. After running far too long, he stumbled into Banya Forest. Deep within the woods, the Romantic Club trained intensely, steel, arrows, and mana colliding. Dane smiled, seeing Ernest improve while Layla actively corrected his stance. That teamwork let Dane focus fully on refining his mana control. He stabilized 2 complete mana circles and layered a 4-chain code through ancient practice. Yet whenever he focused on 4-chain spells, his vision shifted, reading mana flow within bodies like a scanner. It was an unexpected but intriguing effect. To demonstrate his progress, Dane invoked a wind magic spell. He formed a wind bomb, compressed air shaped by raw mana. Ernest gawked while Layla felt overwhelmed by 4-chain power. Wanting no spectacle, Dane released the wind bomb carefully. Even restrained, explosive force remained unavoidable. The spell tore through trees ahead, then detonated against the forest floor. A scream of pain echoed alongside the blast. Someone had been caught in the impact. Judging by the shredded trees, whoever was hit suffered badly. Dane and the others followed the cleared path left by the blast. Layla questioned whether the scream was real or imagined. Dane knew better. His test spell likely struck someone nearby. Moments earlier, Prince Edward slowed after realizing he was lost. He gazed around, jealousy stirring at students enjoying academy life. Had he not been born royal, he might have studied here too. The thought of another life sent his heart racing. He snapped back to focus, needing to track any trace of the intruders. As he studied the dirt below, a sudden noise snapped his focus upward. Voices carried through the air, proof someone stood close. Drawn by instinct, Edward moved toward the sound. In a small clearing, he spotted the romantic club mid-training. Watching peers sharpen skills he lacked, envy burned hot again. The third prince noticed a young woman asking for help fixing her sword form. The confident lead corrected her stance, telling her to step back after each swing. Edward stayed hidden in the brush, silent, eyes locked on the practice. He caught the girl speaking a name. Dane Sogris. The prince knew that freshman well, the one shaking the academy and beyond. Even the crown had noticed him. Accepted into autonomous studies for mastery in 4 fields. A flawless genius, praised by all, while a prince failed at everything. Even the top prodigy still trained like his life depended on it. Edward drifted back into dreams of joining the academy. He imagined friends like Dane and knowledge filling every day, lost in that borrowed life. He missed the slow-forming wind bomb. By the time he saw it rushing in, escape was impossible. The blast tore through the clearing, ripping trees from the ground. Edward was swallowed by the shockwave, his body flung backward. His weak cry vanished into the roaring wind. The group quickly found the flattened prince. Dane apologized again and again, certain the area was empty. The third prince finally stirred and pushed himself upright. Ernest saw the clothes and thought of Imperial investigator gear. Layla froze, panic rising at the thought of harming an investigator. Dane saw the truth. Similar uniform, yes, but red hair marked Imperial blood. Injuring an investigator was dangerous. Hitting royalty was disaster. Layla trembled near tears, while Dane cursed fate under his breath. Prince Edward shouted back. Furious, they launched a wind bomb his way. Dane dropped to one knee, introducing himself as Count Sogris's son. With full sincerity, he begged forgiveness for offending the Empire. Ernest followed, naming himself Baron Dillon's eldest, exploration freshman. Layla knelt too, Duke Thermian's daughter, all pleading for mercy. Once the shock passed, Edward calmed them, saying the blast caused no harm, only surprise. He said he was glad to meet Dane Sogris here, having heard endless praise of him. Edward praised the Dillon explorers, then congratulated Thermian's daughter for winning the Danter Cup he once watched. Introductions done, the prince told them to stand and relax. Ernest cautiously asked why the prince wandered so deep into Banya Forest, a place even students avoided. Edward admitted he meant to help the investigation, but got lost and alone. He assumed they already knew about the strange events tied to Saul Hankston's buildings. The prince hinted he noticed something odd about a lab door, though uncertain. Dane knew no normal person could spot that flaw. Thankfully, the prince doubted himself. Ernest subtly probed for details about the strange event and confirmed the prince had hidden it until now. For once, panic felt justified and unavoidable. Dane studied the fragile-looking royal standing before him. Unlike the first 2 princes, the third was their age, dismissed as talentless and painfully ordinary. Dane found it odd the prince located them despite anti-tracking powder, and even noticed a tiny flaw in the restored barrier. Clearly not normal. There was a real chance Prince Edward concealed some kind of rare ability, yet he spoke like a clueless youth, lost deep in the woods, knowing investigators searched blindly across unfamiliar terrain. While together, the prince asked a favor. He wanted stories about academy life. The request felt strange, but he was still just a teenager. Dane assumed palace confinement fueled his curiosity about ordinary lives. Ernest and Layla eagerly rambled about training and daily academy routines. Dane felt uneasy. The boy seemed stiff, like something invisible pressed down on him. Driven by suspicion, Dane activated his 4 chains and scanned Edward's mana flow quietly. As they talked calmly, the Imperial investigation team spiraled into chaos elsewhere. Formal restraint vanished as they desperately searched for the missing prince. Students watched them rush the campus in confusion, tension thick without explanation. The one hit hardest by the disappearance was the Knight Commander. They still had no idea who might be involved or what forces backed them. If harm came to the prince, Delphian would blame himself forever, his career ending instantly. Relief came when an investigator found a witness spotting a gold-trimmed robe heading toward the outer forest. The commander ordered the witness brought in for immediate confirmation. He redirected forces to scour the outer forest, stressing the prince's safety above all else. Why that frail boy ran so deep into the forest remained unclear. Perhaps he uncovered something vital, listening to their stories. Edward longed for a normal life, imagining freedom without royal chains, feeling fate mocked him, pushing aside self-pity. Dane asked permission to raise a sensitive matter, and Edward agreed. Dane asked whether the prince's right hand had been troubling him persistently. Edward reacted instantly with fear and panic, his expression betraying everything. Ernest and Layla were completely lost on why another man's hand mattered. Edward hid the affected hand without thinking, and fiercely denied the suggestion. Dane pressed further until Layla restrained him to prevent offense. Their eyes locked in tense silence. Dane ended the questioning there. If the prince refused to speak, Dane would forget everything witnessed in these woods. Edward strained for answers on how Dane uncovered his hidden condition so easily. Layla apologized to ease tension, but Edward finally admitted Dane was right. For the first time, he chose honesty about his condition. He confessed his right hand functioned like that of an invalid, then questioned how Dane noticed. Dane explained he never saw the hand itself, only the mana flow being unnaturally blocked. It seemed unbelievable that someone could perceive mana flow with naked eyes. Dane lied, claiming the perception came from a lucky artifact fused to his body. In reality, this was merely a benefit of ancient mana, something Dane could never openly admit. So he invented an excuse. Edward accepted the explanation without doubt, clearly eager to understand the root of his condition. Dane could not trace the origin, but the source of the constant pain was obvious. Mana meant to reach the hand stopped at the wrist, forced to reverse instead. A limb starved of mana is a limb slowly fading toward ruin, pushing his luck. Dane asked what incident truly caused this condition. After a pause, the prince spoke honestly, saying it began when he was 1 year old. His birth was normal, yet something went wrong during infancy without explanation. He could only grasp eating tools by the age of 7. Writing with a pen became possible only when he turned 10. Swordplay, magic, riding. All royal training remained completely inaccessible. Because of this, he lagged behind in every aspect of life. He believed his existence shamed the royal bloodline. That explained why Edward remained unknown beside his brothers. Ernest and Layla felt unsettled, aware such truths stained imperial history. Edward shrugged it off, trusting the 3 to keep his secret. He was unusually cheerful. Countless mages failed him, yet Dane saw the truth. He trusted House Sogers, knowing deception against royalty meant grave punishment. Dane recoiled slightly at the dark humor. Edward added that strength continued draining from his hand over time. Soon, it would be useless. Yet Dane's theory gave him fragile hope. After thinking carefully, Dane offered an apology. He admitted he lacked medical training or professional expertise. Edward slumped. accepting that even academy talent could not surpass masters. Then Dane said he would still attempt it. That confident smile reignited hope. Edward vowed any reward within his power. The method required altering the prince's mana flow directly. Dane warned calmly that failure could mean death. If harm came to the prince, execution would follow, with others possibly implicated. Dane had many ambitions ahead. Risking everything seemed irrational. He demanded clarity, asking what reward the prince would offer. Bargaining felt absurd, yet Dane refused blind risk. With sufficient reward, he would accept the danger willingly. Edward was unused to such blunt honesty, surrounded only by flatterers before. He promised payment regardless of cost, backed by imperial authority. His hand would fail eventually. Failure would only hasten the outcome. Already burdensome to his family, Edward vowed a will-clearing Dane of blame. No one expected a simple forest training to become such a gamble. Dane accepted the offer, sensing a turning point in his life. Success would mean everything. If this failed, his life would collapse completely. The risk was extreme, and failure was never an option worth considering. He told the prince to sit down properly and relax his body before they began. Dane had trained mana control relentlessly since childhood, refining flow through endless repetition. He trusted his skill completely. Ancient mana backed him. No one else on the continent could replicate this. With deep focus, he gently took hold of the prince's weakened hand. All outside sound vanished as Dane locked onto Edward's distorted mana flow. Once fully synchronized, Dane initiated the healing sequence without hesitation. He carefully sent refined mana into the prince's body, slow and controlled. With precise control, he guided the flow back toward its intended path. As their hands stayed linked, investigators struggled through Banya Forest until a steep cliff stopped them cold. Worse still, branching paths spread ahead, and their limited forces could not cover every route. Trapped by terrain, the fourth Knight Commander sensed a ripple of magic nearby. He ordered an immediate halt and commanded everyone to conceal their presence. Delphion drew his blade and his soldiers followed, enforcing absolute silence. Led by the commander, the investigators advanced through the forest without sound. Delphion fixed his senses on the disturbance, fear for the prince tightening his chest. Dane remained perfectly still, pouring everything into repairing Prince Edward's hand. When Delphion reached the clearing, he assumed the students were threatening the prince. He rushed forward, shouting for them to get away from Prince Edward at once. His expression showed pure resolve, a man unwilling to listen or hesitate. Darkness closed around the clearing, surrounding the club members completely. Dane admitted the scene looked suspicious and would require serious explanation. To protect himself, he gathered mana, preparing to activate a spell. Delphion proved his rank by crossing the distance instantly, overwhelming force imminent. At that moment, the prince moved, stepping in front of Dane to shield him. The commander froze immediately, halted by the prince's action. He would never harm the prince. Anger burned in Edward's eyes, forcing Delphion to sheath his blade and check his safety. Delphion demanded an explanation. Edward summarized his situation and promised details on the return. For the first time ever, Prince Edward felt strength returning to his damaged hand. He turned to Dane and thanked him with genuine emotion. Dane remained composed, saying it was simply his duty to help. Once calm returned on the road back, Edward told Delphion that Dane Sogris was his benefactor. He avoided details but stressed the service rendered was beyond measure. Delphion could not grasp why the prince was so elated over students he just met. Edward decided ordinary rewards were meaningless and wanted to offer something truly rare. After careful thought, he finally chose the gift. He whispered his decision into the commander's ear. Delphion stood stunned, unable to believe the proposal. He argued it was excessive, but Edward insisted it was the only fitting reward. Compared to what Dane changed in his future, the price was small. Orders would be sent to the palace immediately, though he failed to grasp everything. Delphion chose to obey the prince's directive without further question. During the return to the academy, Prince Edward hummed happily, his mood unusually light. Thinking it through, the commander accepted this outcome might not be so terrible. Those youths were heirs of powerful houses, Sogris and Thermion included. Rewarding them would tighten royal alliances. In time, they could also become vital supporters for Prince Edward himself. 1 week later, Dane, Ernest, and Layla were summoned to the royal palace and led into a lavish annex chamber. Edward thanked Dane again, noting his hand had greatly improved with no lingering side effects. Dane felt only relief. His improvised mana flow surgery had worked. Without delay, Prince Edward revealed the reward prepared for altering his future. The three watched silently as attendants opened 3 boxes in unison. Resting inside the ornate cases were royal authority tokens. Their function was simple. Present one in danger, and most troubles would vanish instantly. Ernest hesitated, uneasy accepting such value when he contributed nothing. Dane accepted without pause, gratitude clear, and Edward urged them to drop formality and enjoy the day. When lavish dishes arrived, the tension in the room dissolved at once. Layla devoured flawless sweets, tears forming with every bite. Ernest bit into the finest sandwich he had ever tasted. Dane reflected on the sudden fortune gained by chance, while the intruder mystery remained unsolved. For now, the strange incident quietly slipped into obscurity. Time passed, midterms came and went, academy life finally slowed. The romantic club regrouped to compare results. Layla boasting her exams were easy. Priscilla was bitter, wishing the world burned. Despite memorizing sacred texts, she struggled. Dane skipped sharing scores. Freedom mattered more than numbers. With several days free, everyone already planned their break. Ernest planned to join a body training club, determined to build strength. Priscilla agreed bluntly, noting his battle simulations were terrible. Layla planned to return home briefly, her mother missing her dearly. Dane intended to study quietly at the library, having no better plans. Then he remembered the Thermian Forge emblem gifted on his 7th birthday. Wanting a new weapon, he decided joining Layla might be worthwhile. Dane announced he would go with her, though Layla pouted that he wanted the public forge. Hearing this, Ernest eagerly asked to tag along en route to the Thermian estate. Ernest grew nervous. Layla warned him not to touch anything. It was a shame Priscilla could not come. Holy Department elites never received breaks. She was already called to the temple, while the Thermian estate lay under an hour away. Dane avoided long travel thanks to a teleport gate his aunt installed for family use. Layla felt a twinge of envy hearing how Dane's sisters supported him. It reminded her of her brothers, whom she rarely mentioned. Curious, Dane asked about Layla's brothers. Layla answered softly. Her eldest brother is a kind man. Before he left to man the eastern region, he always played with little Layla. Her second brother was a troublemaker who loved pushing her buttons. Yet it was clear both brothers cared deeply. Asked if that brother lived on the estate, Layla said he was too untamed for mansion life. One day he vanished without notice, claiming training, though Layla never believed that excuse. Since becoming a knight, he stayed away from home for reasons no one understood. Early knighthood ran in Thermian blood. The eldest was steady, the second unpredictable. Power struggles often plague noble families, but that pattern felt absent here. The Thermian house seemed unusually united, hinting the second brother hid a deeper story. At last, the group arrived before the towering gates of the Thermian estate. Sir Asmar, a veteran knight, rushed out to greet them when he heard Layla returned. Inside, Duke Thermian embraced his daughter warmly, amazed by how much she had grown. Layla proudly claimed she studied hard, promising a report card shock was coming. After greeting her, the Duke turned his attention to the young men beside her. Dane bowed politely, and the Duke noted how much sturdier he had become. Ernest Dillon introduced himself nervously, shaken by the Duke's imposing presence. Having read Layla's letters, the Duke knew Ernest's promise through Dillon relic discoveries. Layla clearly took pride in the friends she had gathered. With greetings done, the Duke invited them inside for a welcoming banquet. Dane anticipated Thermian tarts again, and Layla ensured the staff prepared many. The so-called small banquet filled grand halls with nobles and flowing music. Layla's excitement made sense now. Great food and perfect atmosphere awaited. They agreed next time to bring Priscilla so she could finally unwind. As they relaxed, Dane sensed several men watching him from afar. Layla said they were ducal knights who came after hearing Dane Sogers arrived. Hearing that, an uneasy feeling crept up Dane's spine. The knights approached, one introducing himself as Qantas Daggerweld. Their courtesy was calm, and Dane returned it evenly. Qantas praised Dane's youth and feats, asking to join them briefly. Layla boasted Thermian knights ranked among the Empire's finest after royals. Montes praised the Sogers knights, and Dane accepted, noting their spear tradition. That legacy began when Count Sogers taught spear combat in war zones. Over time it became the Empire's sole spear knight corps. Qantas guessed Dane wielded a spear well. Layla loudly claimed he excelled at everything. She insisted even the full ducal order would fail against him. Dane only wanted strawberry tarts, but Layla kept fueling trouble. As feared, the Knight Order formally requested a respectful sparring match. Dane knew Layla's hype always led to consequences. Now he had to deliver. With refusal, impossible. Dane accepted the sparring challenge. They left the banquet hall and headed to the training grounds. Knights took practice swords. Dane readied a training spear, one versus many. As soon as everyone was ready, the knight started the match with aggression. Dane shut down the first charge with ease, his expression flat, as if nothing challenged him. Against trained knights, the fight felt simple, his instincts sharpened by combat talent. The spear moved like part of his body, every block clean, every counter timed without waste. He could have overwhelmed them blindfolded. The gap in skill was that clear. Curious about the boy's growth, Duke Thermian stepped out to watch the friendly bout. What unfolded went far beyond even his lofty expectations. Dane Sogers fought like a beast with the spear, a living reflection of his father. He struck with shafts and edges alike, disabling foes from angles they never saw. When it ended, every proud knight nearby stood disarmed and silent. Qantas believed numbers would be enough to corner a monster. He was proven wrong once their weapons were gone. Dane saw no reason to continue. He stood calm among them, not a trace of strain on his face. The Duke declared Dane the clear victor, praising the display without restraint. Later, Duke Thermian gifted Dane ancient language tomes, recalling Layla's mention of his interests. The book suited him well, far better than leaving rare text locked behind academy rules. Ernest instead received a guided relic vault tour, stirring a quiet envy in Dane. Seeing that, Layla urged Dane to slow down and enjoy the break after exams. The Duke looked radiant after the match, pride shining as if Dane were his own son. During their talk, Dane mentioned Layla's second brother, and the Duke visibly stiffened. Layla shared that frustration. That brother had always been difficult. Her eldest brother still sent letters from the east, but the second vanished without word. No messages and no reasons, making it an open wound for the Thermian family. Later, Dane and Layla wandered the estate grounds at ease. Movement stirred in nearby foliage. Something had slipped past the walls. Dane felt it too. To stay cautious, Dane formed a condensed mana bullet in his palm. He warned the intruder to step out now, before force became necessary. Seeing the mana and hearing the threat, the hidden figure agreed to emerge peacefully. Layla paused, then recognized that panicked voice. A man stumbled from the bushes, oddly casual despite being discovered. He claimed he was only watching his little sister walk with some unfamiliar guy. The intruder revealed himself as Delward Thermian, the Duke's second son. He looked older, yet Layla recognized the rogue instantly. She rushed him and struck him, furious over years of silence and worry. Every blow carried years of fear and anger from waiting without answers. Delward took it all, noting her strength, proof she trained hard over the years. Layla had no intention of stopping until she was satisfied. Dodging her next strike, Delward pulled her into a tight embrace. He apologized sincerely, saying he never once forgot his family. He explained he had his own reasons for living off the path. He apologized again, regret heavy, for leaving his little sister alone so long. Delward assured her he would explain everything, telling her to calm herself first. Layla finally broke down, tears spilling as relief hit her seeing her brother alive. Dane stayed quiet, watching the reunion from the side. After the long hug, Layla demanded answers about where he went and what he did. Delward first asked Dane for privacy. wanting to speak with his sister alone. Layla clung to Dane and refused, saying he could keep secrets and should stay. Dane preferred not to step into family matters, but Layla clearly wanted him there. Even while traveling, Delward had heard many stories about Dane Sogers. He was relieved Layla had such a capable, silver-haired prodigy as a friend, given the close ties between the Sogris and Thermian families. Delward agreed to speak openly with Dane present, asking that the matter stay private. Dane gave his word to protect their family's honor. Delward suggested moving somewhere more secluded before continuing, hidden among the dense gardens. The three gathered as Delward admitted roaming the Drenic Empire. Layla instantly scolded him for entering such a dangerous land. Delward explained he went there searching for a cure for their mother. She had been bedridden for years, and Delward had searched relentlessly since childhood. That search eventually led him across the border into Drenic. Infiltrating an enemy empire is no small risk, bordering on suicide. Layla angrily said he should have told everyone and searched together instead. Delward claimed he had no choice, acting alone to avoid endangering the family, returning safely in the end. Layla nearly struck him on the spot, then demanded why he returned now. Delward revealed he discovered what was needed to cure their mother. The required materials were not found in Drenic, forcing his return home. He only had leads for now, but gathering them would be easier within Alchion. He also uncovered one crucial truth during his investigation. Their mother was not sick. She was suffering from a curse. The revelation stunned both Layla and Dane. Delward began listing the symptoms he confirmed: weakening strength, shaking limbs, dizziness, and coughing blood. Most telling were the purple marks on her back, matching a known curse. The dreaded illness haunting the Thermian family was never an illness. Delward admitted he struggled to accept it at first. Curses do not occur naturally, meaning someone placed it deliberately. He did not know who held such hatred, but the family had many enemies. He urged Layla to focus. Finding the culprit could wait. Breaking the curse came first. Fortunately, he already discovered a solution. He gathered information on the required materials and ritual process. Most materials would be costly but attainable within the Empire. The most difficult and vital component was the Tear of Roxana. The Tear is a legendary substance rumored to cleanse nearly any curse, hidden in Havarok's mountain between rival empires. Stories claim it rests inside ancient ruins, guarded by a being far older than history. The mention of ancient ruins immediately set off Dane's internal alarm. Delward swore to retrieve the Tear himself, knowing the danger, yet seeing no other path. Once again, he planned to act alone without alerting his father or the Thermian knights, confident in his hardened strength. A night force near the border would provoke the neighboring empire, risking war. Layla refused to let him go solo. Delward insisted he was not reckless. Every step would be prepared for and calculated. Still, ancient ruins demanded expertise. Ignoring the one who knew them best would be foolish. It became clear Delward would need help from the Romantic Club this time. The moment ancient beings and ruins were mentioned, Ernest lit up with excitement. Danger meant nothing to him. Discovery was everything. He was ready to leave immediately. Delward saw their enthusiasm but warned this was no game. Real threats awaited. Dane argued that danger was exactly why no one should face it alone. Layla added that Dylan blood ran with explorers. A lone sacrifice would achieve nothing. Delward understood their points. Every word held weight. Yet their youth still made him hesitate. Dane sensed how much Delward endured alone, roaming enemy lands seeking a cure for his mother. Returning unharmed with such intelligence proved he was far from ordinary. In the end, Delward agreed, but demanded total secrecy before and after the mission. With Layla's mother's life at stake, the club committed fully. Once roles were set, Delward handed Layla an ornate box as a gift. Layla suspected bribery and remained unforgiving, at least for now. It was fortunate she had stopped hitting him earlier. She was terrifying then. If the gift disappointed her, the beating might resume. But when she opened it and heard soft music play, her anger faded instantly. Inside was a music box showing young Layla dancing with their mother. Watching it stirred memories of when their mother was still healthy. Those days were their happiest. Delward had it crafted in the Drenic Empire. A reminder of their purpose was exactly what Layla needed. The gentle melody carried her back to a warm childhood. Tears fell as she realized it was the best gift she had ever received. The moment steeled her resolve for the coming expedition. Her brother understood her pain. Dane and Ernest quietly stepped aside, honoring the moment. If all succeeded, their mother could return to herself again. Layla thanked her brother sincerely, promising to treasure the gift forever. Brother and sister embraced tightly, emotions overflowing. Delward thanked Layla for holding the family together in his absence. Even Ernest was misty-eyed. While emotions ran high upstairs, Duke Thermion waited below, puzzled by his guest's disappearance. Delward could not stay long, avoiding his father for now, but promised to return next time. This time, Delward left a communication crystal code, so Layla could contact him any time. He planned to gather materials across the Empire and return the moment she called. He promised he would not be gone long and swore to come back soon. Delward also left behind a pouch of medicine meant to ease their mother's worsening symptoms. He made Layla promise to ensure their mother took it and to keep everything hidden from their father for now. Distracted by the farewell, Layla reluctantly agreed without much thought. Delward asked the boys to watch over his sister until he returned, reminding them the mountain journey ahead would be brutal. With that, he leapt over the estate gate and disappeared into the night. Layla's emotions churned violently, reunited at last, only to be separated again. Ernest tried to reassure her, saying Delward survived the Drenic Empire and could survive anything. Dane felt uneasy instead, asked Ernest to stay with Layla, and excused himself. He claimed he forgot something, but everyone knew better as Dane bolted away. Ernest and Layla remained beneath the cold moonlight alone. Delward entered the nearby city briskly. Unaware persistent pursuers still tailed him back home. Thankfully, they had not realized he belonged to the Thermion Duchy. His escape through the secret passage saved him. That escape followed his departure from the Drenic Empire. Revealing his Altian origins to enemies had been his greatest mistake. Breaking his mother's curse was already difficult. Hostile forces only made it worse. Eventually, Delward took a wrong turn and ran straight into a dead end. His pursuers sealed every exit, surrounding him completely. He had left too clear a trail, making the hunt effortless. Assassins occupied rooftops and narrow alleys alike, trapped with no escape. This felt like the end for Delward Thermion. He dropped his bag and braced himself for a final stand. A quick count revealed nearly 10 hooded figures closing in. Each was trained to kill quietly, experts in erasing targets. At best, he might take down 2 before falling. He silently apologized to Layla, knowing he might not return. The signal came, ordering the assassins to tear him apart. They lunged forward, blades drawn, lethal intent filling the air. Despite his bravado, Delward froze where he stood. Had he known this outcome, he would have spoken to his father first. Then, when despair peaked, something impossible happened. The nearest assassin collapsed, followed by others as mana bullets tore through them. Attacks struck from all directions, precise and overwhelming. They assumed Delward was alone. Tonight he was not. A voice mocked their sloppy work as Dane emerged from the shadows. The captain and survivors turned in shock. They did not expect a youthful figure in an academy uniform waiting there. They demanded his name, but it was irrelevant. There was no need to speak with the dead. After it ended, Dane and Delward gathered the bodies. Dane had followed, sensing something was wrong. Good thing he stepped in. Hard to believe he is only 14. He blindsided the assassin and neutralized hidden traps. Years under his mother turned silent entry and trap work into instinct. Delward thanked Dane for the save. Without the kid, he would be dead. That debt weighed heavy on him. One misstep and it would have ended there. The assassins never stopped hunting him, pressure without mercy. He never imagined escape would come like this. He admitted they chased him non-stop since he crossed the border. He still could not grasp how they always found him. Cases like this usually mean a hidden marker on the target. To test that thought, Dane swept Delward with mana-sensitive sight, slow and precise. The answer surfaced fast, a tiny source clinging to Delward's shoe, quietly pulsing. Dane urged him to inspect the bottom of his soles right away. No delay. Hearing a mana receiver was planted in his shoe nearly stopped Delward's heart. He checked closer and spotted the small device that had been gambling with his life. It was a common assassin trick, a near-invisible tracker with brutal range, likely planted before the border crossing. Dane skipped the explanation. Finding it did not matter. Destroying the receiver came first. Relief washed over Delward once the threat was gone. But caution would guide every step ahead, as Delward scraped the mana receiver free. Dane asked why he still traveled alone, despite the danger. Seeing the Duke first would have helped, at least warn the eldest brother and ask for support. Delward believed his father looked down on him. Groomed as heir, yet he went rogue after graduation. Even speaking truthfully, Duke Thermion would likely dismiss his story as fantasy. His older brother was no better, a man with even less drive. He chose monster hunts in a remote eastern region over comfort in the duchy. For now, solitude felt simpler and far more manageable. He aimed to collect every cure ingredient and prove himself a true Thermion. Dane understood. Twisted resolve, but honest effort, earns respect. With the receiver destroyed, Delward felt ready to finish his mission. He owed Dane deeply and planned repayment. Dane gave the prodigal son his communication code, a lifeline for future trouble. Before parting, he told the rascal to stay alive long enough to repay that debt. Delward again asked Dane to watch over little Layla. For Dane, that needed no answer. They shared a brief, knowing look, then walked separate paths. He knew tonight's bloody mess must stay hidden from Layla. Her worries were already heavy. If she learned of Delward's danger, she would chase after her reckless brother. Dane slipped back to the party, moving as if 10 trained assassins had not fallen in the streets. By morning, word spread that their mother's condition had improved across the duchy. She finished a full meal at last. Duke Thermion smiled behind calm airs, quietly wondering about Delward's visit. Dane feared Layla might have talked too much and exposed their secret. She assured him she only told her father that Big Brother visited and left medicine. Beyond that, today carried something far more important. It was time for Dane to gain real power, a gift from the Thermion Forge. The forge barely resembled one, vast enough to feel like a town. Layla explained the forge drew a settlement over time, yet only a handful worked inside. A few master craftsmen ran it. Security was absolute. No token meant no entry, even as Thermion blood. Layla could not enter freely without her father. That left Dane to step inside alone. Layla had never stepped inside this place, and Ernest burned with envy over Dane's rare chance. Dane told him to wait and promised he would not take long before returning. The moment he entered, a living settlement opened before him, air thick with iron, scale beyond reason. Hammer strikes and labor echoes rolled non-stop through every corridor of the forge. Weapon racks lined the paths, blades and tools displayed without restraint. Each sight sharpened Dane's anticipation for what weapon awaited him. His steps stopped cold as the ground beneath him began to tremble. At first he thought it was an earthquake, then realized the quake was walking. A towering giant with a massive hammer studied him from head to toe. Volbach the blacksmith quickly recognized Dane as the bearer of the forge token. Dane instinctively sized him up and explained the token came from Duke Thermion years ago. Volbach had heard of the boy long before. Thermion never grants tokens lightly. Dane noticed how casually the giant spoke of the Duke's name. Volbach warned him that nobility holds no power inside. Here, only blacksmiths matter. Royalty included. Except Thermion. Even the Duke's children earn no favors here. Skill bows to no crown. True craftsmen know their worth. Volbach led Dane deeper inside, the space expanding far beyond what outsiders could see. The personal forge matched the giant's frame. His mixed blood shaped him uniquely. Insults were not tolerated. Dane wisely chose silence over testing that warning. Inside the workshop, Volbach asked Dane what weapon he desired. Dane answered truthfully. He had not chosen yet. This chance was rare and demanded care. Volbach approved of the caution. Restraint showed maturity. Still, the blacksmith claimed the answer was already clear. He sensed metal clinging to Dane, the mark of a man's destined weapon. Dane carried the signs of spear and dagger, both already claimed, so Volbach preferred another path. Dane was stunned by how precisely Volbach read him. The workshop interior felt plain and efficient at first glance. That illusion faded once the oversized tools and fixtures came into view. Since Dane owned a solid spear and dagger, Volbach proposed forging a sword. To Volbach, the sword refined combat basics into dominance. His craft favored it, despite spear lovers like Count Sogr. Dane worried about growth, fearing a blade forged now would not suit him later. Volbach dismissed the concern. A real craftsman forges weapons that grow with their wielder. The argument held weight, and the sword echoed Dane's habits from his former life. With that, Dane made his choice and committed fully. Volbach already envisioned the blade on sight. Dane's build shaped the design instantly. The next step was selecting the right material. Volbach guided him into another chamber to examine the stock. The room overflowed with rare metals and priceless materials, a breathtaking hoard. Volbach took pride in it, claiming nearly every known mineral rested here. Dane stared in awe, like a child before endless treasure. Many of these metals were beyond his knowledge. Their raw forms alone were mesmerizing. Dane stepped toward one sample, and Volbach began explaining the nature of Terragang. It is light yet durable, able to redirect impact, better suited for armor than blades. Dane moved closer to another mineral, close enough to reach out. Volbach stopped him at once, warning that Azendaneo carries lethal poison and demands special gloves. Dane had no interest in poison blades, so Azendaneo was dismissed immediately. He wandered the chamber longer until a black ore among the colors seized his focus. Dane rushed to its stand and asked Volbach about the strange black ore. The giant named it Arcanium. Dane recognized the name from obscure texts he once studied. It was believed to be a legendary ore from the ancient magic kingdom of Arcana. This piece came from the royal castle ruins, rare due to how few sites remain. Beyond its metallic nature, its composition and purpose remain unknown. Arcanium resists smelting and analysis, leaving it valued only as a collector relic, since it behaved like a useless gem. Volbach advised Dane to consider another material, as Volbach explained Artma from Havarosk's deep mountains. Dane felt drawn to Arcanium. The ore seemed to tug at him. A silent pull pressed against his senses, urging him closer. When Dane neared the ore, it suddenly began to change. It shone brighter than before, glowing like condensed mana. Volbach turned and saw Dane reaching toward the radiant stone. Alarmed for the boy's safety, the giant hurried over. Seeing Dane unharmed, Volbach relaxed, then focused on the ore's response. Dane insisted he did nothing, only watched, yet perhaps the ore could now be forged. Volbach sensed metal where none existed before. This piece might finally be workable. Whatever triggered the change, it was clearly tied to the boy. Volbach was convinced of it. He took the Arcanium from its stand and confirmed Dane's sword request. Forging needed to begin without delay. When smelting started, the ore reverted to its inert state, refusing every attempt. As doubts grew, a small ally appeared. Karnas sensed Dane's unrest and intervened. The baby dragon's brilliant flames proved vital in smelting the Arcanium. After solving the method, Dane left Volbach to work, sealing Karnas' flames inside the artifact. This allowed Volbach to continue forging at his own pace. Layla laughed softly, amused that Karnas aided Dane once again. A sword of Arcanium promised strength and beauty, carrying Arcana's lost legacy. With forge matters underway, it was time to return toward the academy, since time allowed. The three stopped first to enjoy a hearty meal. 1 week later, the academy announced monster suppression recruitment, open to all departments. Competition was fierce due to rich rewards, with the imperial family hosting this year. The academy buzzed with excitement, everyone eager to catch royal attention. Performing well at an imperial event is the fastest path to recognition and status. On top of that, the monster suppression mission will be supervised by the 4th Night Order commander, the same commander who once accompanied the Third Prince. Priscilla was absent when Sir Delphion Onet tried to end them, missing Prince Edward's rewards as well. She later learned from a Holy Department peer that the mission site lies in ruins near the capital. Ernest's eyes lit up at the word ruin. Excavation stopped there. Monsters moved in, and it was left abandoned. The Holy Department must mobilize fully to treat the wounded, forcing Priscilla to join the mission. Ernest signed up to explore another ruin, while Layla joined to gain real combat experience. Nothing sharpens skill like live battle. Dane joined them, and the group applied together, with the entire club entering as one. The suppression mission sounded exciting, though Dane warned them it remained dangerous and competitive. Even if Ernest lacked combat strength, his ruin knowledge alone should secure his passage. Layla's sword talent guaranteed success. Yet Dane still arranged extra training after class. Several days later, the Monster Suppression Squad tryouts finally began. This yearly operation stands among the Academy's most anticipated events. Nearly every student pushes hard to catch the attention of knights and high nobles. For instructors, it serves as a measure of student growth. Commander Delphaon reported to the prince that all preparations were complete. Third Prince Edward returned to campus to oversee selection and lead the operation. Horns echoed as the squad selection officially commenced. Students buzzed with excitement, desperate to rise above their peers. As expected, the trials were simple, a direct tournament between students. Each department displayed its strengths, beginning with swordsmanship, followed by magic spear techniques, and even summoning arts. The competition was intense. Only top performers advanced through the brackets. Once results were set, the Imperial Annex faced a dilemma. No one agreed where Dane Sogres belonged. Sword, magic, summoning. Even spearmanship factions argued over his placement. Prince Edward intervened and demanded silence. No one dared speak further under royal command. All present agreed Dane Sogres was an extraordinary talent. Even Commander Delphaon acknowledged it. No student had ever topped all 4 divisions. Edward had expected nothing less from his benefactor. Assigning Dane to one division would only fuel further disputes, so Edward chose another path. There was only one way to fully utilize such rare ability. The third prince placed Dane directly into the main Imperial unit. After final preparations, the suppression force departure day arrived. Qualified students received brief orders. 2 days at the ruins, non-stop hunts, testing skill, and security. Everyone hoped for 0 losses. Past incidents had driven families to forbid participation, carrying their gear. Tension weighed heavily on every face. For many students, this marked their first true battle. While the romantic club stayed relaxed, Priscilla even joked about not overworking the healers. Since squads would move separately, regrouping during the raid would be difficult. Yet caution remained essential. The Night Order promised full protection for all Academy students throughout the operation. As departure neared, tension steadily built within Ernest and Layla. Dane warned them not to overextend or act solo. Trust instinct, retreat early, survival comes first. With Dane beside them, the group felt noticeably steadier. At last the knights arrived and ordered attention. All students were to move to assigned divisions in order. One rule stood above all others. Do not die. Nothing else mattered. As decided earlier, Dane was placed in the direct Imperial unit, the sole student in the main force. Layla Thermion was assigned to the combat division without question. Ernest Dillon joined the recon division, chosen for his exploration expertise. Priscilla Nariel was sent to the healing division, exactly as expected. With assignments complete, the Monster Suppression Squad began its march. After leaving the Academy behind, they entered the hazardous lands of Rawasan. At the caravan front, Dane approached a knight named Hilderon with a question. He mentioned hearing the original plan involved traveling west of Rawasan instead. They were meant to reach the first camp in half a day, yet now headed east. Vice Commander Royus Hilderon noted Dane's sharp mind and shared classified details meant to avoid panic. Hilderon explained monster movement was detected westward, a large force advancing toward the ruins. Rawasan Rangers confirmed at least 300 monsters blocking the route. That figure carried serious weight. Dane noted monsters avoid mass movement. Such organized travel signaled something abnormal. From experience, Hilderon believed the ruins themselves were drawing them in, something powerful enough to override their instincts. That threat forced a detour east, though Hilderon assured Dane the army could crush any swarm. Even so, Dane sensed something deeply wrong. The ruins pulling monsters posed an urgent danger if left unchecked. After a long eastern march, the caravan finally reached the first campsite. Hilderon ordered tents raised and camps organized before sunset without exception. By nightfall, all preparations were completed. Dane regrouped with his club atop a nearby cliff. Ernest voiced concern over poor defensive terrain. Dane agreed. Large numbers demanded space, leaving little choice in camp placement. Layla sought reassurance, but Dane admitted uncertainty and advised strict guard rotations. He stressed extra vigilance toward the Rawasan side. Dane and Ernest both felt unease creeping from that direction. Karna stirred beneath Dane's uniform, clearly sensing it too, restless. The baby dragon burst out and darted around in agitation. Karnas faced west and roared repeatedly, his small size dulling the threat. Ernest's suspicions deepened. Ignoring a dragon's instincts was never wise. Priscilla insisted they warn Sir Hilderon about the looming danger immediately. Seeing how desperately Karnas tried to draw their focus westward, the warning could not be ignored. Dane decided to report the situation to the vice commander immediately. He entered Hilderon's private tent and explained the looming danger as clearly as possible, urging stronger defenses and greater magic barrier deployment. Hilderon dismissed it outright, blaming first mission nerves and trusting his scouts, refusing to stir panic over a student's concern. Dane could not mention his dragon sensing danger, so he needed another angle. He claimed his group discovered fresh monster tracks, fur, and droppings along the western edge. Hilderon scoffed again. Unconcerned by signs of a few wandering beasts, certain monsters would avoid a fortified camp, even if trouble arose. The knights were prepared. Dane was told to rest and calm himself. Dane realized arguing further with this fool achieved nothing. He made one last request for reinforcements near the mountains, but the vice commander snapped and shut him down. Hilderon lectured him harshly, calling him an inexperienced student compared to the Empire's elite knights. Declaring his patience spent, Hilderon waved Dane away without another word. After reporting back, the group understood this mission was doomed under such leadership. Though Dane saw opportunity, they had issued a warning, giving them reason to act alone when disaster unfolded. Responsibility would not be theirs. Dane planned for the club to intercept the coming monster assault themselves. That way, every success would belong to them alone. With knights and students at risk, the night ahead promised no rest.